He rips his eyes away from the mantel, and they meet mine. Yes, I told you I cleared the houses out. I couldn't just leave the bodies. These were people, my neighbors. They deserved more respect than that. I started a cemetery on the east side, next to the fence. It gave me something to do, something to focus on, digging holes, then dragging bodies out of houses. A neighbor from down the street had one of those big lawnmowers with a trailer, and I used that to move the bodies to the graves. I even made markers for them, for the people whose names I knew anyway. That must have taken you a long time, and more compassion than most people would have shown even before this all started. A little more than a week, working from sun up to sundown. It was a good outlet for my grief. He lets out a deep breath, then turns away from the picture of his wife. Let me get you something to change into, then you can see about that shower. I close my eyes and lift my head, letting the warm water flow over my face like it has the ability to wash away all the painful memories. Brady will be turning the generator off soon, but I can't force myself to get out. I feel like it's the first time I've been really warm and clean in weeks, and I want to soak up as much of it as possible. Axl, whose own shower was record fast, knocks against the glass. Better get a move on if you want to be able to see when you get dressed. He's right. I let out a deep sigh as I flick the shower off, then wrap a towel around my wet hair, inhaling the fresh scent of fabric softener. For a split second, life feels normal. Then I step out and face my reflection, and everything comes screaming back. My ribs look on the verge of poking through my skin, and the breasts I spent so much money on look freakishly big, almost clownish. My hair has grown out, leaving behind roots that have to be 2 inches long. But it's my eyes that really shock me. It's like staring at a stranger. The terror and pain and confusion in them is startling compared to what was there before. I thought I'd faced the worst when I left California the first time. A mom who ran out on me, and a dad who hit me just so he could make himself feel bigger. Now those things feel like comparing a paper cut to a limb being ripped off. The lights flick off, and my reflection disappears. Part of me is glad, but another part of me is terrified by what I'll find the next time I see myself. I feel like the old me is slowly wasting away, and the uncertainty of what will be left behind takes my breath away. I fumble in the darkness, drying myself off, then getting dressed. When I go out into the other room, Axl is already curled up in bed. There's a candle on the bedside table, but it doesn't give off much light. It flickers across the dark room, creating shadows that are long and scary. Things nightmares are made of. Axl pulls the covers back, and I climb in next to him, pulling myself close. The king-size bed is soft and warm, and the sheets smell just like the towel, so fresh and inviting it makes my chest ache. This is something I could get used to, I whisper, resting my head on his firm chest. Axl's hand moves over my head, brushing my wet hair back out of my face. Don't want to get too relaxed. I know. It would be stupid to think just because we have a roof over our heads, life will be easy now. But we can pretend. For tonight. I run my hands up his stomach, to his chest, over the scar on his shoulder. When I reach his face, I pull myself up until my lips find his. He opens his mouth, and his tongue slides over mine. His hands move up my back, under the shirt Brady gave me to sleep in. Can we make this place work? I say against his lips. We're gonna try. He pushes his tongue deeper into my mouth, then pulls me closer. We kiss until I'm gasping for air, until the room feels like a sauna and our skin is moist with sweat. My mind buzzes from his nearness and the simple luxury of being in a real bed with him, of facing the possibility of having a home and living in relative safety, of starting something together that has more permanence than what we've been living the last few weeks. "I love you," I say against his mouth. He pulls my shirt over my head and rolls me onto my back. "I love you." Then his mouth is back on mine, and he moves his hands down my body, over my breasts and stomach. He pulls my underwear down, and I shimmy out of them. They get lost somewhere in the sheets, but I don't care, because all I can focus on is getting his boxers off. I pull him closer until he's on top of me, and he eases between my legs. "You're taking them pills?" he whispers. It's become part of our ritual, something he always asks me before we have sex. It's never made me hesitate before. I always answer, then get right down to business. This time, however, it makes me freeze under him. He pulls back, and his eyes meet mine. What? Shit. I turn my head away and close my eyes. Vivian? The words get lost, and I roll out from under him. Pulling the blanket up to my chin, I'm shivering all over again. Axl scoots up next to me and turns my head toward his eyes searching mine for answers. "What is it?" "Hadley," I whisper. "She's pregnant." "Shit." "Yeah." We lapse into silence, and all I can think about is Hadley, whether or not she's okay, where she might be, and if we'll ever see her again, what she'll do about the baby if she makes it back to us, what she'll do about it if she doesn't. "Do you think she's okay?" I say, staring into a dark corner of the room like I'm waiting for a monster to appear. "I told you, I'd bet money on Hadley. Money's useless now. Then I'd bet ammo, fuel, something like that. She's a survivor." Axl pulls me against him, cradling me in his arms until I feel like I don't have anything to worry about, like there's no danger in the world and no one will ever try to come and take this moment from us. It isn't true, but I do my best to pretend it is. "What would we do?" I whisper against his chest. "If I were to get pregnant?" He lets out a long sigh, and I squeeze my eyes shut. Condoms and birth control pills aside, it's always a possibility, and we know it. We've always known, but we've never talked about it. I never even let myself consider the possibility before I found that test. Now, it seems to be on my mind all the time. I know the world's a mess, and there ain't a whole lot to hope for these days, but I wouldn't be sorry. It'd be our baby. I love you, and having a family with you couldn't be a bad thing." "Wouldn't you be scared?" "Only of losing you." I squeeze my eyes shut and move my face up until we're kissing again. It only takes a few seconds until we're right back where we were, and this time, I don't stop him. Chapter 14. Vivian. When I open my eyes, the room is still cloaked in shadows. Light streams in through holes in the blinds, but it's faint and golden tinted. As usual, Axl is already gone. The once warm sheets now feel like ice, and I can see my breath when I exhale. When I crawl out of bed, I have to scurry for my clothes because I'm shivering within 5 seconds of my feet touching the floor. I step out into the hall, and my stomach growls. The greasy scent of bacon drifts through the house, faint but still welcoming, and suddenly I feel like I'm facing a long-lost friend. The smell has to be my imagination, though. No way we got lucky enough to find a walled-in neighborhood and bacon. In the kitchen, I find Brady standing on a stool, cooking eggs over a propane camp stove. The eggs are real, not the powdered ones we've been living on for the past few weeks. My stomach rumbles and my mouth fills with saliva, and I have to fight the urge to lick my lips. I never thought we'd have the luxury of scrambled eggs again. "Where did you get eggs?" I ask, my feet moving closer to the heavenly smell on their own. Brady looks up from the frying pan and smiles. "I had the good fortune of coming across some chickens a week ago. Had a hell of a time catching them, but it was worth it. I turned them loose in the neighbor's garage. Figured they wouldn't need it anymore." "I could kiss you," I reply, returning his smile. Brady's grin grows wider as he turns back to the skillet, not saying anything. "Them chickens is a good start," Axl says, crossing the room with a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. He kisses me on the cheek, and I lean against him. I'm having a very Leave It to Beaver moment that does not fit with this reality at all. "Be good to find some other animals, too." Angus practically yells from across the kitchen where he sits at the small dining table. "Cow would be good, or even a goat. Give us some milk." "I know of a few farms not too far from here," Brady says. "Who knows what's left, though? Even if there are still living animals, we'll have to worry about getting them here. I had enough trouble with the chickens. I can't imagine trying to wrangle goats." "You just let the grown-ups worry about that," Angus mutters. I roll my eyes as I pull away from Axl. I need coffee. "Parvati still asleep?" I ask, looking around while pouring myself a cup from the waiting carafe. "Rambo's out shooting," Angus says. "Said to get her when we're ready to go. She don't want no breakfast, I guess." Brady turns the propane off and picks up the skillet, then skillfully climbs down from the stool. He divides the eggs evenly between 4 plates, right beside the 2 slices of bacon already laid out. It's the pre-cooked kind, but I'm glad to have it. I'm thankful for anything we can get at this point. "Dig in," Brady says, waving his hand toward the eggs. He doesn't have to tell me twice. When I take the first bite, I swear my knees almost give out. "I think this is the best thing I've ever tasted. Thank you." "It's my pleasure," Brady says, beaming at me from behind his own fork. For about 30 seconds, the room is filled with nothing but the smell of food and the sounds of chewing. But it doesn't last. As much as I'd love to relax and enjoy my food, we need to get down to business, and Axl isn't going to let us forget. "I want to head out soon." "I'm assuming you'll want a big vehicle?" Brady says. "An SUV?" "If you got it." Axl chews slowly like he's savoring it. I, on the other hand, am shoveling it in. Brady nods, then shoves one final forkful of food into his mouth, chewing as he stacks the dirty dishes neatly in the sink. Once he's swallowed, he says, "I have one all gassed up." "Why the hell were you out on foot if you got a car?" Angus asks. "Because I am more discreet and draw less attention when I'm on foot, and this area's been quiet. I wanted to save the gas for winter. Hiking through snow isn't my idea of a good time." Brady rolls his eyes like all of this is obvious, and Angus is a moron for not thinking of it. Angus grunts and pushes the chair away from the table. "Let's get a move on." We get a different view of the area on our way back to Millersville, but there still isn't much around. Brady's neighborhood seems to be the last one for miles. We pass a few houses set far back from the road and surrounded by lots of land, and a nursery now overrun with weeds, but mostly just empty fields. Everything is covered in a thin layer of snow. Less than an inch, but enough to let us know winter will be in full swing before we know it. We need to get settled, and soon. What took us all day the first time takes less than 15 minutes in the car. We roll into Millersville from the opposite direction than we did the first time, meaning we're going to have to drive through it to get the Sam's truck. Only The town looks a hell of a lot different than it did when we left, and it's not just the snow. Now, there are zombies everywhere. Shit, Axl mutters, slowing the SUV to a stop and ringing the steering wheel as we all stare out at the mass of dead in front of us. Them bastards weren't here when we left. They've been moving in groups, Brady says from the back seat. We're about a block from the post office, and the street is packed full of bodies, which is going to make it tough for us to get through in the SUV, let alone get everyone out of the post office. And we still have to get the Sam's truck. Axl swears when the zombies notice us and head our way, staggering through the snow. It may be my imagination, but they seem to be slower than before. Maybe we were right to come up here after all. Maybe the cold will help slow them down, kill them even. A girl can dream. There's a hell of a lot of them, Axl mutters. Hell is empty, and all the devils are here, Brady mumbles. I twist my whole body around until I'm facing Brady. Angus is staring at the man like he's lost his mind, and Parvati, who sits in the middle, has a similar expression on her face. It's the most emotion she's shown in a while, but I can't blame her. I have no clue where the hell that came from. Brady's eyes meet mine, and he shrugs. Shakespeare. Maybe something more upbeat would be better? The path to paradise begins in hell. I blink, and he shrugs again, then looks away. I was a professor of literature for 15 years. Old habits die hard, I guess. Unless you got a quote that'll kill us some zombies, shut the fuck up, Angus mutters. Both of you shut up, Axl snaps. I'm gonna drive through. We gotta get the Sam's truck first anyways, so we might as well just go. Then we're gonna have to come up with a plan. He hits the gas before any of us can respond, and I turn back to face the front, just as the SUV slams into the zombies blocking our way. The things go flying, knocking down some behind them. There are more, though. There are always more. Axl doesn't ease off the gas, and I bounce in my seat as we roll over the bodies. Luckily, by the time we reach the other side of town, the horde has thinned out. They run after us, but Axl is driving too fast for them. They'll never be able to catch up. Not that it will help us later. We're going to have to come back to get everyone, and then we're going to be in trouble. We find the Sam's truck right where we left it, and Axl pulls to a stop behind it. No one has said a word since we left town. If they're half as freaked out by the massive bodies we just rolled through as I am, they probably don't know what to say at this point. Let's get her gassed up, Angus says, after a few seconds of silence, throwing the back door open. Then we can get a plan together. Axl and Angus get busy lugging gas cans out of the back of the SUV, while Parvati and I keep watch, just to make sure none of the zombies followed us out of town. It doesn't take the men long, and in no time the truck is gassed up and ready to go. Then we all just kind of stand around, staring at each other, waiting for someone to come up with an idea that won't get one of us killed. We're going to have to try and lead them away in the SUV, Parvati says quietly, her voice as emotionless as always. It's the only way. Okay, but everyone in the post office needs to be ready for us, I point out. It's not like we're going to have a lot of time or anything. We need them to be at the door waiting when we pull that truck up, which means someone is going to have to go there on foot and let them know we're on the way. No one talks as we let that sink in. Angus spits, then takes a deep breath. I'll do it. He starts to move, but Axl grabs his arm. Hell no, there's gotta be another way. There ain't, and you know it. Angus jerks his arm out of his brother's grasp, then spits again, looking us all over. Who else is gonna do it? You gotta drive that truck, and I know you ain't gonna let Blondie out of your sight. Rambo is good with her bow, but that ain't gonna do nobody no good up close. Then we've got this guy over here who probably couldn't outrun a snail with them little legs. It's me or nothing." Brady's face scrunches up, and I can sense a fight coming on, so I step between the two men. Angus is right. I don't have a problem being the one to do it, but we all know how that's going to end. He really is our only option. I glance toward Brady. Sorry. He holds his hand up and steps back. No need to apologize. Axl stares at the ground for a few seconds, then swears. When he looks up, his mouth turns down, and the little scar on his chin puckers. There ain't another way. There ain't. Angus heads for the back of the truck, and this time Axl doesn't stop him. "I'm gonna need every long-sleeve shirt we can find, and gloves. I want to make sure them bastards can't sink their teeth into me." Angus pulls himself inside, and Axl goes over to help. I lean against the truck and let out a sigh. Eventually, I'll get used to having to jump through hoops for everything we do. Right? "Don't look so worried," Brady says. "If we're lucky, they'll take one sniff and think he's one of them." I snort and turn my head so I'm facing him, but I have to look down. It still amazes me how strong this man is. He should have been one of the first people out. Sorry Angus is such an ass. If it makes you feel any better, he's an ass to pretty much everyone. Brady runs his hand through his shaggy hair, shaking his head. "Ah, well, I figured it didn't have that much to do with my size. I'm used to it, but with everything else going on, short jokes weren't something I thought I'd have to worry about. Doesn't matter. The way I see it, between the two of us, we make a whole man." I shake my head so he knows I don't have a clue what he's talking about. Most of the stuff that comes out of Brady's mouth goes right over my head. Ironically. The corner of his mouth turns up. You know, because I'm a half man and he's a half wit. I laugh before I can stop myself, then clamp my hand over my mouth. It was too loud, but I couldn't help it. Brady may have me confused half the time, but the other half I'm laughing. It's nice to have something to laugh about, even if it is only Angus's shortcomings. "How long do we wait?" I ask, shuffling my feet through the snow. My body is buzzing with nervous energy, and I'm finding it difficult to stay still. Even the thought of losing Angus has me on edge, and it only has a little to do with how hard it would be on Axl. I guess I've come to actually like the guy? Hard to believe. Angus pulls a third shirt over his head, then looks us over. "Dopey and Rambo will drop me at the edge of town. Then I'll cut down the back road, the one that comes right up behind the post office. If I'm lucky, there won't be many back that way. You gotta give me time to get there, tell everybody what's happening, and get our shit together." He purses his lips as he jerks on a pair of leather gloves. 20 minutes ought to do it. Don't want to wait too long, or the ones that follow these guys out of town might get bored and come back. "I'm gonna back that truck up to the post office door," Axl says. "It'll be open, and we'll do our best to hold 'em off, but you gotta get out of there fast. Don't you worry about me." Angus slaps Axl on the shoulder and turns to Parvati. He doesn't even acknowledge Brady. "You drive through town real slow, and be sure you honk that horn. Get them bastards moving away from the post office." "We'll take care of it," Parvati says, nodding. Brady is wringing his hands, and his eyes are wide. He can't seem to hold still either, like he's full of nervous energy. I can't help wondering if this is the first time he's ever faced a big group like this. He's been hiding behind that fence, which has kept him alive, but he hasn't had to fight to live yet. "We'll see you on the other side of town," Brady says, looking at Axl, then me. Be careful." He gives us a stiff nod, then heads to the SUV. Parvati climbs in the driver's seat, and Angus in the back. My whole body is tense as I watch them drive away. I'm not sure if I'll ever get used to the fact that every time someone leaves, I may never see them alive again. Axl puts his arm around me. "We just gotta get everybody back to Brady's house. Then we'll be safe. For real this time." You don't have to lie to me, you know. There's no guarantee Brady's place is safe. Look at what happened with the shelter. That was out in the middle of nowhere and built specifically for a post-apocalyptic world. A lot of good that did us. I don't mean for the words to come out as bitter as they do, but Axl barely reacts. He gives me a brief squeeze, then his arm falls away and he heads for the truck. I'm left feeling cold and alone, and there's a sadness in me I haven't felt since Emily died. It probably has to do with Hadley. Damn it, Hadley. Why the hell did you have to go and disappear? I exhale as much of the tension as I can, then jog to the truck, pulling myself into the cab where Axl is already sitting, waiting for me. "What about Hadley and John?" I ask as I slam the door shut. "We left that note for them at the hot spring. They're going to come here looking for us. We have to warn them, or tell them where to go or something." Axl exhales slowly. "What are we going to tell them? If we leave an address on the road, somebody might see it and come looking for us. What if they ain't friendly?" He's right. Damn it. Axl twists in his seat until he's facing me, and his gray eyes search mine. I reach out and touch the little scar on his chin. It may hold bad memories for him, but I love this scar. It reminds me of him, how he's been beaten and bruised, but he's healed. He's stronger now than he ever was before all this started. "We gotta consider they didn't make it." Don't say that, Axl. You yourself said she was a fighter. I know, but we gotta be real about this. But we can't just walk away, I whisper. Not when there could be a chance. Axl nods, then turns back to face the front. He puts the truck in gear and eases it into reverse. "We'll try and leave 'em a trail to follow. That's about all we can do." I squeeze my eyes shut as he backs the truck out of the forest. Thank you. When the truck is on the road, Axl puts it in park and leans down. He digs under the seat until he finds a can of spray paint, then shoves the door open and hops out. The ground is covered in snow, but there's no way he'll be able to leave a message on the road. I scoot over so I can see what he's doing through the driver's side window and watch him spray an orange arrow on a tree. It's pointing toward the town. He climbs back in and kicks his feet so the snow falls off, then tosses the can on the seat next to me. "What are you doing? You're leading them into town. It's overrun." "We got no other option. We're gonna have to leave arrows for them and hope they can make it through." He puts the truck into gear. "I'm sorry." I sit back against the seat, suddenly feeling defeated and lost. You're right. I know you are. Doesn't mean I don't feel like shit about the whole thing. I load guns and organize weapons as Axl drives toward town. The tracks the SUV left in the snow are distorted, thanks to the dozens of bodies staggering after it. Not all of the zombies took the bait, though. There are still plenty left roaming the main street when we roll in. "You ready?" Axl asks. I nod as I roll down my window, then climb up so the top half of my body is hanging out. It reminds me of San Francisco, back when all this first started. I hung out of the window like this when we saved Mitchell from a horde. He was supposed to be the answer to our prayers. Things didn't turn out exactly the way we'd hoped they would, though. "Should I start shooting them now?" I yell down to Axl. "Might as well. They already know we're here." Good point. I aim for the skull of the body closest to the post office and squeeze the trigger. The gunshot echoes through the air, and the monster's head pops like a balloon. Black ooze sprays everywhere, but I don't look at it long enough for it to really affect me. Instead, I turn and focus on the next one. A putrid thing that doesn't even look like it should be able to stand, let alone walk. His movements are jerky and so slow, it barely feels like I'm aiming at a moving target. I pull the trigger, and he goes down, so I move on to the next one. 5 are on the ground before Axl slows to a stop. "Backing up," he yells. "Hold on." I grip the top of the truck as he eases the thing back, getting as close to the post office as he can. Bodies move toward us, groaning like every move they make hurts. There are at least 24 of them. So many, we could easily lose a couple people if we're not careful. I don't want to lose anyone else. Not today. Axl puts the truck in park, and I pull myself out of the window, then scramble through the ice and snow onto the roof. I can hear him swearing at me from out here, but I don't care. I want to be sure I have a good vantage point to take these bastards out. I pull the trigger, and another gunshot echoes through the air. Behind me, the post office door flies open, and Angus starts screaming for people to move. Axl shoots from his side of the truck as people rush out of the building at our backs. But no matter how many zombies we take out, more come. Dozens of them, pouring out from between houses and alleys, hurrying toward the sound of gunfire. "Angus!" I scream. "We have to move!" "Almost done!" he yells back. I fire again, then twist to the side, hoping to get a glimpse of what's going on at the back of the truck so I can get an idea of how soon we'll be ready to leave. But the sight of the horde coming down the street toward us makes me freeze. There are so many. It's like all the zombies that followed the SUV are coming back, and they've brought friends. "Axl!" I scream as I turn and slide down the front of the truck, over the windshield and hood. My feet hit the ground, and I stumble through the snow, almost falling. Somehow I manage to keep myself upright. A zombie lurches toward me, but I kick him away. He falls back and slams into the bodies behind him as I rush around the side of the truck to Axl, my feet slipping on the icy ground. "They're coming!" I yell. Axl hangs half out of his window, and when I point down the street, he has to pull himself up so he can get a good look. His face gets whiter than the snow. He pulls himself back inside, then shoves the door open and slides out, dropping to the ground next to me. "Get in!" he screams, pushing me toward the truck. He takes off toward the back as more zombies head our way. I ignore him and hold my ground, firing into the advancing dead. My gun clicks, and I drop the clip, then slam in another. My hands shake from the cold and the tension, and my face is covered in sweat. I fire again and again and again, and heads explode. Zombies scream and fall and stumble toward us, cutting through the black-splattered snow. No matter how many fall, it isn't enough. There are so many it makes my head spin. "Axl!" The door slams at the back of the truck, but I can't look away for even a second to see what's going on. Someone else fires, and footsteps pound toward me. I squeeze the trigger again, my arms aching from holding them up. But I can't stop, can't move. Axl runs up beside me and shoves me toward the truck. "Inside!" I don't ignore him this time. I pull myself in and slide across the seat, and he climbs in after me. I feel like I'm on the verge of hyperventilating. The passenger window is still down, and I move to roll it up as Axl throws the truck into gear. The wheels spin on the icy street before lurching forward, and I'm tossed away from the window. I have to pull myself across the seat so I can get back to it and roll the thing up. It's still half down when a zombie climbs onto the side of the truck. He shoves his rotten face through the opening and screams, then gropes at me. I lean back and slam my foot into his face. My heel squishes into his nose, spraying black blood everywhere, and he moans, but doesn't let go. I kick harder as black ooze splatters the inside of the cab. He screams, and I kick harder, over and over, and by the time he finally falls, the inside of the truck is covered with black goo and smells like a rotting corpse. "Hold on," Axl yells. I roll the window up the rest of the way and jerk my seatbelt on just as Axl stomps down on the gas. The truck's engine roars like a lion, and I'm slammed back in my seat as we speed down the road. The horde in front of us is so massive, it looks like a wall. We crash into it, and bodies go flying. They smash against the windshield and hood. The side view mirror is ripped off. The window next to Axl shatters, raining glass down on him. He doesn't slow for even a second. By the time we make it out of town, the front of the truck is splattered with black goo. The windshield is cracked, and driver's side window is gone completely. But we're alive. "Tell me everyone made it out," I say, gripping my seat for dear life. Axl's hands tighten on the steering wheel, turning his knuckles white. He doesn't look away from the road. "We got everybody. Thank God." The SUV comes into view less than 2 miles outside town. Parvati stands next to the driver's side with her arms crossed, leaning against the door like she doesn't have a care in the world. But Brady is pacing through the snow. He stops when we get close, and a relieved smile spreads across his face. Axl pulls up alongside them, and he barely has the truck in park when I have the door shoved open. "You made it," Brady says, the words coming out like a sigh of relief. I hop down and let out a deep breath, but my shoulders are still tense. "Yeah, it was pretty bad, but we all made it." Parvati nods when our eyes meet, but other than that, there's no indication she's happy about getting our friends out. She's become hardened, cold and distant even. She's an asset to the group when it comes to defending camp and pitching in, but I'm not sure if she has any real desire to live. It almost feels like she's just biding her time until it's her turn to die, not trying to keep going. I turn away from her when my insides constrict painfully, unable to think about losing Parvati. We've been together since the beginning. I'm just not sure I could take a loss like that. I want to say hi to everyone, then we can move on. I jerk my head to the back of the truck, and Brady nods. Axl is already back there, and he's just shoved the door open when I round the back of the truck. Light floods into the Sam's truck, and someone yelps, but no one moves. They all look shell-shocked. When I pull myself inside, Al and Lila are the first people I come to. Something about the strained expressions on their faces makes me stop. No one has said a word, and it has me on edge. I feel like we missed something bad. "How are you guys doing?" Al shakes his head, and Lila turns her face into his chest, her shoulders shaking slightly. "Jake didn't make it." My whole body jerks from the impact of his words. I shake my head as my eyes fill with tears. I can't believe it. What? No. This wasn't supposed to be what happened. We weren't supposed to lose children like this, not from something so small. Not when there are so many horrible things we could encounter. Plus, Axl told me everyone made it. He lied to me, which makes this all so much worse to take in. Maybe he was just trying to cushion the blow, but I hate that he couldn't be honest with me, that he gave me hope when there wasn't any. But isn't that what we do every day? Cling to hope that doesn't really exist, just so we can make it through a few more hours. Axl comes up beside me just as I turn away from the teens. His hand slides across my back, and even though his lie hurt me, I lean into him. Wiping the tears from my eyes, I search the darkness for Anne and find her curled up next to Joshua. Her face is so distorted with grief, I almost don't recognize her, and Joshua isn't much better. The world has ended for them all over again. But there's something else there, too. Something I hadn't noticed until now. The way Joshua's hand strokes her head, and the way Anne's arms are wrapped around his waist. There's a closeness I didn't notice until now. "Should have told you," Axl says, drawing my attention away from Anne and Joshua's intimate moment. I turn my face into his chest, wiping my tears on his shirt, inhaling the scent of dirt and fresh air and outdoors that is so Axl. "I wish you had." Angus clears his throat, and I look up to find him cozied up to Darla. After the loss of Jake, I can't even be bitter about it. We need to cling to happiness as hard as we can, every second of every day, because the end could come at any moment. There's nothing safe anymore, nothing sure or perfect. All of those things were lost when the world ended. "We gonna head out or what?" Angus asks. Axl nods and moves to the back of the truck, his arms still wrapped around me, holding me tighter than he's ever held me before. I can feel Jake's loss in every breath my friends let out, and at this moment, I'm not sure how we're ever going to be able to recover from what was taken from us today.
Chapter 15. Hadley. When we step out of the shelter in the morning, there's almost an inch of snow on the ground. I hate snow. It's one of the reasons I was glad to leave Ohio. But one good thing about it is it's helped mask the stench. The overwhelming smell of rot that floated over the hot spring yesterday is more subtle than it was before we went to sleep. It's still there, thanks to the heat rising from the water in front of us, but it's nothing like it was. Maybe winter is a good thing. Maybe it will slow these hideous creatures down, or even kill them. Then we'll be able to start over for real. For good.
"Millersville,"
John says when we reach the road and start walking.
"That was the name of the town, right?"
Yeah. I pull my pack up higher and roll my shoulders. Every inch of my body aches from sleeping upright in that shelter. It was 20 miles or so, which will take at least 7 hours on foot. John exhales, and we both watch as his breath is carried away by the wind.
"Let me know if you need a break, okay?"
I turn to look at him, but he's staring straight ahead. It's tough to get a read on him when he won't meet my gaze, but the softness in his voice is unmistakable. He thinks he loves me, so I shouldn't be surprised. "I will," I whisper, my eyes locked on his face. John nods, and we walk in silence for a bit before falling into a nice pattern, walking and talking, revisiting our childhoods and teen years, sharing the lives that now feel like a dream, getting to know one another in a way we've never bothered to. I don't even know why we never talked like this before now. Every word out of John's mouth helps me see him in a new light, helps me understand the man he is and the man he used to be, helps ease my perception of him.
"What made you move to Hollywood?"
John asks. We've been walking for what feels like days, but has probably only been 3 hours or so, and I've already told him all about growing up in Ohio, about my parents and brother and the people I loved back in my small hometown. I guess my fame is the next logical topic. I was one of those kids, the one all the teachers and kids at school loved, the one who always had to be the center of attention. Everyone flocked to me, and all I heard my whole life was how great I was, how pretty and talented and smart. Having people tell me I should be an actress or a model became a normal thing. And I heard it so much I started to believe it. I pause and look at John, shrugging while I roll my eyes. He's hanging on my every word, staring at me like I'm spouting the most unique and beautiful poem he's ever heard. Being adored is addictive, and I started to believe I deserved it, that people owed it to me. I couldn't see my future as anything else.
Well, you got what you wanted,
he says, giving me an adorable grin. When I laugh, the sound feels foreign on my lips, wrong almost. But it's genuine. Eventually, yes. But there were a couple hard years where I felt like I couldn't catch a break. No one would give me the time of day. When I auditioned for Zombie World, I actually went in for a small part. The casting director saw something in me and offered me the lead.
And the rest is history,
John says. I laugh again. In so many ways. We laugh together, and it's nice. Relaxing and friendly. John shakes his head and looks away from me, his eyes turning toward the road, then down. The smile melts off his lips. I follow his gaze, and my heart stutters, almost stopping, then jumps into a rhythm much faster than normal. The snow covering the street in front of us has been disturbed. Long lines cut through the white dust, coming out of the woods to our left and continuing down the road, as if dozens of bodies staggered this way.
The tracks are recent,
John says.
They haven't been disturbed and the wind hasn't blown them away.
When? I ask, trying to hold the panic in. It isn't easy to remain calm, not when our friends are somewhere at the end of this road, possibly in danger. How long ago? John runs his hand down his face.
It's hard to tell.
I start walking faster. We have to move.
What exactly do you think we can do about this?
John asks, jogging to catch up with me. It's irrational, and I know it, but I can't make myself stop. I don't know, I call, pumping my legs faster. I just know I have to get there. I have to know what happened. If everyone is okay. John nods, and we fall silent as we jog down the street. My calves ache, and my body is heavy with exhaustion, and I have no idea how long I'm going to be able to keep this pace. But I know I have to try. That group is all we have left. Maybe all we'll ever have. I'm huffing when I see movement out of the corner of my eye. My feet slide across the icy road as I twist to see what it is, and my body slams into John. He reaches out to steady me, but I jerk away when a zombie breaks through the trees, charging toward us. "Shit!" I scream, trying to shove John's hands away from me as I raise my gun. "Hadley!" he calls, yanking me behind him, putting his body between me and the zombie. He raises his gun, his arm steady as he takes aim. A split second later, a gunshot echoes through the sky. The top of the zombie's head is ripped away, and black goo rains down, sprinkling the white snow at our feet. The thing drops to the ground, but I've barely let out a sigh of relief when more pour out of the woods behind him, staggering our way with their arms raised, their snarls and grunts making every hair on my flesh stand at attention. The creature's putrid skin is coated in a layer of ice, and the black goo that usually pours from their bodies has frozen to their skin. "Damn it!" John calls, aiming for another zombie as he walks backward, trying to keep me behind him. I shove John's hand out of my way and step forward so I can get a good shot. They may be moving slower than before, but there are still too many for him to take care of on his own. "I've got the ones on the left," I call, squeezing my trigger. The zombie jerks back when my bullet enters his temple. He drops to the ground, and the one next to him follows when John pulls the trigger. We take aim again, and gunshots ring through the air as together we fire into the horde. I get one in the neck, and he goes down less than a foot in front of me. My bullet doesn't stop him for long, though. The bastard drags himself forward just enough to get a good grip on my ankle. He pulls, and my feet slide out from under me. When I throw my hands back to brace myself, my gun drops into the snow. My body slams into the icy ground, and pain radiates through my elbows and ass, forcing a scream out of me. Shit! John looks back and forth between me and the charging zombie as he fires. Hadley, hold on! He shoots the final zombie still standing, then rushes my way. John may be 3 feet from me, but it feels like there are miles of space between us as I kick at the zombie's face and scramble for my knife. My heel makes contact with the thing's chin, and the sickening sound of breaking bone cuts through the chaos when his jaw snaps. The dead man still doesn't release my ankle. John grabs the thing's tattered shirt and yanks him off me. The zombie flies back, landing on top of the bodies already piled on the road. He moans and tries to pull himself back up, but John is too fast. He raises his gun, pulls the trigger, and blows the zombie's head off. I'm still on the ground, trying to catch my breath, when John turns to face me. Are you okay? I'm shaking when I pull myself to my feet, but I manage to get out a nod. My pants are coated in snow, and my legs are covered in goosebumps, and I'm positive pretty soon I'll be shivering. But I'm alive. I'm okay, I say. Thank you. John swallows as his green eyes hold mine. I hope our baby has his eyes. The thought pops into my brain so suddenly it makes my head spin. It's ridiculous, of course. I don't even know if this baby is his. Still, the desire is there, to see a little version of John toddle around while I watch, with John at my side. What a load of bullshit. I tear my eyes away from John's when the unsettling ache in my chest makes breathing hurt. They look frozen. I kick one of the bodies with the toe of my boot, and I swear its skin crunches. It's like they're covered in ice.
It seems to be masking the smell, which is probably why they caught us off guard, John says. Slowed them down a little, too.
You think it will kill them? For once, I'm the one asking him questions, and the look he shoots my way tells me the novelty isn't lost on him.
We can only hope.
It's impossible to say exactly how long we've been walking since I threw my watch out weeks ago, but it feels like it's been days by the time we see the first sign for Millersville.
1 more mile, John says. Can you make it?
Do I have a choice? I reply, the words coming out like a sigh. He grabs my hand, giving it a little squeeze.
Come on, we can do it together.
Something about those words makes my throat tighten until it feels like it's going to close. I squeeze his hand in return and focus on putting one foot in front of the other. My calves throb, and part of me wants to collapse right here in the middle of the road. Now that we're close, I'm not sure I want to know what happened to our friends. The tracks we've been following for the last few hours become obscured by different ones. Bigger ones that roll over the staggered footprints like they're trying to crush the pack of zombies that dragged their way down this road. John stops and kicks the snow next to the tire track.
Looks like a big truck.
My heart goes into a thump-thump-thump rhythm that reminds me of a drum. The Sam's truck? He shrugs, but his eyes light up when he says,
Could be.
We pick up the pace again, jogging as fast as our worn-out bodies will let us. My breathing is shallow and uneven, and my legs heavy. But I want to get there as fast as I can, to find out if our friends are dead or alive. When the first few houses come into view, there's nothing happy about the sight. The streets are clogged with zombies, and it makes my knees weaken. John swears as he pulls me off the road toward the woods. I stumble down the slight incline, tripping over my own feet as I attempt to find level ground through the thick layer of snow. We duck into the forest and don't stop moving until we're about 15 feet in. John doesn't let go of my hand, and he doesn't stop pulling, but he's there to keep me from falling when my feet trip over branches and rocks too covered to see. "Now what?" I ask when we finally come to a rest behind a small group of trees. John rubs his eyes and shakes his head.
"I don't know."
"They can't be there, can they? Not with a horde that big?"
"If they are, they're trapped."
Trapped. I hate thinking our friends are stuffed into a building with no way to escape, but I also don't think there's much John and I can do about it. We're only 2 people. We don't stand a chance against a horde that big. "Can we do anything?" I ask anyway. John slumps against a tree trunk and stares at the ground.
"I don't know what to do, Hadley. You know going in there is going to be a huge risk, but we don't have anywhere else to go."
He's right. It's late afternoon, and we've reached the point where we need to start thinking about shelter. It's too cold to sleep on the side of the road, even if it was safe, which it isn't. We can try to get into the first house. It looks like the zombies are the thickest in the center of town. Maybe if we hang out for a night, they will have thinned out by the morning. If we're quiet, the dead may not even notice us. John nods, even though he looks like he thinks it's a phenomenally bad idea.
"I don't see any other way. We'll freeze if we stay out here tonight, and by the looks of those clouds, I wouldn't be surprised if we got more snow."
I turn my face toward the gray, puffy clouds floating above us. They look menacing, and if this were summer or fall or spring, I'd assume a big storm was rolling in. But it's winter, and it's way too cold for rain. Then let's do it. No point in waiting. We stick to the woods, picking our way through the trees and bushes and fallen branches as quietly as possible. Within 5 minutes, the trees have started to thin, and a few minutes later we catch sight of the first house. We're at the back, and the yard is surrounded by a rusty metal chain-link fence. Climbing that thing isn't going to be quiet. John stops at the edge of the trees and crouches down, pulling me with him. "Think we can make it in through the back?" I whisper. John nods as he leans forward, looking around for any sign of the dead.
"It's clear back here. I don't know why, but they seem to be sticking to the main road."
"Well, that's good news for us."
"Yeah. You go first. Climb the fence as quietly as possible, and I'll be right behind you."
I nod and, without hesitating, scramble out of the woods toward the yard. The fence only goes up to the middle of my stomach, but I'm still going to need to climb it to get over. I tuck my gun in my belt when I reach the thing and grab the top. The toes of my boots barely fit in the holes, but I manage to get a good enough footing to pull myself up. The whole thing shakes, and my heart pounds when the links clatter against the metal poles. I don't even pause to look around, though. I throw one leg over, then the other, and once I'm on top, I jump off the fence and into the yard. The newly fallen snow puffs up around me as I stumble forward, nearly falling on my face, but I manage to keep myself upright by continuing forward. When I reach the back door, I take a quick look over my shoulder to make sure John is right behind me. He's halfway over the fence, and still none of the dead are in sight. We might end up being okay. I turn back to the house to find the door already open. Just a crack, but it's enough to have me on edge. I duck to the side and pull my gun while I wait for John to catch up.
"What is it?"
he asks when he runs up beside me. I tilt my head toward the door and he pulls his knife. Good idea. Guns will be too loud. A knife is what we need right now.
"Ready?"
he whispers, waiting for me to switch weapons. I nod, and when he pushes the door open, my whole body goes rigid. We wait a few seconds, listening for any noise. Something moves inside, but it's impossible to tell what it is or what it's doing or if it's dangerous.
"Let's go,"
John whispers.
"Nice and slow."
Got it. He eases inside, and I'm right on his heels. The air is stuffy and thick with dust, but no scent of death, which is a good sign. Plus, the empty feeling in the house reminds me of a cave. After only 2 steps, another sound cuts through the silence. Once again, it's impossible to tell what it is, but for some reason it reminds me of pans clanging together. We pass a small laundry room before stepping quietly into the kitchen, where we both freeze. Someone is crouched down in front of us, digging through the cabinets. They don't turn, so whoever it is obviously didn't hear us come in. They're wearing a big army green parka with the hood up, making it impossible to figure out their size or age or even their sex. The unknown has me feeling like my muscles are coated in a layer of glue. John digs his teeth into his lip like he isn't sure what to do. The person moves but doesn't get up, and John steps in front of me. He puts his knife away, then pulls out his gun. When he aims it at the person, I grab his arm, but he brushes me off. What the hell is he doing? John clears his throat, and the person's body goes stiff. "I have a gun aimed at you," he says, his voice low and hard, reminding me of the man who captured me in Vegas not that long ago. "Don't make any sudden movements. I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I feel like you're a threat. Stand up real slow, then turn around with your arms raised. Don't reach for a weapon." The person doesn't respond. Their hands go up as they stand, then slowly turn to face us. It's a girl. A teenager. She can't be more than 17, and she's small, shorter than me and just as skinny. Her blue eyes look huge in her thin face, and her pale skin is covered in freckles. I can only see a few strands of hair sticking out from the hood of the parka, but it looks red. Carrot red. "Please don't hurt me," she whispers, her bottom lip trembling slightly with the words. John's shoulders relax, and he lowers his gun. "I'm not going to hurt you." The girl doesn't put her hands down, and her wide eyes go back and forth between John and me, like she's waiting for one of us to attack her. "You're okay," I say, stepping around John with my hands up, trying to calm her. "We had to take precautions, that's all. You can put your hands down." She lowers her arms to her sides, but doesn't move, like she's afraid we'll change our minds and shoot her if she starts walking. "What's your name?" John asks, sticking his gun in the waistband of his pants. "Gretchen?" "I'm John, and this is Hadley." The girl's eyes move over John, then go to me. They narrow on my face. "You're Hadley Lucas." My entire body jerks back. Being recognized after everything that's happened feels weird and wrong, and so out of place I can't even wrap my brain around it. Most of the time I don't even feel like I'm that person anymore. "I am," I say after a pause so long it makes Gretchen shuffle her feet. "What are you doing here?" she asks. "Surviving." "Same as you." She shakes her head and her body slumps against the counter. The parka looks like it was made for a full-grown man, not this waif in front of me. It swallows her, somehow making her seem smaller and younger than she is, like she's playing dress-up in her dad's clothes. "Somehow, I thought people like you would have been spared from all this," she says, staring at the ground. "I don't know why, really. It doesn't make much sense, but it's how I've pictured things. That somewhere out there was a group of rich people who managed to buy their way out of this disaster." I wonder if she has any idea how much that statement gives away about her. "Where are you from, Gretchen?" John asks. She shrugs, still staring at the floor. "Around. I never really had a home." "You were in foster care?" I ask, trying to size her up. It's obvious she had it rough even before all this, that she resented wealthy people or someone very close to her did. She was taught people with money had everything handed to them, that they didn't have any real problems. Gretchen shakes her head and finally pulls the hood down so we can get a good look at her. Now that it's away from her face, I can see exactly how pretty she is. There's a freshness about her you can't fake, especially these days. "My family moved around a lot. We lived down south in Alabama, then moved to Wyoming for a while. My dad had a tough time keeping work, and every time things went bad, he wanted to pick up and move. He always blamed his problems on the people he worked for. Couldn't take responsibility for anything. She shrugs like she wants us to know she thinks it's nonsense. Doesn't matter now. Mom and Dad are gone. So are all those people he blamed for his problems. I'm sorry, I say before I can stop myself. It's a hard habit to break, telling someone you're sorry for the things they've lost. But it seems idiotic in this new reality. If we did that, we'd spend most of our time apologizing to each other. We've all lost. Gretchen shrugs again, then pushes her hair out of her face. She crosses her arms and looks us over like she's waiting to see what's going to happen next. I don't even know what we're going to do, so I don't know what to tell her. You're alone? John asks. Yep. Have been since Mom and Dad died. We'd just moved to Colorado and I didn't know anyone. My stomach rumbles and I'm reminded I haven't eaten in a couple days. I look around the kitchen at the open cabinets and at Gretchen leaning up against them. Were you here looking for food? Yeah. It's been a while or I wouldn't have stopped. Not with how overrun this town is. Did you find anything? I ask hopefully. Gretchen shakes her head. Of course. We stand quietly in the middle of the bare kitchen. There isn't much to say. We're all hungry and cold and surrounded by zombies, and we don't have the faintest idea where to go. Where are you guys headed? Gretchen asks, but I'm too exhausted to look up at her. John puts his arm around me like he can sense I've reached the end of my energy level.
Why don't we head out into the living room? We can at least sit down.
I nod, and Gretchen must think it's a decent idea, because she starts walking. John follows her, leading me to the living room with his hand on my lower back. Even through all these layers of clothes, I can feel his body heat. And, for the first time since all this shit began, something stirs in me. Not desire or lust or anything even remotely sexual. I'm too bone-tired for that. But something I can't even remember the name of. I lower myself onto the couch and John sits next to me. So close our legs touch. It helps keep me warm.
We're looking for our friends,
he says after Gretchen has taken a seat across from us.
We got separated and have been trying to catch up with them. The camp we had set up got overrun, and they left a message saying they were coming here.
I lean forward. Have you seen anyone? I don't know how long she's been here, but it's always possible she's seen something that might help us. Gretchen shakes her head, but her face scrunches up. I heard gunshots. That's what led me to the town. I was traveling through the woods, staying off the roads, and I followed the sound of gunfire. There was a lot of it. When? I ask, as dread and excitement war against each other inside me. Earlier today. At least a few hours ago. John's leaning forward now, too, and he seems to be having the same problem I am. Neither one of us wants to get our hopes up. Gunshots are good. It means they at least put up a fight. But it doesn't mean they got away.
You didn't see anything?
He asks. I snuck into town and tried to get close, but there were too many zombies. All I saw was a big truck driving away. It ran over a bunch of zombies, and they chased after it long enough for me to start searching houses for food. I exhale and sink back into the couch. They made it. At least some of them, anyway. It's a relief, even though it means John and I are screwed. We don't have a clue where to look for them. Now what? I whisper. John sits back, and I lay my head on his shoulder.
We'll figure it out. We just have to think like Axl. Figure out where they'd go.
If only it were that easy. Where were you headed? I ask Gretchen. She shrugs, but with that parka on, I can hardly see it. Nowhere. Just walking. Trying to find someone or something or somewhere that isn't like hell on earth. We lapse back into silence. After a few minutes, I close my eyes. The exhaustion of the past couple days hits me hard, and I feel myself drifting off. Whatever decision we make will have to wait. I open my eyes to darkness. I'm laid out on the couch, and there's a blanket over me, but I'm still shivering. For some reason, I attribute the cold to John's absence. The house is silent. Quiet enough it's almost easy to forget the streets were clogged with the dead when we got here. I'm alone in the living room and I don't like it, so I shove the blanket to the floor and roll off the couch. Where the hell is John? I have to feel my way through the blackness, but the second I walk into the kitchen, I know he's there. I can sense him, even though I can't distinguish his outline in the dark room. John?
I'm here. At the table.
I put my hands out in front of me as I walk toward his voice. My leg bumps into something solid and it scrapes against the floor when it moves, making a screeching sound that sends my heart into overdrive. I take another step, and my hip bone slams into what I'm assuming is the corner of the dining room table. It's sharp and sure to leave a bruise, but I keep walking. When my fingers finally brush against the smooth surface of the table, I slide my palms along the edge until John's hand wraps around my wrist. He pulls me onto his lap, and the unease I felt when I woke up is instantly gone. "What are you doing sitting in the dark like this?" I whisper. His fingertips brush across my face, moving my hair behind my ear.
Thinking. Trying to decide what to do and where to go, and how I'm going to keep you safe.
Any sudden epiphany I should be made aware of?
None.
I nod even though he can't see me. He pulls my head down so it's resting on his shoulder, cradling me in his arms. It makes me feel small and protected, and it's such a change from how I've felt about him for the past few weeks. He's really taken what I said to heart, putting himself between me and the zombies, trying to come up with a plan on his own so I don't have to worry. I like this new John. "Where's Gretchen?" I whisper.
Sleeping in the bedroom. I went to a couple houses she hadn't made it to yet, but still couldn't find any food.
He sighs, and his breath brushes against my hair.
We need to find something to eat.
I know. We sit in silence, me on his lap and him rubbing my head like I'm a kitten or a small child. It's a nice feeling after all the stress of the last few days, and it brings me to a place I didn't know could even exist anymore, a place where I feel at peace, and where I have hope. It forces my guard down long enough for the words to slip out. I'm pregnant. I didn't mean to tell him, but the second I do, I'm glad. John wraps his arms around me and hugs me until it feels like my bones are going to snap. But it's a good feeling, an old feeling I haven't experienced since I was little, and my dad would wrap me in a bear hug.
I'll be here for you.
John's mouth is pressed to my hair, and when he talks, his hot breath blows against the back of my head. I lean into him and close my eyes. You know it might not be yours.
It's mine.
My bottom lip quivers and tears spring to my eyes. I turn so I'm facing him and loop my arms around his neck. He pulls me closer, tighter, holds me and rocks me, and kisses the side of my head, and the whole time all I can think about are those 5 little words he said. They're perfect, exactly what I needed to hear. I'll be here for you. He didn't promise everything would be okay or that he'd keep us safe. He didn't tell me we'd find our group or a secure place to live. He didn't lie.
Chapter 16. Vivian. The sight of the gated community looming in the distance doesn't ease the ache in my chest as much as it should. Jake's loss feels like the rotten cherry on top of a really horrible sundae, and I'm not totally sure we'll ever be able to recover. Even with a roof over our heads and a fence surrounding us, we've lost too much. The SUV slows in front of us, and Axl eases the truck to a stop. We're silent as the passenger door to the car opens and Brady hops out. He heads to the fence to unlock it, but no one follows. Seeing him out there on his own makes me squirm uncomfortably. Someone should cover him. "Should I get out?" I say, breaking the silence. "Nah, area's clear and it won't take him long. Parvarti's right there if he needs help." I nod, but keep my eyes on Brady. The lock comes free, then the chain. He pushes the gate open, and Parvati drives through, stopping just inside to wait for Brady. Axl puts the truck in gear and pulls in after them. The second we pass through those gates, my discomfort eases. There's something else there, too. It's buried under the grief over Jake and the concern for Hadley and John, and it's just a tiny spark, but it's still present. Hope. I guess my optimism for the future hasn't been totally washed away. Not yet. Axl drives on ahead of the SUV, coming to a stop in front of Brady's house. I barely wait for him to put the truck in park before I'm out and heading to the back, anxious to show everyone this utopia we've discovered, to let them know the bad days could be behind us. The door slides up, and light floods in. Everyone is already moving around, but Al is the first one to hop out. His feet hit the ground, and he barely pauses to look around before turning to help Lila. Once she's down, the couple turns to look things over together, and the expression of awe on their faces feeds the hope inside me. Together, we can make this work. I know we can. "Holy shit," Al says, as Parvati drives up. "Look at the fence. It's like some kind of post-apocalyptic fortress. I can't believe we found this." Axl rounds the back of the truck as more people come out behind us, echoing Al's enthusiasm. The devastation they felt just a short time ago, forgotten. For the moment, anyway. Brady hops out of the SUV, grinning from ear to ear. He looks the group over with the same sharply intelligent gaze he gave us when we first met, like he can see every one of their secrets just by looking. "Welcome," he calls in a booming voice that doesn't match his stature at all. Everyone turns to face him, and a hush falls over the group. The shock they're feeling is familiar. I felt the same way when I first laid eyes on Brady. Like they don't expect someone who looks like him to be able to survive on his own. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I can't blame everyone. Survival of the fittest and all that. Brady doesn't even blink. He smiles and waves his arms toward the houses. "I'm Brady, and this is my home. I've been living alone and doing quite well, but company is always a happy thing. I'd love for all of you to come inside and get warm while we talk about what's going to happen next. I have more than enough coffee." He looks toward little Ava and smiles. "And hot chocolate." No one responds as Brady takes off toward the house, practically skipping. He hums to himself like he's hosting a holiday get-together. It's odd, but seems to fit what little I've learned of him. Parvati follows without a word, and slowly the group trickles toward the house. The door is already open by the time Axl grabs my hand and pulls me forward. Winston walks at his side, his hands shoved in his pockets and his head down. He looks even more defeated than he did yesterday. Seeing Winston this way feels ominous. He's been the solid one this whole time, never letting his doubts show, even when the rest of us were struggling. Losing Jessica may prove to be more than he can take. Inside, we all pause to remove our shoes. It's an oddly familiar thing to do, but as silly as it may seem to some of us, like Angus, who bitches the whole time he unlaces his boots, this is Brady's house. He allowed us to come here, and if he wants to keep his beige carpet clean, that's his choice. Winston doesn't follow the others to the kitchen when his shoes are off. Instead, he turns the other way, heading into what used to be one of the living rooms, alone. Axl exhales and pats me on the back. "You go ahead. I'm going to talk to Winston." "That's a good idea," I whisper. I give Axl's hand a squeeze, then raise myself up on the tips of my toes so I can kiss him. You're a good man. Axl pulls me against him, inhaling sharply. He does that a lot, like he's filling his lungs with me, like he needs me to live. I love it. I've never had anyone need me before. In true Axl style, he pulls away and follows Winston without saying a word. I head toward the kitchen, passing through the second small living room. The curtains are drawn, and Anne and Joshua are huddled together on the couch in the darkness, while everyone else seems to have followed Brady. The chatter from the kitchen is quiet, but upbeat. It doesn't fit with the soft sobs of Anne. Jake may not have been hers biologically, but she'd become his mother, and I know from experience what that loss feels like. The hole it leaves in you feels painful and empty at the same time, like a big chunk has been ripped away and the wound is exposed. It's a feeling that never goes away. I leave them to their grief and join the rest of our group in the kitchen. It may be early afternoon, but the room is still cloaked in shadows. For people who were raised in the era of electricity, the dim light takes more than a little getting used to. I haven't yet. Haven't adjusted to not being able to really see. Haven't broken myself of the habit of flipping a switch when I walk into a room. Of course, even though it feels like a lifetime ago, it's only been around 7 weeks since we had electricity. Could the world really have disappeared in such a short amount of time? Whenever I think about it too hard, the urge to scream comes over me. I'm sure one day this new world will begin to feel real, but now it feels more like hell at times. Angus steps into the kitchen and puckers his lips like he's going to spit. His eyes move to Brady, who's frowning, and then Angus walks across the room and spits into the sink. "Why the hell you using that little thing?" he asks, jerking his head toward the camp stove in front of the other man. "We're low on fuel for the generator, and this works just as well for heating up water," Brady says, frowning toward the sink Angus just spit in. "You just have to be sure to crack a window." He turns back to the pot in front of him, choosing to ignore Angus's bad habit, which is good. We've all pretty much gotten used to it by now, and if Brady wants us to stick around, he's going to have to, too. "You have a generator?" Al asks, his expression lighting up. "As in hot water?" Lila squeezes his remaining hand, and the excitement on her face matches everyone else's in the room. A buzz moves through the group. We may have bathed at the hot spring, but nothing can replace an indoor shower. Brady smiles as he pours water into the waiting mugs. "I do. The water went out for a while, but last week it came back on out of nowhere. Not sure why, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. However, as I said, fuel is low and something we should conserve. There are a lot of us, after all. I know you're all anxious to shower and get clean. The habits of Americans die hard. But I think it would be best to hold off until we discuss a few details." He pauses and glances toward Parvati, giving her a warm smile. "Would you mind grabbing the creamer again?" Parvati nods and heads to the pantry, her expression looking more stoic than usual in the middle of the excitement over showers. No one else has said a word, and I can't help wondering what they all think of Brady. He's a lot to take in, considering his size. He has a big personality if I've ever seen one. But he grows on you. Angus purses his lips and crosses his arms over his chest while he studies Brady. Darla is right behind him, her hands on his shoulders, like she's trying to comfort him. From what? I'm not sure. "What kind of details you talking about exactly?" The question comes out as a grunt. Brady looks up from making the instant coffee, meeting Angus's hard gaze unblinkingly as Parvati comes back with the creamer. She sets it on the counter next to the mugs, and Brady says, "Thank you, my dear." He never takes his eyes off Angus. Parvati nods once, then grabs a mug. Sophia follows her lead, then Al and Lila. The group moves around the kitchen quietly, seemingly unbothered by the standoff between Angus and Brady. We're all used to Angus's moods by now. "You didn't answer my question," Angus says between clenched teeth. "I want to know what details you was talking about." Brady blinks once. "Rationing, of course. Resources are limited, and it's something we need to plan for. They aren't going to be restocking the local Walmart anytime soon." Angus presses his lips together, and I can tell he's torn. He knows as well as Brady does that we need to ration our supplies. We've been doing it for weeks, so it's nothing new. But as usual, Angus is having a difficult time letting someone else have any control over what the group does. Axl comes into the kitchen with Winston right behind him. The older man's dark eyes are bloodshot and moist, but his head is up. I don't know what they talked about, but it seems to have helped a bit. He's here with the rest of us, if nothing else. "Just the man I wanted to see," Brady says, pulling his eyes away from Angus. "We were just discussing fuel for the generator and the need to ration. Your brother has wisely pointed out that replacing what little fuel we have is going to be tough, and with winter coming, we should do our best to conserve what we have. Perhaps we should work out a shower schedule of some kind." Axl nods and glances toward Angus, who's glaring at Brady like he'd just love to pummel him. The corner of Brady's mouth cocks up. Somehow, he managed to make it seem like Angus was calling the shots while making him feel like a moron at the same time. A rare but very useful talent. Axl tears his eyes away from Angus, shaking his head slightly. Someone who didn't know him very well might not notice the irritation in his eyes, but I do. He may not have been in the kitchen to witness Angus challenging Brady, but Axl isn't dumb. He only has to glance at his brother once to know it happened. Angus's body is stiff as a board, and the little vein on his forehead pulsates. "Sounds like a plan." Axl picks up a mug as he looks everyone over. "Way I see it, we don't need a bath more than once a week." There are a few groans around the room, but they're quiet. Axl doesn't even react. "We gotta think ahead. Fuel ain't gonna be easy to come by." "There's a lot to discuss over the next few days." Winston pauses to take a deep breath, almost as if talking hurts. "We have a nice setup here, but Axl pointed out a few more things we could do. Reinforce the fence, get some supplies from town, set up a lookout. All those things are more important than a hot shower, I'm sorry to say." "You got a fireplace out there, I see," Axl says, nodding his head back toward the small living room just off the kitchen. "Don't suppose it's wood burning?" "No, sorry," Brady says, frowning. "Gas. It was nice to have before all this, but quite useless now. I've considered trying to burn wood in it, but I'll be honest, I wasn't sure if I should. I'm afraid I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to that sort of thing." "Don't want to burn wood in there," Axl says. "I'd bet that chimney ain't made for it, and you'd have a house full of smoke in no time. We'd have to check it out to be sure, though." Brady nods slowly. "I was afraid of that. Keeping warm is gonna be tough, but nothing a few blankets can't fix. Getting a few kerosene heaters would be good. Had 'em growing up and they put out a lot of heat," Angus says, moving away from Darla so he can stand next to his brother. "First thing we gotta worry about is food. We're gonna have to get them MREs." Winston pulls at his beard as he looks back and forth between the brothers. "MREs? Found us a place out in the middle of nowhere," Angus says. "One of them prepper freaks must have lived there, 'cause the whole basement was packed with MREs." Brady frowns and shakes his head like he doesn't understand. I'm sure he isn't alone. Not everyone is familiar with the term. "Prepackaged meals, like the soldiers eat when deployed," I say. Understanding crosses his face, and he smiles like he's just been handed a suitcase full of cash. "A whole basement full?" "A few hundred meals down there," Axl says. "It'll help us get through winter. We just gotta get 'em and bring 'em back. Take the SUV. Brady waves his hand. Or any car for that matter. They're all ours now. We need to get 'em, but I like the idea of looking for them animals first. Them MREs ain't going nowhere. Axl replies with a nod. I want to figure out what else we need and where the closest town is. Hope Springs is about 30 miles from here. It's a small college town, but they would have the best selection. The closest town, though, is Duncan, which is where I've been going for supplies. They don't have a lot, but there's a Lowe's and a Walmart, even a Costco. The overall population was smaller than Hope Springs, so I figured it would be less overrun. You seen many people there? Brady shakes his head. No one. I'll be honest, you're the first people I've come across since this started. You haven't seen another living person this whole time? Sophia asks. Up until this point, we've all been sitting back, letting Axl and Angus and Winston gather information from Brady. Now, though, all eyes are on our new host. I have not. There was actually a part of me that was starting to wonder if I was alone. Parvati's dark eyes study Brady, but they're as unreadable as usual. Why keep going? Brady tilts his head and watches Parvati for a second before saying, Other people have never defined my life before, so why start now? Parvati's eyebrows pull together, but the admiration in her eyes is unmistakable. She nods, but doesn't say anything, and for a few seconds she and Brady just stare at each other. It's like they're having some private conversation right in front of us. I hate to interrupt, Sophia says, but what are the living arrangements going to be like? It's been a rough couple days, and I'm thinking the kids could use a nap. I'm not going to lie, it wouldn't hurt me to have one too. Brady tears his eyes away from Parvati, and his gaze moves to Sophia's round belly. He smiles, but it's sad. When can we expect a new edition? Sophia rubs her hand across her stomach. Joshua says sometime in the beginning of April. Rest is important. Brady clears his throat and looks down, focusing on the cup in front of him. Take whichever home you like, although you may want to avoid the one next door. I may have turned the garage into a chicken coop, and I'm afraid the living room is quite noisy. Thank you, Sophia says. Brady nods but doesn't look up. Axl's gaze meets mine. He shakes his head, and I shrug. Neither one of us knows what to make of Brady most of the time, and at the moment, I'm not sure I want to know. It probably has something to do with his dead wife, which is just too depressing to think about right now. We don't want to spread out too much, Axl says. Right. Winston inhales and looks the group over. These houses have 3 bedrooms? 4? Most probably 4, although the number of beds may vary. I have 2 extra rooms here. We don't need more than 2 other houses then, Winston says. The thought makes my stomach clench painfully. He's right. Our numbers are dwindling. They had a couple kids across the street in the blue house, so you and the children may want to go over there, Brady says to Sophia, before turning to Max. Those toys need someone to keep them company. Max's face lights up at the mention of toys. It's probably the first time he's smiled since Dylan was killed, and even though Ava looks like she can barely keep her eyes open, even she manages a smile. Thank you, Sophia says, getting to her feet. I'm going to head over there now and try to get them to lie down. The longer I sit here, the more exhausted I realize I am. Winston nods, and a couple people murmur goodbye as she leads the kids out, but everyone seems to be just as worn out. We could all use a really good night's sleep in a real house, a real bed. It will make us feel human again, maybe not so broken. After Sophia's disappeared with the kids, Winston looks the group over. I'll take the other room over there. Don't want to leave them unguarded. He scratches his chin. Who wants to stay where? I'm not your dad, but I think we should stay as close as possible. Parvati ends up taking the same room she had the night before, while Lila and Al head up to the one Axl and I occupied. Angus and Darla volunteer to move into the chicken house, which only leaves Anne, Joshua, Axl, and me. Thinking about living in the same house with my mom and Angus going at it in the next room makes me want to throw up. We'll take the house next to Sophia's, I say. When Hadley and John get here, they can have the other room. Winston's eyebrows shoot up, but he doesn't tell me I'm delusional. Who? Brady asks. Friends of ours that got lost, Axl says. You're kidding yourself if you think they're coming, Blondie. Angus spits into the sink, then wipes his mouth on his sleeve. They're gone. Ain't never gonna see 'em again. My face gets hot, and I take a step toward him, but Winston puts his hand up. Fine. Sounds like a good idea. He turns to Angus. We can have Joshua and Anne join you two if that's okay. I ain't got no problem with the doc moving in. Good, then. Winston takes a deep breath, then blows it out. Now we need to talk about supplies. My blood's still simmering when they start their discussion. Most of it is obvious: food and water, weapons and hunting gear, even fishing stuff, more ammo. Brady grabs a pad of paper and writes it all down as they talk. Warm clothes, I say, especially for the kids. House has probably got a lot of that. Angus spits into the sink again. We can go through 'em. I'll do it, Darla says. Even get Al and Lila to help out. You all are going to be busy planning, and there's no reason for me to stand around like a dummy. I can do stuff, too. Good idea. Winston drums his fingers on the counter. We want coats and sweaters, but also warm socks and boots, hats and gloves, anything that will help us get through the winter. Darla nods, and her hair bobs around her face. I'm on it. She hurries out while Angus and Axl start discussing measures for reinforcing the fence. From there, the men move on to finding livestock, then seeds for planting. Brady takes notes the whole time, chiming in about the area whenever necessary. I don't add much, and a part of me feels out of place, like maybe I'd be better off going through the houses, too. But I just can't bring myself to follow my mom. Maybe I won't be able to forgive her after all. That's a good start, Axl says. We gotta set up a watch, too. We can get Parvati on that while we head out to look for them animals you was talking about. She can walk the perimeter. Is that really necessary? Brady asks. I told you I've been here for weeks now and haven't seen a single living person. What makes you think they're going to suddenly show up now? 'Cause it's fucking cold out there, Axl says, but there isn't any malice in the words. People are going to be looking for shelter, but there ain't many safe places left. You've been sitting on a gold mine, only you didn't know it. There's some real dangerous people out there, and they ain't going to have a problem slitting your throat if it means having a roof over their heads. Brady frowns, and his eyes cloud over. I suppose you're right. With civilization in shambles and no law to tell them what to do, it stands to reason people will resort to violence to survive. It's just a hard thing to acknowledge. And not just to survive, I say, thinking about Vegas. Sometimes they do it just because they can and they want to. A shudder runs through my body, causing Brady to raise his eyebrows at me. I look away, though, terrified that his sharp gaze will penetrate my secrets. It's snowing when we get ready to leave for the farm. Not a few flurries, but a full-on storm with Arctic winds and flakes the size of dimes. The overcast and thick snow make it impossible for a single ray of sunshine to break through. The temperature has dropped significantly since yesterday, making me more thankful than ever that we managed to find this neighborhood. We need to get on those kerosene heaters, though. We take only the SUV, hoping to find a trailer made for towing animals at the farm. Brady comes with Axl, Angus, and me since he knows the area. Angus isn't thrilled about our addition, but Axl is as unconcerned about it as I am. You can never really please Angus anyway. Should take us about 20 minutes to get there in this weather, Brady says from the passenger seat, looking at Axl. Angus grumbles next to me, making comments under his breath about how he isn't sure Brady can see over the dashboard. The thick snow means it takes us more like 30 minutes to get there. It's a good thing Brady has a four-wheel drive, or we might not have made it at all, not with how hard the snow is coming down now. As it is, we have more than one tense moment where the tires slide on the icy road. The old white farmhouse is dark when we pull down the driveway. The front door is open, and even from here, I can see how much snow has blown inside. Probably happened when the owners came back from the dead and stumbled outside, looking for food. Axl drives by the house without slowing, heading toward the big red barn at the back of the property. When we park, the four of us hop out. The fierce wind makes it feel like my bones are rattling. I pull my hat down over my ears and keep my head turned toward the ground as I wade through the snowdrifts in front of me, following the men to the barn. It's up to my knees in some places and showing no sign of stopping. Angus and Axl have to work together to pull the big barn door open. It creaks louder than the wind, and I immediately pull my gun. The second I can see into the barn, I catch movement in the dark shadows. Whether it's zombies or animals, it's hard to tell. We walk in as a group, not saying anything. The wind is too loud to allow us to have a conversation even if we wanted to talk, which we don't. We're all on edge. Between the snow and the dark barn, none of us are thrilled about being out here. We leave the door open and flip on flashlights as we start searching the shadowy corners of the barn. My nose is stuffed up from the cold and I can't smell a whole lot, but as far as I can tell, the place is clear. With the exception of animal shit, that is. We stick together anyway. Something snorts to my right, and I spin around only to have the beam of my flashlight land on a hog that snorts again when confronted with the bright light. The thing is huge and covered in dry dirt, looking like it tried to burrow into the ground, probably trying to keep warm. "Damn," Angus mutters, moving closer to the huge animal. "Didn't really think we'd find anything after all this time." Brady walks up and pans his flashlight across the pen, illuminating a few white sticks. "We got lucky. She ate her young." I blink when it hits me that those sticks are bones. "What?" "It's common among some species, especially when faced with the prospect of starvation. The mother can always have more offspring if she lives." Angus spits, and I shiver, but for once it has nothing to do with his gross habit. "That's disturbing," I whisper. "They're animals," Angus grunts. "Get over it." "We need to look for a trailer," Brady says, turning away. "Let's check the rest of the barn out, see if anything else made it." We don't find any other animals alive. But when we reach the last pen, the door leading outside is open, and there are hoof prints in the fresh snow. I step into the pen, being careful to avoid the chunks of animal poop covering the ground, then squint out into the falling snow. I can just make out a dark shape in the stark whiteness. A cow, maybe? "I see one," I say, walking out into the storm. Axl comes out beside me, and we head toward the animal. The closer we get, the more clearly I can see the thing. It is a cow. White with black spots, of course. The thing is just standing there, shoving its nose into the snow. I hope it's a female. "Let's get her inside!" I yell over the howling wind. Axl nods just as the animal looks up. I expect her to head the other way, but she walks toward us instead. Maybe she misses people? She's probably used to seeing the farmer bring her food and sees us as her chance to eat. Axl and I walk backward, and the cow follows, chewing as she heads our way. Something moves to my right, and I turn to find a second one coming toward us, and another beyond that. 3 cows. It's like we found a pot of gold. We make it back inside to find Brady and Angus arguing. I roll my eyes and keep moving, out of the pen and toward the door. The cows follow like we're playing a game. "What the hell is going on?" Axl snaps, stopping next to his brother. "Found us a trailer and it's already hooked up," Brady says, turning away from Angus. Who knows what they were fighting about, and who cares? They're like children. We managed to get the cows loaded onto the trailer with almost no effort. The pig is another thing, though. It gets up when we open the gate, but barely moves. Maybe it's sick. Who knows how many babies it ate and how long ago? We end up having to push it across the barn and onto the truck, and even though it doesn't help us a whole lot, it doesn't put up much of a fight either. "Much as I'd like to check out a couple more places, I'm thinking we should head back," Axl says, once the animals are loaded into the trailer. "Weather's just too bad." "I agree," Brady replies, making Angus roll his eyes and grumble about how it doesn't matter what Tiny thinks. Axl shakes his head as he walks toward the driver's side of the SUV. "I'll drive the truck," Angus says, heading toward the trailer. I look back and forth between him and Brady, knowing I don't have a choice. Those two aren't going to want to be crammed together in a vehicle, and Angus shouldn't go alone. I sigh and follow Angus, shooting Brady a look. He's going to owe me for this. Angus grins when I settle into the passenger seat. "You looking for a good time?" "Get real, Angus." He chuckles. "You know I'm just messing with you. I like getting under your skin." "You're good at it." "Oh, I know." He flashes me another smile before putting the truck in gear. We're silent as we follow Axl through the snow. The wind whips the trailer behind us back and forth. Angus's hands tighten on the steering wheel as he struggles to keep us on the road, and I twist the seatbelt around my hand. "We got lucky," I say, "finding those animals." "Sure did. Gonna have to turn another one of them garages into a barn, but it don't matter none." He's right. There's no reason we'd really need a garage, and the animals are more important. The pig alone will feed us for a few days, assuming we can figure out how to butcher the thing. I'd be willing to bet Angus and Axl could do it, though. They've done enough hunting. 3 cows is good, especially since 2 are female. That means we'll have milk. The fact that one of them is a male means we could have more cows down the road, too. "They call it a bull," Axl says, leaning toward the window. I turn my whole body to face him, frowning. "How do you know that?" "Worked at a farm one summer, back in my 20s. "Why'd you quit?" Angus flashes me a grin, and I immediately regret asking. "Got caught screwing in the barn instead of working." "Good Lord, Angus." He chuckles as he focuses on the road. In front of us, the brake lights for the SUV are just visible through the thick flakes.
Chapter 17. Hadley. In the morning, the streets of Millersville are just as overrun as they were the night before, which means we aren't going to be able to look around for any clues left by Axl and the others. I sit on the couch in the living room next to John, trying to figure out what to do, how to find them, trying not to think about never seeing Vivian again. Gretchen is across from me in a worn recliner, but none of us says a word. Slowly, the room gets brighter as the sun rises, breaking through the gray clouds and lighting up the world. My arms are crossed over my chest, and I can't stop bouncing my leg. With each passing second, I can feel our friends slipping farther away, and it's turning me into a giant ball of nerves. All I can think about is the bullshit I pulled with Axl before I left, and how angry Vivian must be with me. And the thought of leaving things like that is worse than the idea of being ripped apart by the dead. "How the hell are we supposed to figure out where they went?" I mumble, staring at the brown speckled carpet.
We could cut through the woods, go to the other side of town and see if it's possible to follow their tracks,"
John says. My body aches just from the thought of more walking, but he's right. It's our best shot of finding them. I don't think we have any other choice. I tear my eyes away from the floor and meet Gretchen's gaze. Her blue eyes are big and round as she quietly takes in everything we're saying, like she's trying to decide what to do. We can't leave her behind. "What about you, Gretchen?" I ask. "Do you want to come with us?" She licks her lip nervously, slowly shaking her head. I don't know."
"You can't be alone," John says. "It isn't safe out there for a teenage girl by herself. If you knew some of the people we've run into—"
His words trail off and my back stiffens. Thoughts of Vegas and that man, and what he did to me, come back, making my stomach harden and churn. Gretchen's eyes meet mine again, and I want to look away. I'm afraid she'll be able to see inside me, know what happened. But I hold her gaze, because as much as it scares the shit out of me, she needs to see it, to understand how dangerous this new world is. "There's a town," she says slowly, still looking at me. "I've run into a few people who told me about it. They heard about it from others. It's where I was headed. I don't know if it's real or if it's just a figment of someone's imagination, but I figured it's worth a shot."
"What town?"
John asks, drawing Gretchen's attention his way and off me. Finally. "It's north of here. Someone said it was called Hope, and another person said Hope Springs. I don't know if it's a real name or something they've renamed it, but I heard it's safe." I shake my head because what she's saying doesn't make sense. Safe? How can it be safe? People are clearing it out, cleaning it up, trying to make it safe so they can start over. That's what I heard anyway.
"I don't know."
John grabs his pack off the ground. He pulls out a map and spreads it across the table.
"Here was the hot spring, and here's Millersville."
He runs his finger across the map, and I lean closer, trying to get a good look. He stops on a dot and taps the paper.
"Hope Springs. It's real."
"Doesn't mean anything," I say, sitting back. "It has to be an urban legend or someone's wishful thinking."
"Who told you about it?"
John asks. Gretchen pulls at the sleeve of her parka. "I ran into one group who was on the way there, but they'd had to stop because an old lady who was traveling with them got sick. They asked me to stay, but I didn't like the idea of being with strangers. Plus, I thought they might be crazy when they told me about the town. But a couple days later, I ran into another group who told me the same story. Only they said they ran into a group of men who were out looking for supplies. The men had a big truck, the kind the Army uses. The men told the group they had a safe place and offered to take them to it, but no one believed it. They said it was called Hope Springs." John turns to face me, and when our eyes meet, I can see his optimism so clearly it's like another color mixed in with the greens and browns of his irises.
"It's that college town we were avoiding. I knew the name sounded familiar when Gretchen said it, but I couldn't remember why. We've looked at so many damn maps over the last few weeks. It's only about 40 miles from here."
40 miles feels like an insurmountable distance when you don't have a car or food. Plus, it seems like a fool's errand, running off to find a city that's safe from the dead. I don't buy it. "Are you saying you believe it?" I ask, narrowing my eyes on John's face. "That you want to go?"
"I'm saying we don't have anywhere else to go."
"But we also don't have a vehicle or supplies, and we haven't eaten in days, John. What are you thinking? This sounds like a horrible idea, and it doesn't even sound real. Think of all the places we've passed over the last few weeks. Have any of them come even close to looking safe? No, because it isn't possible." John runs his hand through his hair and exhales like he's trying to keep his cool.
"Are you telling me you don't have any hope left at all?"
I'm telling you, I think we're biding our time until the end. It's what I've thought ever since I was dragged through the front door of the Monte Carlo. I stand up and stomp out of the room like a child. That's how I feel, too. Young and lost and disappointed everything didn't work out the way I wanted it to. That there is no happily ever after ending. I feel like I've been lied to my whole life. I'm in the kitchen leaning against the counter for support when John walks in. He stops in front of me and lets out a deep breath that feels like it should fill the whole room. I have so much anger inside me, I say, focusing on the ugly blue Formica countertops. So much pain. Sometimes it feels like it's going to rip me in half.
Is it directed at me? I know I took you there, so I wouldn't blame you if it was.
I shake my head, and it's the truth. I've never held John responsible for what happened, as crazy as it sounds. Maybe it's because I met Megan and saw firsthand how damaged she was. Or maybe it's because I had a brother, and I think he would have done the same thing to save me. I don't know who I'm mad at, and maybe that's part of the problem. But it isn't you. I won't deny there have been times when you've annoyed the hell out of me, but it wasn't because of that. John takes a step closer. He puts his hands on my hips and turns me to face him, forcing me to look up.
I have to keep you safe. I owe it to you for so many reasons. Because I took you to the Monte Carlo, because I didn't have a plan to get you out before you got hurt. Because you're carrying my baby. Most of all, because I love you, and I can't stand the thought of losing someone else I love. My throat tightens as a sob tries to rip its way out of me. I love every word he just said. I love that he took responsibility even though I don't blame him, and he didn't have to. I love that he claims this life growing inside me as his own, even though we both know it probably isn't his. I love that he loves me so much it hurts to think about losing me. And there's a very good chance I'm starting to fall in love with John. I rest my forehead against his chest and close my eyes and inhale until my lungs threaten to burst. Then I let it all go. So, we head for Hope Springs. We head for Hope Springs.
We're going to need to find a car and some supplies. Food especially.
I will do my best. If we can't find them, I will carry you myself and go out hunting for every meal. I promise I will kill so many animals you'll get fat and beg me to stop, but I won't, because I want you to be round and healthy and live a long, long time. I laugh through the tears streaming down my face. It's a deal. John tilts my face up and brushes the tears from my cheeks. Then he presses his lips to mine. His mouth is warm and comfortable, and my insides tingle like we're teenagers stealing our first kiss. And in a lot of ways, it is our first kiss. The moans of the dead can be heard all the way into the woods, which keeps me on edge. Every time a branch crunches under our feet as we pick our way through the forest, my heart beats harder, but there's nothing we can do to avoid them. The snow covering the ground makes it impossible to see where we're stepping, which means every other time I put my foot down, I stumble or step on a branch that cracks under my weight. We manage to make it past Millersville without incident, but stick to the forest until the houses behind us are no longer visible. Then John veers to the left, heading for the road. When we get to the edge of the trees, he holds his hand up so Gretchen and I stop, then takes a good look around. "It's clear," he whispers, "at least from what I can see. Stay quiet, and if I signal for you to go back into the woods, move fast." Gretchen and I nod, but we're both too tense to talk. John takes a step out of the trees, and I'm right behind him. Gretchen stays on my heels. When we're free of the cover of the woods, I take a good look around. There's no sign of the dead. The town is pretty far away, so it's doubtful they'd be able to see or hear us. We seem to be in the clear.
I stop next to the road and stare down at the tire tracks cutting through the white blanket of snow covering the asphalt. They're from the truck, and at least one other car. So we follow the tracks or head to Hope Springs. Head to Hope? Gretchen says. I turn to face John. We can't just walk away from them.
We stick to the road for a bit, see if we can figure out where they're headed. Then we head to Hope.
Gretchen shakes her head, her eyes growing wide. No, I don't want to stay by the road. It isn't safe. If we hear someone coming, we'll hide, I say. We've been walking on the road for the past 2 days. It's been fine. Gretchen sets her jaw, which makes her look like an obstinate kid, not a girl who single-handedly managed to keep herself alive in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. It's a bad idea. We have to try and find our friends, I say, struggling to keep the desperation out of my voice. They aren't looking for you. Gretchen's words echo through the silence and slam into me, making me feel like I've been slapped. She's wrong. I know she is. They have to be looking for us. There's no way they'd just assume we were dead and walk away. They even left a note for us at the hot spring. John puts his hand on my shoulder.
We stick to the road.
His voice is firmer than I've ever heard it. Gretchen pushes out her lower lip, but she doesn't complain. And she doesn't say she's going off on her own, which might make me give in. Not that she needs to know that. There's just no way in hell I'd be able to go through the rest of my life thinking I sent this girl off by herself. We start walking. We follow the tracks down the snow-covered road until they turn. The wind picks up, and the gray clouds overhead tell us more snow is on the way. The temperature drops until I can barely feel my nose and my toes ache from the cold. Every few seconds I have to sniff so snot doesn't run down my face, but it doesn't help. Eventually, I resort to wiping my nose on the sleeve of my jacket. It's probably close to noon by the time we see a house. An old farmhouse set far back from the road, with chipped paint and a sagging porch. I can just make out a barn that's seen better days in the distance. We stop in front of the driveway. It's covered in a blanket of snow that is totally undisturbed, and even from here, the house looks empty.
Good thing about the snow is we'll be able to see the footprints of any dead that came before us,
John says. Gretchen nods and wipes her nose at the same time. Her cheeks are pink and painful-looking, like she's on the verge of frostbite. We need to check it out, I say. See if there's any food or warmer clothes.
A car, too. Although I don't see one and there's no garage, so I doubt we'll get lucky on that end.
Can we just go? Gretchen says.
Yeah.
John takes off down the lane. We head up the driveway, pushing our way through the snow. After a few steps, I look over my shoulder at the trail we've left behind. We aren't going to be able to hide from anyone.
What do you mean?
John asks. I motion to the driveway at our backs. Our footprints. If we come across anyone dangerous, we aren't going to be able to hide.
Shit.
John rubs his eyes with his free hand, the one not holding his gun.
You're right.
We should have gone through the woods, Gretchen grumbles. I ignore her and keep walking. The closer we get to the house, the more clearly I can see it. There are curtains in the windows, which means someone did live here not too long ago. That's a good sign. Hopefully they left some food we can eat. I'm not sure we're going to be able to keep going without it. As it is, I've had more than a few moments of dizziness since we left Millersville this morning. When we get to the house, John goes up the porch steps while Gretchen and I stay in the yard. He looks through the front window, then pounds on the door. I hold my breath and wait to see if someone or something will pop up. Nothing happens.
Well,
John says,
I guess we tried the door. If it's locked, we'll just break it down.
Gretchen and I don't argue. We passed the point where we worried about damaging someone's private property weeks ago. It's every man for himself now. John turns the knob, but it doesn't give. He exhales and takes a step back so he can get a good look at the house. He must decide there's no other way in because he backs up, then runs forward, ramming his shoulder against the door. It doesn't budge.
Shit.
He rubs his arm and laughs.
Hollywood made that look a hell of a lot easier than it actually is.
Damn liars, I say, a jolt of surprise coming over me when a smile forms on my lips. Gretchen smiles, and John shoots me a grin, then throws his head back and laughs, and it shakes his whole body. I've never heard him laugh before, and the sound causes warmth to spread through me.
Okay,
John says when he's finally done laughing. He takes a deep breath and eyes the door like he's looking for weaknesses.
One more try.
He backs up farther, then rushes forward again. This time when his shoulder slams into the door, the sound of splintering wood echoes through the silence. The door pops open, and John stumbles inside. I'm right behind him, ready to take out anything that may come running in case John isn't. The house remains silent, though. John rubs his shoulder and grimaces.
Damn, that hurt like hell.
But it was sexy as hell. I fan my face and smile. He snorts.
Right.
Gretchen doesn't say a word. She walks by us and heads into the kitchen, and my stomach growls, reminding me of why we stopped. Food. But we need to make sure it's safe first. We need to check all the rooms, Gretchen, I call after her, just to make sure there aren't any bodies lurking in the shadows. You check. I'll look for food. I sigh, and John rolls his eyes.
Teenagers.
Makes me feel sorry for my parents, I say. John and I work together to move the couch in front of the damaged door, and once it's done, I suck in a deep breath. Every hair on my body stands on end when the faint scent of death tickles my nostrils. John and I pull out our guns at the exact same moment.
Smell that,
he whispers. I nod and glance toward the kitchen, trying to decide if we head back toward the bedrooms or check on Gretchen. She's silent, but the sound of cabinets opening and closing lets me know she's okay. Whatever we're smelling, it must be in one of the bedrooms. Let's head to the back of the house, I say, nodding toward the hall to our right. John nods, and together we move silently through the house. Other than the few sounds coming from the kitchen, the place is eerily silent. But the farther back we walk, the stronger the smell gets. My stomach twists, and I force myself to breathe through my mouth, hoping to ease the rumbling inside me. We pause in the hall and look back and forth between the closed doors. There are 3 of them. I'm guessing 2 are bedrooms and the 3rd is a bathroom. Still, there's no sound, but the tension in me doesn't ease. If anything, my body gets more rigid as the seconds pass. It reminds me of watching a horror movie when you know the axe murderer is going to jump out soon and you're trying to brace yourself for the scare, but it isn't working. That's how life feels all the time now.
This way,
John says, moving to the right. I follow him without a word, holding my breath when he stops outside the first closed door. He turns the knob slowly and it doesn't make a sound. But when he eases the door open, the hinges creak. Sweat breaks out on my forehead, and I lift my gun higher, my finger poised over the trigger. John nods, then shoves the door open, raising his own gun. But nothing moves, and even when we step inside, we find the room empty. John lowers his gun and glances around like he's expecting a zombie to materialize out of thin air.
Nothing.
Must be in one of the other rooms.
It's too quiet,
he says.
Maybe it's just a dead body.
Maybe, I say, shrugging. We turn and head back the way we came, repeating the process at the next door, this time finding a bathroom. Again, the room is empty and dark. That only leaves one room. John stops outside the last door and takes a deep breath. Before he can open it, I press my ear against the wood. There's a small scraping sound, but no moaning or growling or thumping. Nothing major. Something is in there, I whisper. John nods and I step back as he turns the knob. I hold my breath, and he inhales sharply. My gun is up and ready when he shoves the door open, my heart beating 1,000,000 beats a minute, and only pounding faster when the scent of death smacks me in the face. My eyes sweep over the small space, but I don't see a thing. John moves into the room, his gun still raised, and I follow. Still nothing moves. "Nothing," John says. I nod, and I'm just about to lower my gun when a soft moan breaks through the silence. The hair on my arms stands up, and John rushes forward. I'm right behind him, charging across the room and rounding the end of the bed. Laying on the floor is the corpse of a woman so rotten it makes my stomach turn. Her skin is thin and torn, and black ooze flows from every visible orifice, as well as a few tears in her gray flesh. She's laying in a puddle of the black stuff. Her head is resting on the floor, and for a second she doesn't move, but then her eyes flick our way, and she opens her mouth. A soft moan comes out, and her fingers claw at the floor. She acts like she doesn't have the energy to move, and she looks pathetic. For the first time since I came face to face with a zombie, I actually feel sorry for the creature. I lower my gun and shake my head. What's wrong with her? John's own gun is down, and he nods to the woman as he shoves it in his waistband.
Look at her legs.
For the first time, I look at the lower half of her body and realize the problem. The woman is missing her left leg. I scan the area, and my gaze lands on the prosthetic sitting next to the bed. She must have had it off when she died. John kneels in front of her, and his eyebrows furrow.
She's been lying here since she turned. You think she's weak because she hasn't been able to feed?
Something like hope sparks inside me. Maybe. Maybe they'll all die off once they don't have a food source anymore. John nods but doesn't reply. He pulls out his knife, and I exhale when he slams the blade into the woman's skull, releasing more of the black goo and filling the room with the sickening odor of zombie blood. The woman's body goes slack, and John slides the blade free, wiping it on the bed before replacing it in his sheath. He stands and holds his hand out to me.
Come on, let's get you some food.
I hate how normal killing these things has become. We head back into the living room, and for the first time, I'm able to get a good look at the place. It's sparsely furnished, but neat, and all the furniture has an antique look to it, like it's been passed down from generation to generation. It makes the emptiness of the house even more depressing than usual. No one will ever again pass this furniture on to the next generation. John and I walk into the kitchen to find Gretchen sitting in the middle of the floor with an open jar of Jif, eating it with a spoon. The salty scent of peanut butter hits me, and my knees go weak while my stomach tries to jump out of my body so it can get to the food. "The cabinets are full," Gretchen says through a mouthful of Jif. My stomach growls, and her eyebrows shoot up.
Sit down,
John tells me.
I'll get you something to eat.
I sink to the floor next to Gretchen, even though there's a dining room table, and John digs through the cabinets. He hands me a can of tuna, then a box of crackers. The can has a tab to open it, which makes it a hell of a lot faster than searching the kitchen drawers for a can opener. I rip the top off, then dig out a few chunks of tuna and pop them into my mouth. The noise I let out sounds like it could come straight out of a porno. Oh my God. I've never tasted anything so amazing, and I hate tuna. Gretchen giggles and rips into a bag of pretzels. It feels like it's Thanksgiving. John sits down next to me and drops an armload of food on the floor between us. My stomach growls again, and I tip the can up so I can dump it into my mouth.
Careful, he says. You don't want to choke.
At least I'll die happy, I say through a mouthful of tuna. We eat in silence. Well, not silence exactly. There's a lot of paper and plastic crinkling and yummy noises, and even a few burps. We share a huge bottle of apple juice, drinking straight from the jug. Gretchen hit the nail on the head. This is exactly like Thanksgiving. When I'm finally full, I realize my butt has fallen asleep. I pull myself up and stretch until my back pops. What do we do now? I can't walk anymore, Gretchen says, throwing herself back like she's on the verge of death. Her voice has taken on a whiny tone I find irritating, but I can't exactly argue with her. My legs are like jelly. She's right. We need a car. John pulls himself up and stretches. He acts as sore as I feel.
I'll check out back, but don't get your hopes up.
He heads out and I plop down in one of the dining room chairs. Gretchen looks up at me from her position on the floor. So, you two are together? I nod, even though until this moment I hadn't really thought about John and I being anything. We've been through a lot since we met. You're lucky to have someone. Being alone sucks. You don't have to be alone anymore. You're with us. She nods slowly but looks uncertain. Being by myself sucked too, but I've kind of been avoiding people. I've run into some groups that were nice, but to be honest, the thought of joining them was scary. I just don't see how we'll be able to make it through this okay, and I don't know if I want to get my hopes up. Does that sound bad? No. I think we've all had thoughts like that. It's hard to stay positive when you know every moment could be your last. But you must have some hope, or you wouldn't be heading toward hope. I laugh. God, that sounds ridiculous. Gretchen smiles, but it's small. The back door opens, and we both turn as John comes walking into the kitchen, a huge grin on his face.
You're not going to believe this, but there's a truck.
I jump up so fast my head spins and I have to sit back down. Gassed up?
Not full, but there's gas. Only problem is there aren't any keys.
So we look for them, I say. They have to be in the house somewhere, right?
In theory,
John says.
Yes.
Gretchen hauls herself up off the ground. What do we do if we can't find them?
We can try to hotwire it,
John says.
Axl showed me how to do it, but I've never tried it on my own.
Let's worry about the keys first. I head to the kitchen cabinets and open the first drawer. If we can't find them, we'll worry about that. I can only focus on one problem at a time. Gretchen opens a drawer on the other side of the room, and we start digging. John heads into another part of the house, probably to check the bedrooms. I find forks and spoons and all kinds of knives. Even a can opener, which I pull out. We may need it down the road. No keys, though. Once we've gone through every drawer, Gretchen and I head into the living room. Did you search out here? I yell to John.
Not yet,
he calls from the bedroom. There aren't a lot of places to look, but I open the few drawers anyway. I find some old black and white pictures, pens, and a deck of playing cards. Still no keys. John comes out of the bedroom and holds out his hands. Empty.
Nothing.
What about the clothes? Gretchen says. My dad was always leaving his keys in the pocket of a jacket or a pair of pants. He could never find them. It sounds like her dad had some serious responsibility issues.
Good idea.
John turns back to the bedroom.
I only checked the drawers. No pockets.
I'll check in the other room, Gretchen says. She heads down the hall and I look around. There's a closet next to the front door and I open it to find a few ratty-looking jackets that reek of tobacco and dirt. I grab one and dig through a pocket, pulling out a white cloth handkerchief that reminds me of my grandpa. He always used handkerchiefs instead of Kleenex. The other pocket is empty. The second jacket I pull out has a big brown stain on the front, and this time I don't think of my grandpa. I think of Angus. And I'm shocked by how much it hurts to think I may never see that prick again. Damn. You know life's shit when you miss an asshole like Angus. Of course, he had his sweet moments. He was good to me when we were in Vegas. I exhale as I shove my hand into the pocket. When my fingers brush against metal, all the melancholy I felt a second ago melts away, and I let out a squeal of delight. I found them! John and Gretchen come running, and I turn to face them, holding the keys out in front of me. You're a genius, Gretchen. Her cheeks turn pink and she shakes her head. I'm sure you would have thought of it.
I don't know about that.
John takes the keys out of my hand, then heads for the back door.
I'm going to see if it starts.
I exhale and close my eyes, still smiling. We're going to have a car. No more walking, no more freezing. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up with everyone else. Things are finally looking up. We should pack up the food, Gretchen says. I open my eyes and shoot her a big grin. Good idea. Gretchen and I have all the food we can find packed into a couple brown paper bags when John comes back in. He stomps his feet in front of the door, leaving behind 2 piles of brown snow. It started. Thank God, Gretchen says. The expression on John's face is grim, though, and it makes my heart start beating wildly. What is it?
It's snowing, and it's really coming down.
Shit. I jump to my feet and grab a bag. We need to go, before the tracks are covered, before we lose their trail. What about looking through the closets for warmer clothes? Gretchen asks. I know she doesn't care about finding everyone else, so I understand why she isn't worried. But I care. I care a lot. Make it fast, I snap. 5 minutes, that's it. John takes the bag out of my hand, but points back toward the bedrooms.
I'll load the food. You go get a couple extra shirts and socks. Some blankets. We don't have a whole lot of room in the cab of the truck, and it's going to be a tight fit. But we need some extra stuff.
It will help us stay warm, I say as I turn and practically run to the bedrooms. Ignoring the zombie corpse on the floor, I grab the first 2 thick sweaters I can find. Then I get 4 pairs of wool socks, thank God this poor woman had wool socks, and pull a quilt off the end of the bed. Not the one John wiped his knife on. It takes me 30 seconds. I'm not shopping, and I'm not worried about fashion. I'm going, Gretchen, I yell as I head to the kitchen. Already? She sticks her head out of the other bedroom, holding a shirt in each hand. Yes. I open the back door and stop in my tracks. The truck is an old Ford that was probably made in the early 60s. It's faded until the red paint almost looks pink. There are rust spots in several places, and even an area over the back tire where the metal has rusted away completely. It doesn't look like a very reliable vehicle.
You ready?
John asks. I nod and head to the truck. The snow is really coming down and the wind is blowing, which means the tracks are going to get covered up fast. Will it break down?
Hopefully we don't have far to go,
John says.
But since it's our only option, we can't really be picky, now can we?
I guess not. Gretchen comes out of the house behind us. Her once empty backpack now bulges with whatever it is she found in the house. She frowns when she sees the truck, but she doesn't complain. We climb in, and somehow I end up in the middle, squeezed between Gretchen and John. With the blankets and food and extra clothes we took, it's a really tight squeeze. But I was right. It helps keep me warm. John backs the truck up, then eases it down the driveway. The shocks must be bad on the thing because we bounce around like we're in a popcorn machine. When he reaches the road and I see how covered the tracks already are, a little bit of my hope slips away. Hopefully they left some other kind of trail for us to follow. Chapter 18. Hadley. Less than 5 minutes into the drive, I realize we aren't going to be able to rely on the tracks. The snow coming down is thick and we can't see very far in front of us, and the wind sweeps across the road, blowing the truck back and forth. With every gust, more snow covers the trail our friends left behind. I can't stop my leg from shaking.
Calm down,
John says.
We'll find them. I'm sure they left clues for us.
Yeah. I chew on my nails, then spit them on the floor when they rip off. There was a time when my nails were perfect, when I'd set time aside every week for a pampering session. Manicure, pedicure, massage, and facial at an expensive salon. Then there were the bi-weekly hair appointments to keep me looking strawberry blonde. I thought it made me stand out. My real hair is a light brown color that resembles dirty dishwater. It all seems stupid now. We drive in tense silence. John grips the steering wheel, trying to keep the truck on the road as the winter storm swirls violently around us. Gretchen leans her head against the window and sleeps like we're on some kind of family road trip. I chew my nails until the tips of my fingers are raw. I think we've been on the road for an hour before I really acknowledge that the trail is gone. When it hits me full force, it takes my breath away. "We're lost," I mumble. John shakes his head.
"No, this is the right road."
I twist in the seat so I'm facing him. "What do you mean?"
"This is the road to Hope Springs."
A feeling of betrayal comes over me, and I almost hit him. Now I know how Caesar felt right after he realized Brutus had stabbed him in the back. We're supposed to be looking for our friends. John glances my way, but his eyes don't linger on my face. He's too busy trying to keep us from crashing into the snowdrifts that have formed on the side of the road.
"Hadley, you and I both know we aren't going to find them. Not like this. The best thing to do is to head to Hope. Maybe they'll already be there. Maybe they'll show up later. Maybe we'll never see them again. Regardless, we need to get someplace safe."
I hate that he's right. When the needle on the gas gauge gets so low it threatens to break off, John pulls into a driveway. It's a brick ranch-style house that sits far back from the road. There's a garage and a steel barn in the back, and 2 children's bikes sitting in the yard, now covered in snow. The front door is wide open. John parks the truck right in front of the garage, then pulls out his gun.
"Let me go in first. Make sure it's clear."
"Be careful," I say. He gives me a smile, then shoves the door open. Gretchen and I sit in tense silence, watching him walk up to the front door. He pauses and knocks on the open door, then takes a step inside. I lean forward like it will help me see through the walls. I didn't realize letting him out of my sight would be so terrifying. He's gone for less than 5 minutes, and when he comes back, he's more relaxed. He jogs to the truck through the snow and jerks the door open.
"It's clear. Let's bring everything in. I don't want to risk it getting stolen."
"Good idea," I say, handing him one of the grocery bags. We get inside and set everything down. Then John and I work together to move the couch in front of the door. We have to kick a pile of snow out of the way, but otherwise it takes less than a minute. Then we move a huge hutch over to block the big front window. It's full of glass knickknacks that fall over and break as we push the thing across the floor. I almost feel bad. They could have been someone's prized possessions, wedding or christening gifts. Things that used to belong to a beloved aunt. They're just useless junk now, though. The house isn't any warmer than it was outside since the front door was wide open, but we luck out and find a wood-burning fireplace in the family room just off the kitchen.
"I'm going to head out to that barn," John says. "I bet they have wood out there."
"Do you want me to go with you?" I ask. I don't like the thought of you being alone. He shakes his head, then grabs my hand.
"You have no idea how much it means to me that you care."
It seems corny, but I get what he means. A few days ago, I might not have been worried about him getting killed. To be honest, I'm not sure if I would have been worried about getting myself killed all that much either. Now, though, I feel like John and I have reached a point where we might be able to carve a future out for ourselves, if we can just hold on long enough. Gretchen and I get blankets out of a closet and pillows from the bedrooms, then set them up in the living room while John heads outside. We're going to want to stick as close to this fireplace as we can. With the storm and freezing temperature outside, it's going to be a chilly night. John comes back with an armful of wood. He tracks a ton of snow into the house, but I'm too excited at the prospect of a fire to care that he got the carpet wet. He drops the load, then heads out for more, while I pile logs into the fireplace. "Do you know what you're doing?" Gretchen asks. "Not really, but we'll figure it out. See if you can find some paper. I've seen people use newspapers and stuff to get a fire going, so we'll start with that." Gretchen digs through the kitchen behind me while I try to organize the wood. I know air needs to be able to get in so the fire will catch, but I'm not really sure how to do it. I wish I'd paid more attention when I was little and my parents took us camping. Gretchen comes back and shoves a handful of paper in my face, coming dangerously close to giving my eye a paper cut. "I found these." "Thanks," I say, jerking my head back as I take it out of her hand. "They're bills from the family who used to live here." I light a match as I catch sight of the massive number on the credit card statement, along with the red letters announcing that the account is more than 90 days delinquent. I hold the flame up to the paper. Watching it catch gives me a strange sense of triumph. This is probably something these people always wished they could do. Gretchen snorts, but she doesn't respond. Maybe she's thinking about her father and his money problems. By the time John comes back with a second load of wood, I have several other bills burning and shoved between the logs. "You got it going?" he asks, setting the wood down next to me. I blow gently on the flames, waiting to see if it catches. The three of us stare silently into the orange flames. I hold my breath and watch the fire flicker across the wood, waiting to see if it disappears after the paper is gone. It doesn't, and after a couple minutes I'm able to sit back. John loads another log, then shuts the screen. He sits down next to me, our shoulders touching as we stare into the fireplace without talking. Gretchen is already curled up under a couple blankets, and even though it isn't dark out yet, I consider doing the same thing. Sleep would be nice. "There's a car in the barn," John says quietly. "Half a tank. We could head out in the morning and make it to Hope with no problem as long as the weather doesn't stop us." This seems like a lot of snow for this time of year. He nods and moves his hand to my leg. "Yeah." We sit side by side, quietly staring into the flames for a little longer. Gretchen starts snoring. I can't stop thinking about everyone else, wondering if they're okay right now, if they found shelter, or if they're all huddled together in the back of the Sam's truck. No matter what John says, I don't see any real reason for them to go to Hope Springs. A shiver runs down my spine. "Are you cold?" John asks. I nod, even though I'm not sure if I am. He holds his arms out, and I scoot over until my back is against his chest. Then he wraps his arms around me. The fire crackles, and an orange glow flickers through the room, lighting it up enough for us to see, but leaving the corners dark. In my mind, I replay everything that's happened the last few days. The more I think about it, the more I start to wonder if we're ever going to find our group. What are we going to do if we never find them? I know you care about them, and I do too. But we're going to be okay whether or not we find them. I know, I whisper, even though I'm not sure I do know. I'll miss them. Vivian especially. We've been through a lot together. John's lips brush against the top of my head. I know. I'm sorry. There's more to it than just missing them. I feel like someone who fought with their loved one right before they walked out the door and got into a car accident. The way I acted before we left camp was horrible, and what I did, I can't even think about it without feeling ashamed. I kissed Axl, I blurt out, then cover my face with my hands. John's body turns to stone behind me. What? I said, I kissed Axl. My hands are still over my face, so the words come out muffled. John doesn't move, and his body doesn't relax. I count to 10, and when he still hasn't said anything, I drop my hands and say, I don't know why. It was stupid and impulsive, and now I'm so ashamed and terrified of what Vivian must think of me.
That's why you two were fighting before we left camp?
I nod and chew on my lip until I'm on the verge of biting it off.
What were you hoping would happen?
He asks after a few seconds. Nothing. I don't know. I take a deep breath. I was terrified. I knew I was pregnant and we'd been on the road for weeks and I didn't know what was going to happen with me and you.
You wanted to steal Axl from Vivian? From your friend?
The venom in his voice makes me want to pull away from him, but he hasn't loosened his grasp on me. No, I don't like Axl, not like that. I was just standing there, talking to him, arguing about going to look for meds, and all I could think about was what a good leader he was, how Vivian would be okay if she was the one pregnant. Then I kissed him. I didn't think about it, I just did it.
What did he do?
John whispers, sounding like he's afraid Axl threw me on the ground and screwed me. What do you think? He pushed me off and walked away. We didn't talk about it. I didn't get a chance to explain why I did it, not to him or to Vivian.
Vivian knew?
He had to have told her. Don't you think he would have told her? John sighs and his body finally relaxes.
No, I don't think he told her. I don't know if he would have told her even if we hadn't disappeared, but there's no way he'd have told her now. He wouldn't do that to her.
John's right, but it doesn't make me feel any better. I still hate that I did it. I feel like a stranger in my own body. I'm not Hadley Lucas anymore. She seems like such a ridiculous person when I look back on who she was. That isn't me.
We're all different now, Hadley.
I exhale, then say, Did I ever tell you my real name? I know I didn't, but I ask anyway. I never opened up to John before.
No,
he says, brushing the hair off my forehead. Virginia. I went by Ginny. John runs his hand down my head, and I lean back until my forehead is touching his cheek. Will you call me Ginny?
You don't want to be Hadley anymore?
No.
I'll call you Ginny.
His lips brush against my hair, and I close my eyes. I'm tired.
Then go to sleep, Ginny. I'll stay up. Keep an eye on things.
I nod and scoot closer to him. His arms tighten around me, and when I exhale, I feel like I'm blowing Hadley Lucas away. She isn't me, and I don't want to keep her around. I don't want people to recognize me anymore. Thank you, John, I whisper just as I start to drift off. Chapter 19. Ginny. When I wake up, the sun shining in through the front window is blinding, and I'm twisted up in the blankets. John's pressed right up against me, and his shallow breathing fills the room. The fire is low, but thanks to John, I'm warm and cozy. I'm not sure I shivered once at all last night. But of course, I have to pee. I wiggle out from under the blankets and stumble to my feet. My eyes refuse to open all the way, thanks to the rays shining in from around the china cabinet. It's a good thing we shoved it in front of the window, or the room would be brighter than the surface of the sun. My eyes are barely cracked. I have to hold my arms out in front of me, but I still make a detour at the window, forcing my eyes open the rest of the way. Outside, everything is covered in a blanket of snow. It's all white and soft and undisturbed. And with the snow covering everything like this, the world looks pure and clean and perfect. It's misleading. My bladder pulses painfully, so I turn away from the snow-covered world, and I head back to the bathroom. We may not be able to flush, but we've still been using the toilet, which means the stench of urine hits me from 5 feet away. I hold my breath and head in. This world is no place for the weak-hearted. Once I've relieved myself and escaped the stench of the bathroom, I head into the master bedroom to have a look around. I'm curious about these people. The bikes in the front yard, the family pictures, the unpaid bills. They seemed like they were so normal, average. I wonder where they are now, where they died, and if they all stumbled out of here together. If they're traveling in a horde as a zombie family. If they still recognize one another. A wedding picture sits on the dresser and I stop in front of it, studying the smiling couple. She's wearing a strapless gown and a rhinestone tiara, and he has on a gray tux. They're attractive and happy, and it's clear by the joy on their faces they're looking forward to the future. That they never imagined they'd struggle over money issues or succumb to a killer virus or turn into flesh-eating monsters. When I look up from the picture, I'm met with my own reflection. My face is thin and there are dark rings under my eyes. I don't look like Hadley Lucas, the movie star, anymore. Really, the only thing that might give me away is the strawberry blonde hair. It won't be around forever, though. The room is dark, but even in the dim light, my brown roots are visible. I could just cut the red out and walk away and never think about Hadley Lucas again. I could be Ginny, the girl from Ohio who lost her family to the virus. She never went to Vegas, never got taken by a group of madmen, was never violated. She could be a sweet girl who found love after the infection, who is scared but happy to start a family with a caring man. She could go to sleep at night and not have nightmares. I turn away from the mirror and head toward the bathroom. They should have a pair of scissors in one of the drawers. John is awake when I walk into the living room. When he looks up, his eyes get huge, making my stomach twist. I stop dead in my tracks and wring my hands together nervously. Does he hate it? It's hard to tell because he isn't blinking. He's just staring. He gets to his feet but doesn't walk toward me. What did you do? It started out as a trim, like parves. But I went a little overboard. Next thing I knew, I was cutting it all off. I self-consciously run my hand over my head and the short hair tickles my palm. Do you hate it? Maybe this was a dumb idea. What if he doesn't like it? What if he finds it repulsive? I'm surprised at how much the thought scares me. He lets out a deep breath as he walks toward me, then touches a tender spot on my head. I wish you had let me help. You're bleeding in a couple spots. You don't think I look hideous? I ask, looking up at him with wide eyes. He shakes his head and runs his hand over my head again. I think you're going to be cold. I laugh, and he does too. He holds his arms out, and I practically fall against his chest. When he wraps his arms around me, it feels nice. Like maybe we can be the couple in that picture. Smiling, looking toward the future with hopefulness. The car we get from the house is a lot roomier than the truck was. John and I sit in the front while Gretchen stretches out in the back. We have blankets and food in the trunk, plus some extra clothes we took from the bedrooms. We even threw in a couple snow shovels and flares in case we have car trouble. Thinking ahead. That's what will keep us alive. There's at least a foot of snow on the ground, and it doesn't hit me how rough that's going to be on us until John pulls out of the barn. It's going to be slow going with the roads not plowed. Then there's the wind. It's still blowing, pushing snow across our path and creating drifts large enough to swallow a small child. How far do we have to go? I ask. John's hands tighten on the steering wheel as he pulls onto the snow-covered street. We have 10 miles or so to go. At this rate, it will take us all day. The wind whips across the road, moving the whole car with it. Great, I mumble. Gretchen leans forward, sticking her head over the seat. Don't you think it's weird that we haven't seen a single zombie walking around since we left that town? I mean, we haven't even seen tracks. You think it's because of the snow? Like, it froze them or something? It would make sense, I say. Remember how icy the ones that tried to attack us were? John nods but doesn't take his eyes off the road.
Yeah, maybe the cold will slow them down. That will make the winter a hell of a lot more tolerable.
I snort. Yeah, then we'll only have to worry about freezing to death, not about being ripped apart by the walking dead. Maybe they won't thaw out in the spring? Gretchen says hopefully. That would be too much to hope for, I say, rolling my eyes. But if they do, we can always move up to Alaska. John's eyes move my way for a split second before going back to the road.
Are you serious?
No, not really, I say, then let out a laugh. Then again, living in perpetual winter might be better than living in zombie world. Gretchen's face scrunches up like she's trying to think something through. Weren't you in that movie? Nope, I say, shaking my head. Ginny was never in the movies. You're really sticking with that? She asks, her face scrunching up even more. Yep. Gretchen throws herself back against the seat. I don't see why. If people recognize you, they may be more willing to help you. My stomach twists when I think about how wrong she is. The few times I've been recognized by people, helping me wasn't really on their list of priorities. John's hands tighten on the wheel, and I know it has nothing to do with the wind or snow or the icy road under our tires. I put my hand on his knee, and he shoots me a timid smile. As much as I don't want it to, I know this thing will always hang over our heads. I can make Gretchen call me Ginny and tell everyone we meet that's who I am, but it doesn't erase Hadley Lucas from existence. I wish it did, but it's impossible. We lapse into silence as the car cuts its way through the white, powdery snow. My hand is still on John's leg, and I have no intention of moving it. Having him with me feels so much better than it did a few days ago, so much more reassuring than it would even if Axl were here. I still feel like a moron for what I did, but John's right. Axl would never tell Vivian, and even if I were given the chance to talk to her about it, I don't think she'd even be that upset. She would understand. Or try to, anyway. Our progress is slower than I thought it would be. Thanks to the wind, the snow is so deep in places it seems more like 3 feet than 1. John doesn't relax for a second, and I'm pretty sure by the time we get there his shoulders will be so full of knots he won't be able to sleep tonight. We hit some ice buried under the snow, and the tires whirl under us, causing the car to fishtail. I have a strange thought that the car is trying to make a snow angel, the way its back end slides back and forth. John swears and grips the wheel tighter, trying to turn into the tailspin like you're supposed to when you hit ice. I don't even know if he realizes he's supposed to do that, or if it's just instinct. He's always lived in Nevada. No snow there. Shit, he mutters. Gretchen whines behind me, and I grab the edge of my seat like it will somehow keep me safe if we end up in the ditch. The car veers left, right toward an especially large snowdrift. John jerks the wheel hard to the right, but it has the opposite effect, and the car slides closer to the drift. When we slam into it, snow flies up around us. The car comes to a stop, and Gretchen yelps, but the impact wasn't hard enough to hurt any of us. Not that I can say the same for the car. I can't even see out John's window. It's totally covered in snow. Shit, John says again. I swallow and pry my hands off the seat. My fingers ache from gripping it. Try to pull out. It's pointless, and I know it. The car is tilted toward the driver's side like the tires are stuck in the ditch. It's impossible to know how deep it is thanks to the snow, but it doesn't look good from where I'm sitting, which is at least a foot higher than John. He nods and presses down on the gas. The tires spin, and the car lurches about an inch forward. But that's it. We're stuck. "We could dig ourselves out," Gretchen says. "Yeah," John replies. "Maybe." He doesn't sound very hopeful, and I don't blame him. It's pretty clear we're not getting out of here, unless someone comes by who can pull us out. Since most of the population is dead, I can't imagine that happening. "I can't get out my door," John says, turning to face me. "What about yours?" "I'll try," I say. I grab the handle, then shove my shoulder against the door. It swings open, and a pile of snow falls off the roof, covering me from head to toe. It's like being slapped in the face by Frosty the Snowman. "Crap!" I mutter. I jump out and shake my head while trying to brush as much of the snow off me as possible. If it melts, I'm going to be soaked, and being stuck out in the middle of nowhere, I'll risk hypothermia or frostbite. John climbs out behind me, but Gretchen stays where she is. He heads to the back of the car, and I follow. The wind blows, and my teeth rattle. The sky's pretty clear, though. Hopefully we won't have another storm. John stares at the closed trunk, and I don't even have to ask why he isn't opening it. The drift we crashed into has totally covered the back of the car. We're going to have to dig it out if we want to get in, and since our shovels are in the trunk, we're going to have to use our hands. "How do you want to deal with this?" I ask. "Dig it out and hope we can use the shovels to free the car, or try to make it on foot?" John exhales and rolls his head like he's trying to get his neck to crack. "I don't know. I don't think either way is going to work, but the alternative is to sit in the car and hope someone who can help comes by. We both know that isn't an option either." "Yeah." We stare at the trunk in silence. All our stuff is in there, including most of our food. In hindsight, I realize how stupid that was. We were planning ahead, but using our old way of thinking. We didn't put ourselves in zombie world. If we had, we would have realized having our stuff within arm's reach is always the best plan. "We have to open it," I say finally. "If we don't, we're going to die for sure." "I know." "What are you guys doing back there?" Gretchen calls from the car, but she still doesn't get out. John looks toward her, then back at me. He frowns. "I'll do it. You go sit in the car with Gretchen." "I can help you." "I don't want you to." John starts digging in the snow, not even looking at me. "Go sit in the car where it's warm." I consider arguing with him, but based on the stubborn expression on his face, I know it's pointless. He's trying to be the man and take charge, which is what I wanted from him to begin with. Now that he's doing it, I feel guilty, like I've somehow given him a death sentence. I head back to the car and climb in. Gretchen has cranked the heat up, and my icy skin thaws within minutes. A scraping sound starts behind us as John digs through the snow, trying to get to the trunk. It sounds like something is trying to burrow its way inside the car. "What's going on?" Gretchen asks. The snowdrift covered the trunk. "John's trying to get us out." Gretchen's eyes get huge, but she nods like it's no big deal. I hold my hands up to the heater and rub them together while I wait for John. I have no idea how long it takes, but finally I hear the creak of the trunk's hinges. The car is starting to feel stuffy, so I shove the door open and hop out. "Where are you?" I slam the door before I have a chance to hear the rest of what Gretchen is going to say. She should know where I'm going, and frankly, I don't care how old she is. She should have at least volunteered to come out and help. John comes around the side of the car carrying a shovel. "Go back inside." "I want to help you." "I don't want you to.
I want you to stay inside where you're warm and safe.
Who's going to watch your back? John sighs and stops in front of me. He rests the shovel on the ground and leans against the handle.
Jenny, please do what I say.
That he calls me Ginny instead of Hadley makes my heart swell. I love that he cares enough to listen, enough to understand. That he wants to make this thing between us work so much he's willing to take me bald and skinny and as just a regular person. Not a celebrity. It makes me realize exactly how much I care about John. Okay, I say. I'll go back inside. But be careful. And yell if you need any help. He gives me a relieved smile, then picks the shovel back up.
I will.
I climb back inside, and Gretchen sits forward when I shut the door. You're back. John wants to do it himself. She nods like she understands, but there's no way she could. She doesn't have a clue what we've been through. Because you're pregnant? I turn around so I'm facing her. How did you know? I knew something was up, then I saw John touch her belly this morning before we left the house. She hesitates, and I hold my breath, waiting to find out what she's going to say. Are you scared? I don't think I could ever face anything as scary as this, I say with more sincerity than I've ever felt before. Gretchen nods a couple times. Then a little smile turns up her lips. At least you have someone to be with you. He's going to do whatever it takes to keep you safe. She's right about that. I'm pretty sure John would throw himself on a landmine to save me if he had to, or in front of a horde of zombies. We lapse into silence as the sound of the shovel scraping against pavement and banging into the hood echoes through the car. The windows start to fog up, but being away from John makes me nervous, so I'm constantly wiping the condensation away, trying to get a good look at him through the windshield. All I can see is his dark hair, though, nothing else, and nothing behind him. I hate that he won't let me stay out there. Even if we haven't seen a single zombie since we left Millersville, you just never know. When John finally comes back to the car, I have to hop out so he can climb into the driver's seat. His cheeks are a brilliant shade of red, and the tip of his nose reminds me of Rudolph. The bright red of his fingers looks painful. I slam the door behind me after I climb back in, then crank up the heater. John's shivering. Give me your hands. He tries to resist, but I grab his hands anyway. His fingers feel like icicles. I pull them toward the heater vent, then rub them between my own hands in front of the warm air. John's teeth chatter together. Did you get us out? Gretchen asks, leaning between our seats. I shoot her a dirty look. Will you let him warm up at least? He can answer me and get warm at the same time.
It's okay.
John swallows, then tenses his jaw like he's trying to get it to obey.
I did the best I could.
He doesn't look hopeful that it will work, though. After a few minutes, John pulls his hands out of mine and turns to put the car in gear.
Here goes.
I hold my breath, and out of the corner of my eye I see Gretchen cross her fingers. John presses down on the gas. The tires spin against the icy road, but we don't move. The engine revs when John gives the car more gas. We rock forward, but still don't go anywhere. John gives it more gas, but still nothing happens. He slams the car into park, then sits back.
We're not getting out of this ditch.
What now? Gretchen asks, her voice ringing with panic.
We're going to have to walk,
John says, sounding exasperated. I can't blame him. Gretchen's whininess has increased exponentially throughout the day. It seems like now that she has a couple adults to take care of her, she's reverted to her selfish teenage attitude. Before we even think about going somewhere, we're going to get you warm, I say. I scoot over until my body is pressed up against his and rub his hands between mine again. They still feel like they're covered in a layer of ice. John grins at me, a little boy grin that's full of mischief and gives me a glimpse of who he probably was when he was younger.
You know what would really warm me up?
He wiggles his eyebrows, and I belt out a laugh. Ew, Gretchen says. John grabs me and pulls me onto his lap.
You can wait outside, right, Gretchen?
I'm going to barf. John doesn't look away from me. His green eyes move over my face, making my skin warm. When he caresses my cheek with the back of his hand, something inside me flutters. It's like a part of me I was sure had died is starting to wake up. It makes my heart beat in a different rhythm than it ever has before, and fills me with something sweet and hopeful and beautiful. Something that should never exist in this insane world.
I love you,
John whispers. Then he pulls me against him and his mouth covers mine. And I don't care that Gretchen is here. I don't care about what happened in the past or what might happen to us in the future. I only care that I have John here. Now. That we managed to do the impossible and find a little bit of happiness in the middle of this insanity. When he finally pulls away, the sound of Gretchen's gagging noises makes me giggle. "Spare me," she says. "We need to get moving, get to Hope, and find you two a room before you get her pregnant a second time." I roll my eyes, and John grins.
Okay,
he says.
Let's get a move on.
You're sure you're warm enough? He plants a big wet kiss on my cheek.
Very.
I slide off his lap and we all climb out, taking the few things we had in the car with us. Then we head to the back. John pops the trunk again and we dig through it. We aren't going to be able to take all the food we have in the back, which makes me sad. There's just too much to carry, especially when we aren't sure how far we have to go.
Take the lighter stuff,
John says, handing me a box of granola bars.
When we get to Hope, we can let them know where the car is, and maybe they'll come back for the rest.
We're in the middle of stuffing our packs when the sound of an engine makes me freeze. John whips out his gun and Gretchen ducks behind the car. I can't move as I stare down the snowy road at the truck headed our way. It's big, like something that was made for the snow, and it's equipped with spotlights. The front has a plow, and there are metal pieces welded to the sides, giving the windows more protection. There are even spikes sticking out from the middle of the tires like a chariot, and a gun mounted in the back. When it gets closer, I notice there are two other vehicles behind it. One is a military truck like you'd see full of troops, and the other is a smaller truck. They're both as decked out as the first one is.
Hide,
John hisses, shoving me behind him.
Let me talk to them. See if they're friendly.
I don't argue. I pull my gun, then duck down behind the car, moving back until I'm pushed as far against the snowdrift as I can get. Gretchen is practically under the car. If she could get under there, I'm sure she would. John steps out just as the trucks come to a stop. I hear the doors open and people get out, but I can't see what's going on. It makes my whole body tense.
"Hey there,"
a deep voice calls out.
"Run into a little trouble?"
"Yeah," John says.
"Hit some ice. A few snowplows would be nice."
The man with the deep voice laughs.
"Among other things, am I right? We'd be glad to help pull you out."
"I'd appreciate that," John says.
"You alone?"
someone new asks. His voice isn't as deep, but he sounds laid back, like he's just asking because he's curious, not because he's digging for information. It's hard to tell for sure from back here, though. I wish I could see them. John clears his throat and snow crunches like he's shuffling his feet.
Was with a pretty good-sized group a couple days ago, but got separated. Trying to catch up with them, to be honest.
"Big group," the second man says.
"We've come across a couple people here and there, but no more than 4 at a time.
I don't think.
"Naw,"
comes the deep voice.
"no big parties."
Well, I'll just have to keep looking, John says. Footsteps crunch through the snow, coming our way. I scoot back and Gretchen slams her hands over her mouth. Her eyes look like they're ready to pop out of her head.
"You are welcome to do that, or you could come with us,"
the man with the deep voice says.
"We've got a town less than a mile from here. We've been working on getting people there since right after this mess started. We have things set up real good. I think we have a chance, especially now that winter's here. These things don't seem to be able to handle the cold so well. We're coming across fewer and fewer. The ones still moving around are slow."
"We've noticed that," John replies.
"We?"
There's amusement in the second man's voice.
"You got people here with you?"
There are more footsteps, like someone is headed our way. My heart pounds and I try to figure out what to do. If it's safe. If I should stand up. Gretchen's hands are still clamped over her mouth. She shakes her head when I look her way, like she's telling me not to make a sound. It's stupid to stay here, though. They know we're around. I grab Gretchen and pull her close to me. "I'm Ginny. Do you understand?" She nods and her red hair falls from underneath the hood of her parka. I stand up, pulling her with me, then step around to the side of the car. A big black man with a shaved head grins, revealing perfectly straight teeth as white as the snow we're standing on.
"Howdy,"
he says in the same booming voice.
"Name's Donovan."
I stop next to John, but Gretchen stays behind me. Donovan looks me over, but there's no recognition in his eyes. Good. "Hi," I say. "I'm Ginny, and this is Gretchen." A man behind Donovan chuckles, then steps forward.
"Richard."
Richard is thin and wiry and close to 60. He has a scraggly gray beard that probably matches the hair under his stocking cap. He grins like he's amused, but I'm not sure why. There are several other men behind him and Donovan, and even a couple women. They're all armed and look like they're ready for action. But they don't seem particularly threatening. John steps close to me.
"Sorry, you just never know who you can trust these days." "No apologies,"
Donovan says.
"It's not an unusual reaction to us pulling up, believe it or not."
"You said you had a town?" Gretchen says from behind me.
"We do."
Richard walks closer and tries to get a good look at Gretchen, but I doubt he can. She's right behind me.
"Hope Springs,"
Donovan says.
Gretchen steps around me.
"Then it's real?"
"You've heard of us."
Richard grins like he's looking at an adorable toddler. He has a very grandfatherly feel to him. "I came across a couple groups who said they'd heard about the town, but I wasn't sure if it was true." She smiles and it lights up her face. "I prayed it was, though."
"Well, it looks like someone is still out there answering prayers,"
Donovan says.
"even if it does feel like hell on earth these days."
"When can we go?" Gretchen asks.
Chapter 20. Vivian. I give Axl a quick kiss on my way to the passenger side of the SUV. Behind us, Angus and Darla load into another car, and in front of us, Winston and Parvati climb into the Sam's truck. It's looking a little worse for wear after our escape from Millersville, and we had to cover the missing driver's side window, but it's still drivable. And if everything goes as planned, we're going to need it. Brady opens the gate for us, while Al and Lila stand guard, and Winston leads the way through. It's only 10 miles to Duncan, but we plan on taking advantage of the trip by cleaning out every store we can find. If we have to make more than one trip today, we will. Of course, we'll have to see how bad the roads are. With all the snow we got yesterday, it's going to be rough. We drive in almost total silence. The snow is thick, and the drive takes longer than it should, and more than once Axl has to tighten his hands on the wheel when the tires slide on the slick roads. Otherwise, we don't have much trouble, and we don't see a single zombie until we get closer to Duncan. I catch sight of the first ones stumbling through the snow around the same time the buildings come into view. There are only a handful of the dead, but that doesn't mean there aren't more. This is a town, so odds are we're going to hit a big group of them at some point. We follow Brady's directions, getting off the main road, so we can cut through a residential area and get to the more commercial part of the city. The houses we pass are small but nice, and it doesn't escape my notice that most of their front doors are open. Whether it's from the zombies who died inside and wandered out, or survivors raiding them, it's hard to tell. I'd guess the first one, though. The snow covering the road is surprisingly undisturbed. Some signs come into view: Lowe's, Costco, Home Depot. The Walmart we pass is in a small, rundown shopping center with several other random businesses, one of which is a big thrift store. There, I say, pointing out the window. We need to check there. Axl glances toward the store, then looks at me with eyebrows raised. Why's that? Simple. Regular stores only carry seasonal clothes, which means no winter stuff. But thrift stores carry winter clothes all year long. They may be used, but we're not trying to enter any fashion shows right now, so who cares? Ain't a bad idea. We'll hit it up on the way out. He shoots me a grin, and I beam back at him. When we pull into the Lowe's parking lot, Winston backs the Sam's truck up to the door. Axl parks at his side, and Angus next to us. The world is silent when we climb out, but we all have our guns drawn anyway. I'm tense as I look around the parking lot, checking for danger. A few zombies are headed toward us, but they're far away right now, and nothing we can't handle. Parvati can probably take them out with her bow before they get too close. You all know what we need, Winston says, keeping his eyes on the zombies like he's trying to figure out how long it will take them to get to us. Work in teams of 2, no splitting up. We go aisle to aisle, grabbing whatever we need, get as much as we can. Angus spits and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. Sounds like a plan. No one else says anything as we turn toward the store. Inside, I grab 2 carts, pulling one and pushing a second as I head to the left with Axl right behind me. When I lay eyes on a huge display of seeds, my mouth immediately starts to water. Tomatoes and cucumbers, potatoes and carrots, strawberries and other fruit too. Just thinking about fresh fruit and vegetables makes my stomach growl. We're going to have our carts full in no time. We load the whole display into my cart, then move onto the fertilizer. I wish I knew more about gardening, I say, dumping a few small shovels and gardening gloves into the cart. Think we could grow some of this now? Maybe set up a greenhouse? Or use heat lamps? Be willing to bet we could. Just gotta find the right books. Yeah, I say, nodding. A bookstore would be nice. We move silently down the aisles, using flashlights to look things over. Along the back wall, I find a display of deadly-looking gardening tools and load them into the cart. Axl takes one look at the thick blade mounted on a long pole and raises his eyebrow. I don't blame him. I could take the top of a zombie's head off with this thing. Should have gone to Lowe's to get weapons, he says, shaking his head. I snort in agreement. Who knew? We hit the jackpot in the next aisle. 6 kerosene heaters and cans of the fuel to make them work. Only they won't all fit in our carts, which means it's time to make a trip out to the truck. We stuff as much as we can fit into our shopping carts, then head outside to empty them. I have to squint and shield my eyes against the bright sun so I can get a good look around. The zombies are still a good distance off. They're slower than I thought, I say, as Axl hops into the truck and I start passing him things. Cold weather is helping us. Good thing. Angus and Darla come out of the store, their carts loaded down with barbed wire and nails and hammers and a bunch of other tools. And only a few minutes after that, Winston and Parvati come out, pushing a flatbed full of wood. We unload, then go back inside and refill, then repeat the process until every inch of my clothes are clinging to my sweaty body and I feel like my hands are covered in calluses. On our third trip to the truck, we step out just in time to see Parvati release an arrow. It flies through the air and slices through a zombie's head. The thing drops to the ground next to 2 others. Beyond that, though, more are headed our way. "How many?" Axl asks, huffing as he wipes sweat from his brow. 10, maybe? I respond. They're spread out, though. Parvati lowers her bow and heads back our way. We'll take them out when they get closer. She doesn't even look at us as she heads to where Winston stands waiting for her. I've heard of ice queens, but I don't think I ever met one until now, I say, watching her disappear inside. She's got to deal with her shit the best way she knows how. So everyone keeps saying. By the time we get all the stuff we need from Lowe's, the truck is half full. I'm shocked by how much we were able to find, but more than anything, I'm excited by the kerosene heaters. We only found 6, though. We want more than that, which means heading over to Home Depot. Thankfully, they always seem to build these stores next to each other, so we don't have far to go. Bad thing is, the dead follow us. We make it through Home Depot in record time. It's as deserted as the Lowe's was and just as useful. We not only find another 8 kerosene heaters and more fuel, but we also load up on even more seeds, barbed wire, and bottled water. We take the zombies out when they get close, but for the most part, we leave them alone. I've seen 90-year-old women who move faster than these things. When we're done at Home Depot, we head down the street to Costco. My body is tight with tension when we pull to a stop outside the store. It reminds me of our trip to Sam's Club and how all the people we picked up there are dead now, except little Max. Nathan and Moira and Liz, as well as Dylan and Jet, not to mention Brad, the asshole who helped lead the men from the Monte Carlo back to us. It almost feels like saving people is a waste of time. I hate going into stores that used to sell food, I say as we approach the front door. Darla nods, looking even less excited about the prospect than I am. Not gonna smell good, that's for sure. "Let's just get it over with," Angus grunts, pushing past me on his way to the door. Axl follows his brother, and they work together, trying to pry the doors open, while the rest of us stand in a semicircle at their backs. More than 20 zombies are headed our way now, but it's not just the dead that have me worried. With the truck loaded up the way it is, I don't think all of us should go inside. It seems stupid to leave our supplies out in the open like this. "A couple people should stay out here," I say. Angus looks over his shoulder as he pushes the door to the side. "Just 'cause you got a weak stomach don't mean you can get out of working." I didn't say I thought it should be me, I snap. I just think we'd be stupid to leave our stuff unguarded. "She's right," Winston says, glancing toward Axl. He purses his lips and looks us over. "Parv, you want to stay out here? Keep an eye out?" She nods, barely reacting. Then Axl's eyes sweep over the rest of us and land on me. "Vivian? Of course you'd tell me to stay outside. You're a good shot," he says defensively. "You don't gotta." Angus swears and heads into the store. "I'm gonna work on getting us some food while you two fight about it." Axl frowns when Darla jogs after him, then Winston. I roll my eyes and wave him toward the store. Whatever, it's fine. Let's just get this over with so we can get out of here. Axl is shaking his head when he follows the others, leaving Parvati and me alone. She doesn't say a word, not that I expected her to, and I don't have a clue what to say to her. I feel like I'm with a stranger whenever we're alone. We stand in silence, watching the zombies stagger our way across the snow-covered parking lot. The town is utterly silent and empty and totally depressing. As much as I know we need supplies, I hate being in a town like this. It isn't just the danger, it's how real this whole thing seems in the midst of the stark silence. Was it Hadley's? Parvati asks, making me jump. I turn to face her, my heart pounding like crazy because she scared the shit out of me. I don't have a clue what she's talking about. What? The test. Shit. I'd almost let myself forget about that. Thought you didn't want to know, I say, barely able to keep the bitterness out of my voice. Her face is as expressionless as always when she shrugs. Maybe I don't. I can't decide. It was Hadley's. She nods once, then tears her eyes away from me. She's better off then. Meaning she thinks Hadley's dead. I glare at Parvati, but she doesn't even look my way. It pisses me off that she's so sure Hadley is gone. What's worse, she doesn't seem to care. I thought they were friends. Angus and Darla come out, each of them pulling a flatbed. I help them unload it while Parvati keeps watch. We've just finished when Winston and Axl come out, and I have to start all over again. They go back in, leaving Parvati and me alone. But 10 minutes later, they're right back out, and I'm sweating again as I pile food and toiletries into the truck. "Incoming!" Darla calls, pointing to a few zombies staggering toward us. Parvati heads over to meet them, coming back only 30 seconds later with one less arrow. When the carts are empty, they head back in, leaving Parv and me alone again. They're gone for less than 5 minutes when the sound of a motor makes my ears perk up. You hear that? Parvati nods and scans the area. Sounds like more than one. I listen harder and realize she's right. 2, maybe even 3 vehicles. I can't tell where they're coming from at first. Then, out of nowhere, they're here, turning into the parking lot from the main road, headed our way. Shit, I say, looking back and forth between the approaching cars and the Costco. Parvati doesn't hesitate. She runs back to the store and sticks her head inside, yelling, "We have company!" Her voice echoes through the warehouse, making her sound 10 times bigger than she is. I have my gun up, and the trucks are only 20 feet away when the others come running out of the store. "Shit," Angus says, spitting as he pulls his gun from his waistband. He moves forward, stepping in front of me. "You girls get on back now." Normally, I'd hear a comment like that and assume Angus was just being a sexist asshole, but after Vegas, I can't ever assume that again. Plus, I'm pretty sure he's thinking of my mom as much, if not more, than he's thinking about Parvati and me. Axl and Winston step forward with Angus, all 3 of them with their guns raised. 3 trucks come to a stop only 10 feet away from us. They're decked out with metal plates under the windows for added protection, and a gun mounted on top of one. Even spikes, which remind me of something you'd see in some futuristic TV show. The driver's side door opens, and a man in his 20s jumps out with his hands up. He's grinning, but the man in the passenger seat has a weapon pointed at us. "We come in peace," the driver says, flashing us a smile. He's beefy, like someone who played football or spent hours in the gym every night after work. His blonde hair is cut short, and his light blue eyes seem almost too pretty for such a strong, masculine face. He can't be older than 30, but he carries himself with an authority that makes him seem older and more powerful than even the muscles do. "The name's Dax," he says, his eyes sweeping over us slowly, his smile not faltering for even a second. "I promise we're not here to hurt you. We're not interested in the supplies you've gathered either. You have as much right to them as we do." "What you want, then?" Angus calls, not lowering his gun. Came to load up on supplies just like you, but we're always on the lookout for other survivors. Not sure if you have a safe place, but we do. Hope Springs. You heard of it?" Winston glances toward Axl for a second, leaning closer and keeping his voice low. "That's the college town Brady mentioned?" "Sure is," Axl says out of the side of his mouth. Dax smiles, and his eyes move past the men to where Darla, Parvati, and I stand. Axl's shoulders tense. "Well, let me tell you a little bit about us then," Dax says, when none of us answers him. "We've taken over the college and are working on clearing the town out, one street at a time. With any luck, we'll have a working city by spring. We have a handful of doctors and other professionals, but we're taking new people in every day." Doctors. I immediately think of Sophia and the baby, and how we may need help one day. Then I think about Hadley. "How many people do you have there?" I ask. Dax looks my way, and his smile grows wider when his eyes sweep over me. Axl's shoulders stiffen even more, and he swears under his breath. "Over 100, Dax says. 100? Parvati has more emotion in her voice than I've heard in a really long time, and when I glance her way, she's shaking her head. 100 people? Together and in one place. Parv's eyes meet mine, and I'm shocked by the hope shimmering in them. Maybe Hadley and John found their way there. It sounds too good to be true, but it could happen. These people seem like they're okay to me. They aren't trying to attack us, not trying to steal our food or throw us in the back of an unmarked van. They're just talking to us. I look past Dax, trying to get an idea of how many people are with him. There are 5 that I can see, and 2 are women. They look relaxed and clean. A couple in the back whisper to each other, smiling like they're sharing a secret. It's slightly unsettling, but also exciting. When I look back, my eyes meet Dax's. They're friendly and not the least bit threatening. "We lost some people a few days ago," I say, making Angus and Axl look back toward me. "A guy named John and Hadley Lucas." Dax's eyebrows shoot up, and every other pair of eyes turn my way. Even the 2 women stop gossiping. "The actress?" The man standing on the passenger side of Dax's truck says. He's older, probably in his 50s, but just as beefy as Dax. Somehow, though, he's even less threatening. Something about the way he carries himself. "Yeah," I say, my eyes moving over everyone again. None of them looks scary to me. "I think I'd remember if Hadley Lucas came walking into town," Dax says with a chuckle. "Sorry, I haven't seen her." I let out a deep breath and shake my head, all the hope I felt a second ago dropping to the ground, until I feel like I'm trampling on it. Damn, I was really hoping they found her. "She could still show up, you know," Dax says, almost like he can sense how much I needed someone to reassure me. "You could come, wait for them. We have room." Every time he looks my way or speaks directly to me, Axl shifts, almost like he's trying to block me from view. "We got a place, but thanks for asking," Angus growls. "I understand your hesitation," Dax says, holding his hands up. "I'm not telling you to come now. Talk about it. Winter has just started and things are likely to get rough. We got the water running last week, and right now we're working on getting the power on in the entire city, which will make things a lot more bearable. You're free to come at any time. This is an open invitation." "It's something we have to talk to our people about," Winston says. "Of course." Dax grins and looks us all over again. When his eyes meet mine, he winks. Axl takes a step to the right, blocking me from Dax's view. "We gotta finish up here so we can be on our way," he says, louder than necessary. "Not that I don't trust you or nothing, but we'd like for you to move your trucks across the parking lot till we're done." I look around Axl to see Dax puckering his lips. Then he nods once. "I guess that's reasonable. Do we have your word you won't try and overtake us?" "I ain't interested in nothing but getting home," Axl says. Dax nods again, then turns his back to us like a man's word actually means something these days. He's lucky he ran into us and not some of the other people out here. "Okay, let's give these people some space," he calls, waving to the trucks behind him. He hauls himself up on the side of the truck, but just before he ducks into the cab, he shoots me one last wink. Axl lowers his gun and swears. "Asshole. Don't trust him for a second." "I don't know," Winston says, scratching his beard as he watches the trucks drive off. "He didn't try to take anything, didn't ask where we were staying, or try to dig for any information about our people and supplies. He seemed to genuinely want to help us out." "Bullshit," Axl says. "Something about that guy was off." "You're only saying that 'cause he was trying to put the moves on Blondie," Angus says, grinning back at me. "Shut up, Angus," Axl and I say at the same time. Angus throws his head back and lets out a laugh that echoes across the parking lot. "Let's get back to work," he says, heading for the store, still chuckling. He's taken 2 steps when a gunshot echoes across the silence, making all 6 of us jump. I raise my gun and spin around just as a second shot rings out. A zombie headed our way drops to the ground, and the guy standing on top of the truck from Hope Springs waves. They're helping us out. Axl swears and turns away from them, but I grab his arm when he walks by me. They seem trustworthy. His stormy eyes flash when they meet mine. "You saying you want to go there?" "No, I'm saying it's good to know there's another group out there not too far from us if we need help. They have doctors, Axl." He shakes his head, then heads back into the store, following his brother. He's jealous or insecure. I'm not sure which it is. Dax is a good-looking man, but Axl's nuts if he thinks I'd ever be interested in someone else. After we're done at Costco, we all pile into the trucks and head back toward the thrift store I saw when we first got into town. The cars and the truck are pretty stuffed with supplies, but we need the clothes almost as much as we need the food. Before we left this morning, I got the kids' sizes from Sophia, and I'm hoping to find some old snow boots and coats for them. As soon as we're halfway across the parking lot, the group from Hope Springs takes off toward Costco. They have a couple big trucks, meaning they'll be able to get a lot more than we did. "We should come back tomorrow," I say, watching the other vehicles stop outside the store. "Load up again. Not just here, but at Walmart. If we don't, they'll take everything, and we'll be shit out of luck. They have a lot more people, so it will take them less time to clear the stores out than it will take us." Axl nods, his lips pursed as he keeps his eyes focused on the Sam's truck in front of us. Good point. He seems preoccupied, or mad, I'm not sure which. I put my hand on his knee and lean closer. "You okay?" "Just thinking about that group. Don't seem good to me." "They weren't threatening us, Axl." His eyes move my way, and they do a quick sweep over me, almost like he's checking me for injuries. It makes the hair on my scalp prickle uncomfortably. It reminds me of the expression he wore on his face for more than a week after we left Vegas. Every time he looked at me, it felt like he was trying to turn back time, to erase my pain and what had happened, to make it all better. Maybe he wasn't jealous when Dax checked me out. Maybe there's more to it. I don't bring it up again, because I can tell by the way he's stubbornly tightened his jaw, he's not going to listen to what I have to say. Not right now, anyway. When we pull up outside the thrift store, I hop out and head to the door. My gun is drawn, and I narrow my eyes, trying to get a good look at the inside of the store, despite the glare on the glass. The racks are just visible, stuffed full of clothes. Shoes line the walls by the hundreds, but there doesn't seem to be any movement. "Who's coming?" I say, barely looking over my shoulder. "I'll stay outside," Parvati replies. No surprise there. I'll keep her company, Winston says next. I nod without looking back, then push the door open when the sound of footsteps crunches across the snow behind me. The air inside the store is thick with dust and dirt and the stench of decay. I step in and move off to the side, waiting for the others. Axl is next, followed by Angus and Darla. Once the door's shut, I glance Axl's way. He nods, then lets out a loud whistle. It echoes through the room for a second before fading away, leaving the place silent once again. Looks like nobody's home, Angus says. Let's check it out real quick anyways. Axl moves toward the back. The rest of us follow, staying in a straight line with our guns raised. The store is big, probably the biggest thrift store I've ever been in, and the farther back we go, the darker it gets. With the exception of our footsteps, it's utterly silent. 3/4 of the way in, Axl stops and nods toward the floor. I look down to find a rotten corpse that barely looks human. The skin covering the face has been torn or eaten away, revealing startling white teeth set in black gums. The thing almost looks like it's smiling up at us, which gives me the creeps. I shiver and nudge Axl forward. Keep moving. He nods and walks on, but still nothing moves. I'm starting to think the body we just found is the source of the stench. I turn toward Axl, all ready to say as much, when something rushes toward us from the back room. Axl curses and shoves me back just as the thing slams into him, knocking him to the ground. I go flying, my arms slamming into the clothing rack at my side. The whole thing falls over. Shirts and hangers litter the floor, and my gun flies from my hand. It skids across the room and hits the wall. I catch myself before I hit the ground, then spin around to find Axl on the floor. There are 2 zombies right on top of him, the one literally inches from his face. Angus has his gun out, but he can't get a good shot. They're just too close. He slams his gun into his waistband and rushes forward, jerking the first monster to his feet. Before he can stab the zombie on top of Axl, it reaches out and grabs Angus's ankle. He falls next to his brother, and Darla starts screaming her head off as the 2 brothers struggle with the zombies on the floor. I rush forward, drawing my knife as I do. Angus is closer, and there's no good way for me to get to Axl without dealing with the zombie on his brother first. I skid to a stop as Angus pushes the zombie up, grunting while the thing chomps at his face. My blade comes down, slicing into the monster's skull and releasing black goo all over the place. The zombie collapses, and I yank my knife free. Angus tries to roll out from under the body while Axl curses at his side. The zombie on top of him snaps his teeth less than an inch from Axl's face. I can't reach him, though. Angus and the other zombie are sprawled across the aisle, blocking my way. Angus finally manages to throw the unmoving zombie to the side, glancing toward his brother, and it hits me like a punch in the gut that neither one of the men are holding weapons. I dive over Angus, throwing my whole body against the zombie and knocking him to the floor. We tumble over each other like we're falling down a hill, and the thing scratches and chomps at me the whole time. Once we stop rolling, I kick him in the face as hard as I can, sending him flying back. Before I can even move forward to stab him, a gunshot echoes through the air, ringing in my ears. The zombie's head explodes, and he falls back, but doesn't move. I get to my feet and brush myself off, looking the brothers over. They're both panting and covered in sweat, but no bites. If they had been bitten, the terror on their faces would be a whole hell of a lot worse. "You're okay," I say anyway, still panting. Darla throws herself into Angus's arms, but Axl just nods. His eyes hold mine for a second, and everything in me squeezes tight when I think about how close he just came to death. "Let's get the shit we need and get out of here," I say, turning away from the others so I can look for my gun. I'm tired of this town, and I want to look for winter gear so we can get home, where I can pretend that fence will keep us safe from here on out.
Chapter 21. Ginny. We salvage our supplies, and Donovan siphons the tiny bit of gas from the car, but we leave it on the side of the road. They don't need it, and we have no attachment to it. I barely even glance at it as we drive away. John, Gretchen, and I end up in the front of the last truck, mashed up against Richard. It's a tight fit, but we didn't want them to separate us. They seemed to understand. Richard doesn't complain. If anything, he seems happy at the prospect of meeting new people.
"So, these friends of yours, how long ago did you get separated from them?"
he asks as he drives down the road, one eye on the snowy landscape and the other on an iPod.
"Going on 5 days.
John says, patting my leg like he thinks I'll fall apart at any moment.
We were following their trail until the snow got in the way. Not sure we're going to be able to find them now, though."
We bump down the road, following the other 2 trucks, and I let out a deep breath. I don't feel like I'm going to fall apart, but just thinking about the days that have passed and what could have happened to our friends since the last time we saw them has me anxious. Richard glances our way, frowning when his eyes meet mine, as if he can read my mind and knows how affected I am by the loss.
"Well, if they're in the area, they may hear about Hope and show up. Don't lose heart yet."
He selects a song and sets the iPod down, grinning to himself as he finally puts both hands on the steering wheel. Miley Cyrus blasts through the speakers, whining about how her relationship didn't work out because she was too needy. "I never thought I'd see an iPod again," Gretchen says, a small smile turning up her full lips. Richard lets out a little chuckle.
"Not exactly my type of music, but these days you gotta be thankful for the small things, right?"
"No kidding," Gretchen mutters. We listen to Miley in silence for a few minutes. For me, it's another one of those surreal moments that takes me back to my former life. I met her once, just a few months before all this started. She was in the middle of giving the air a tongue bath, posing for the cameras with her butt sticking out like she was something shocking and new and original. The thing I remember most about it was thinking how she had her whole life ahead of her to realize how stupid she was acting. How one day, when she was older and more mature, she'd look back at the pictures of herself licking random items and realize she was just a kid. How wrong I'd been.
"Sometimes," Richard says, breaking through the depressing silence, "I listen to these songs and can't help but wonder what happened to all of them."
"All of who?" Gretchen asks, leaning forward so she can see him. Richard smiles and shrugs at the same time, like it's silly to talk about.
"Celebrities, famous people."
John glances my way, and I can feel Gretchen's eyes on me too. I don't know if they're waiting for me to admit who I am, but that's not going to happen. Hadley Lucas is someone I wish had died with the virus. "They're dead," I say flatly, surprised by the lack of emotion in my own voice. "They were rich and spoiled. There's no way they would have been able to survive this." Richard presses his lips together and nods slowly like he's thinking it through.
"It's weird to imagine them doing all this, isn't it? Trying to get through by the skin of their teeth just like us normal folk. But I suppose some of them could be doing just that."
John's hand gives my knee a small squeeze, a gesture of support, which I love. I doubt it. I'm done thinking about the past. I want to look forward now. "Tell us about Hope," I say, staring at the truck in front of us as I try to picture what the future holds for us, what the world will look like 2 years from now, if we can possibly start something new. It's hard to imagine.
Well, Richard says, we started off slow, but things are progressing. We have a couple dorms at the college we're using to live in. We built a barricade around part of the campus. We use the cafeteria for meals and bring any food we find there. A couple other places hold supplies and a headquarters. Then there's the school. We don't have a lot of kids, but there are a handful. We even got a hospital set up.
You have doctors? My hand unconsciously goes to my stomach.
Sure do.
He grins and his shoulders straighten like he's proud to be a part of it all.
4 of them, if you can believe it. 4,
John says, with a note of disbelief in his voice.
How many people are there in Hope Springs? I don't have the exact numbers, but more than 100.
Gretchen leans forward again, her eyes big and round as she stares at Richard. John's mouth drops open. I stare straight ahead, feeling oddly numb. I never thought I'd see that many living people in one place again. Not counting the casino, which I'm working on forgetting altogether, our group was the largest one we'd come across. But Hope has over 100 people? Working together? It sounds too good to be true. How? I whisper. How did you get all these people?
Don't know exactly. It started off small. A group of people from the area working together, determined to take it back and make something. More people wandered in and stayed to help. Then we started sending groups out to find supplies in other towns. We'd pick people up, or at least tell them. Then others would come in saying they'd heard about us.
So everyone lives in the dorms? Gretchen asks.
Yup. For now, anyway. We're hoping to get more of the city cleared out over the winter months. It's going to be hard work, but with as slow as the zombs are right now, it's our best shot.
John rubs the back of his neck, and I can see the wheels turning as he thinks it all through. Trying to figure it out or picture it, I'm not sure.
How are you doing it without getting overrun? We do a street at a time. Move in reinforced buses and block off the area. Then clean out whatever's there. Then we move our fences up so no new zombs can get in and go on to the next street. We keep archers and sharpshooters on roofs, and the buses are always there for us to make a quick getaway if we get swarmed. It's not foolproof, and we've lost people. But overall, it's worked out well. We have a plan set up for winter, and if the weather cooperates, we should be able to take the whole town back before the zombs thaw out in the spring. Then people can start moving out of the dorms and into houses. That's the hope, anyway.
The truck thumps down the road as the 3 of us chew on this new information. A town. A real town that isn't overrun by zombies, where we can live and have a house and a family and be human again. It feels like a dream. When the town comes into view, all 3 of us lean forward to get a better look. From a distance, it doesn't really seem like anything special. Still, I feel kind of like Dorothy finally reaching the Emerald City. We pass houses and gas stations and convenience stores, all the normal things found in a town. When we close in on the center of the town, a barricade comes into view, and the trucks slow to a stop. The fence is made of chain link and wood and barbed wire and stone and pretty much anything else they could get their hands on. There are men guarding it, armed mostly with bows, and a few more sitting in lookout towers on each side. Just like Richard said, there are a couple buses sitting not too far from the gate. They're decked out in steel and guns and spikes, reminding me of something out of Mad Max. In front of us, the gates open and the trucks drive through. John, Gretchen, and I are silent, each of us taking things in as Richard follows the other 2 trucks. I'm focused mainly on the armed men we pass. They wear serious expressions, but they don't seem dangerous. If anything, they look more like lawyers and teachers and dads standing guard, ready to protect their city. It's kind of reassuring. We don't have far to drive since the part of the city that has already been cleaned out is small. Richard drives down the street, then turns right. The college comes into view. There's a second fence around some of the buildings that's taller than the first and sturdier. Even if the zombies weren't frozen right now, this place looks fairly safe. Richard parks the truck next to the others and climbs out, flashing us a grin.
Well, come on. We're not gonna bite. I promise.
He chuckles as he hops down, but for a second the 3 of us don't move. Gretchen is by the door and her eyes are wide. I'm not sure if it's from fear or amazement, though. Even from my seat in the truck, this place feels good.
Well,
John says, taking a deep breath.
I guess we should go.
Gretchen nods and pushes the door open, but I stay silent. A spark of hope has started to burn inside me, but I hate to feed it too much, and I need to stay silent. I slide out after Gretchen, grabbing my pack as I do, and John follows. We leave the food for the men to deal with. It will go to the community now, which is fine with me. As long as we all get equal shares, I don't care where they store it. Richard is waiting at the front of the truck, but all the other people who were out on the run seem to have wandered off already. He smiles when we move forward to meet him.
No need to be worried.
I hope he's right. John takes my hand as we follow Richard, and Gretchen sticks close to my side. The gate on the second fence is closed, but as we head toward it, 2 men jog over. They're smiling, happy to see new faces.
Find some people, Richard?
One calls out. He's young and cute, and Gretchen blushes when he looks her up and down.
Sure did. Rescued these folks from becoming human popsicles.
The guy smiles as he pulls the gate open. He looks right at Gretchen.
Welcome to Hope.
Gretchen giggles and Richard chuckles, and John squeezes my hand. Despite the fences and the weapons and how filthy I am, it all feels so normal that I have a hard time believing I'm awake. Richard walks through the gate, then Gretchen. John and I follow, then we're through the gates. When they're shut behind us, I feel like I'm home. Safe.
Let's get you folks a room,
Richard calls, heading toward a dorm. My heart has begun to thump harder, but in a good way. A way that reminds me I'm alive. We follow Richard into the dorm, and he holds the front door open for us. I step through, and warm air sweeps over me. The overhead lights are on, and the unmistakable sound of a television floats through the air. My heart gives off a little pitter-pat that reminds me of a horse galloping. I freeze just inside the door and stare up at the lights until my eyes start to water. You have electricity?
Sure do, Richard says. Got the plant up and running about 2 weeks ago, and the water on about a week back. Took some work since we weren't quite sure what to do, but it's been worth it. Far as we can tell, the water is on everywhere, but we only have power for the campus at the moment. As we clean out the town, we're going to turn more on.
This is amazing, Gretchen gushes, her blue eyes sparkling. We can take hot showers and watch TV? Richard chuckles.
Movies, actually. There aren't any networks still working, so I'm afraid regularly scheduled programs are out of the question.
Gretchen's whole face falls when she sighs. I guess I'll never find out what happened on Vampire Diaries. Richard laughs, like she's the most amusing thing he's ever seen. I'm starting to suspect he had a granddaughter Gretchen's age or something. He's still shaking his head when he turns and starts walking.
"Follow me."
Richard stops outside a door marked Resident Director and knocks. After a minute or so, a pretty black woman opens the door. She smiles down at me, and she's so tall I have to look up. I'm pretty sure she even has an inch on John. She's thin, and her hair is cut right to her chin. Her brown eyes sweep over us quickly before settling on Richard, and the smile she gives him is just as warm and welcoming as the one she gave us. "New additions?" she asks in a smooth British accent. I'm not sure why, but I wasn't expecting that.
"Yup,"
Richard says, then turns to us.
"This here is Corinne. She's kind of the unofficial leader."
"Not leader. We have a committee that makes decisions. I was just one of the first people here." Corinne shakes her head as she steps back, pulling the door open wider. "Come on in so we can have a little chat. We'll get you some rooms, and I can fill you in on any details Richard may have left out." Gretchen goes first, and I start to follow, but stop when John doesn't move. He turns to Richard and says, "You're not coming?"
"Nope. Have some stuff to get done. I'm sure I'll see you folks at dinner, though."
The older man flashes us a quick grin before turning away, waving over his shoulder.
"No need to be worried."
I pull on John's arm, and he follows me into the room. It's a little apartment, really. A living room that's cozy but slightly outdated. There's a small kitchen to the left, and a door next to it I'm assuming leads to a bedroom. Everything is neat and organized and clean. In the air is the faint scent of lemon, reminding me of when I was little and my mom used to mop the floors. It tugs at my heart, and tears spring to my eyes. But I brush them away. Corinne motions to an ugly floral couch and love seat as she heads toward a small desk. "Make yourselves comfortable. I'm sure you're tired, but we like to get some information from new arrivals. It will only take a moment." Even though her voice is casual and friendly, the words make me tense. So far this place has seemed unthreatening, but I'm not about to let my guard down. Who knows if they have ulterior motives? People are unpredictable. Gretchen plops onto the love seat, clearly unconcerned about the situation, but John and I lower ourselves onto the soft couch more gingerly. Hesitantly, even. I stick to the edge, my ass barely hanging on like I'm ready to jump up and run out at any second. Across the room, Corinne picks a spiral notebook up off the table. Still smiling. "No more computers takes some getting used to. I'm trying to be organized, but it isn't easy." She shakes her head as she flips through the notebook, then clears her throat. "We have plenty of space. The rooms here aren't huge, but we're hoping it's temporary." "Richard told us about the plan to clear out the city," John says, his voice slightly tense as he watches Corinne like a hawk. "We're going to try." Corinne's eyes are on her notebook as she heads our way. She doesn't look up until she's lowered herself into the matching chair at our side. Then she studies us, like she's trying to size us up. See where we fit in, and how we're going to work out here. I squirm and John's shoulders stiffen, but Gretchen doesn't move. Corinne's notebook rests in her lap, and she holds a pen in her left hand, tapping it lightly on the paper. Her smile hasn't faded. "When new people come in, I like to ask them about their past. I know it's a difficult subject, and I promise not to get too personal. It's more about finding people who have useful skills. If someone has medical training or is a mechanic, if you used to sew or cook or have some other special skill that might help us out down the road. We're starting over from scratch, really. So any information that might be useful." Corinne's eyes move over us. Then she nods. "Okay." John clears his throat and sits forward until he's on the edge of the couch, just like me. "Sure. That makes sense. I was a pilot, actually.
Not sure if there's an airport nearby, but if there is, I'm happy to help.
Corinne's smile gets wider, making her eyes sparkle. I relax a little. Smashing. We haven't had a pilot come through yet, so that will come in handy for sure. You said your name was John?
That's right.
John squeezes my hand and shoots me a glance before focusing on Corinne again.
Once upon a time, I gave helicopter tours over the Grand Canyon.
Corinne nods as she writes, and when she looks up, her eyes are on me. And you? My face gets hot, and I squirm, tensing all over again. I hadn't thought about creating a backstory for myself, and she's taken me totally off guard. No useful skills, I'm afraid, I say, forcing out a laugh. Nothing. The corner of Corinne's mouth turns down. Not really. I was a waitress at Outback, I reply, blurting out the first thing that pops into my head. I kept thinking I had plenty of time to get my shit together and make something of myself. I guess that plan blew up in my face. I press my lips together when I stop talking. Corinne's intense gaze gives off the impression she can tell I'm lying, like she's a walking polygraph. After a second, she gives one quick nod, then goes back to her notebook. And your name? Ginny. She writes my name on the space under John's, but nothing else, then turns to Gretchen. A student, I'm guessing? Yes, but I can sew. A little. Corinne's face lights up again. Gretchen, was it? Gretchen nods enthusiastically. I guess I'm the only one who didn't stand out enough for Corinne to remember my name. Good. That's how I want it. Corinne finishes writing and looks up, still smiling, and her eyes move to my hand, resting in John's. 2 rooms, then? Yes, I say, then glance toward Gretchen. You'll be okay on your own? Gretchen snorts and rolls her eyes dramatically, just like a typical teenager. I don't want to share with you two if that's what you're asking. Corinne laughs as she gets to her feet. I can put you across the hall. Perfect. Unfortunately, there are only twin beds. Corinne shoots John and me an apologetic look. This was a college dorm. It's fine, really, I say, waving her off. She must be kidding. I'm just happy to have a roof over my head. If I had to sleep on the floor in the lobby, I would. And it would be a step up from a lot of the places we've slept over the past few weeks. Corinne crosses the room to the desk and sets the notebook down before picking up a box, opening it to reveal stacks of keys. The dorms are suites. 2 rooms joined by a bathroom, so you'll have a little extra space. Sounds good, I say, and I mean it. John and I aren't used to living together, and it's impossible to tell how it will turn out. Things are better between us, meaning I don't have the urge to hit him almost every time he looks my way, but having the extra room will be good. Plus, if they don't have the town cleaned out by spring, we'll need it for the baby. My stomach drops, then jumps back up so fast foul-tasting bile fills my mouth, and I have to swallow it down. Shit. The baby. I'd almost forgotten about my condition in all the excitement. Corinne smiles, and I do my best to return it when she holds a key out to me. Thank you, I say, my voice shaking slightly as I take it. 3rd floor, room 315, Corinne says, then hands Gretchen another key. 314. Gretchen hugs the key to her chest like it's a prized possession, and I can't blame her. The metal in my palm feels like a treasure map, sure to lead me to a pile of gold and a life of leisure. Of course, after the hell we've been through, almost anything would seem like a life of leisure. At this point, I'd take a crappy apartment and a job at McDonald's. John and I thank Corinne, and Gretchen gives her a hug so big she almost knocks the poor woman down. Then the 3 of us head up to the 3rd floor. Gretchen is practically skipping, and when she gets to her room, she barely glances at us before disappearing inside. When John unlocks the door to our room, it feels a little bit like he's about to carry me over the threshold. I pause in the doorway and give it a quick once-over. It's definitely a teen's bedroom, pink and black zebra print, stacks of magazines on the desks, and posters covering the walls. Whoever lived in this room really loved Channing Tatum. John stops in front of the Magic Mike poster and wiggles his eyebrows my way.
Get you in the mood?
I snort and barely glance at Channing's spectacular abs. You forget who you're talking to. I've met Channing Tatum, and there wasn't anything that special about him. In fact, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Most of the people Americans worshipped were total assholes. John laughs as he drops his backpack on the floor next to the bed.
I don't doubt it. That one actress in particular seemed like a total bitch. What was her name? Red hair? Skinny?
I scrunch up my nose and purse my lips, pretending I have no idea who he's talking about. Julia Roberts? John fakes outrage by putting his hand over his heart.
America's sweetheart? Never. I'm talking about a younger one. Skinnier. And she was prettier than Miss Roberts.
I tap my finger over my lips while shaking my head. Emma Stone? She had red hair sometimes.
Probably a bitch, too. But I'm talking about Hadley Lucas. Remember her?
Shaking my head, I do my best imitation of someone who's very confused. And it's good, too. I was nominated for a Golden Globe. Twice. Vaguely.
I'm sure she's dead now, but when she was alive, she was probably a giant bitch.
John comes over to stand in front of me. He puts his hands on my hips and pulls me against him, looking down at me with intense green eyes that make my stomach feel like it's full of fizzy bubbles.
Really stuck up. Probably would only be worried about her own ass if she were here now.
But it was a nice ass, I say, allowing a grin to pull up my lips. He smiles and leans down so his mouth is only inches from mine.
The nicest.
She's dead, though, so it doesn't matter now.
True,
he replies. His warm breath brushes against my lips when he talks, and it sends a shiver right through me. In all the times John and I have had sex, I haven't once done it because I felt any kind of desire toward him. That wasn't what sex was about with John and me. It was about a need to feel something, or to forget what I was feeling. But now, as he moves closer to me, I realize I do want him. I want him to kiss every inch of my body, to make love to me for real, in a safe place where we don't have to hurry or look over our shoulders to make sure a zombie or another person doesn't walk up. Just as he leans down to touch his lips against mine, it hits me that I haven't bathed in several days. I can't even imagine how horrible I smell. When I pull back, disappointment flashes in his eyes. I don't want him to think it has anything to do with him, so I smile and run my hand across his cheek, loving the feel of his facial hair prickling against my palm. I want to do this right, to start our lives together the right way, I say, keeping my voice low and smooth so I can ease his ego and let him know I mean it. So, I'm going to take a shower. Hopefully there's a razor and I can shave my legs because I look like Chewbacca right now. I'm going to brush my teeth in a real sink for the first time in weeks. Then you can have a turn. Once we've done all those things, we can take care of other needs. John nods, but he doesn't let me walk away. He wraps his arms around me and pulls me against him and inhales, like he's trying to breathe me in, reminding me that he'll happily take me any way he can get me, dirty or clean, damaged or whole. John loves me, the real me. It only makes me want him more. I come out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. I can't help wondering if the college students who used to live here left their stuff behind, or if Corinne and her people made sure all the rooms were stocked with the essentials. Either way, I don't care, because there's shampoo and conditioner and soap and razors. For the first time since we were run out of the shelter, I feel clean, and my legs aren't hairy. I don't even care that my hair is 1/4 of an inch long. I feel like $1,000,000. John is lounging on the bed, and his eyes move my way when I walk out. His face lights up, and without thinking, I pull the towel tighter against my body. I may think I'm falling in love with him, and I may find myself actually wanting him, and I may be carrying his child. But that doesn't mean it isn't going to take time for me to really relax when I see that look on a man's face. Even John's. "It's all yours," I say, forcing out a smile. He rolls off the bed and stretches his arms above his head dramatically.
I was thinking of not showering.
I arch an eyebrow. "Is that so?"
Yeah.
He walks over to the full-length mirror mounted on the wall and looks himself over.
I have this rugged thing going on. I've heard women really find that sexy.
He's right about that. Even with a couple days' growth and too long hair and dirt on his face, he looks good. I can imagine him as the model for some outdoor magazine or store. Any woman in her right mind would drool over him. But the smell? Not so much. The look is okay. I mean, you're sexy as hell and you know it. He grins and I roll my eyes. The fact that you smell like a garbage can may have the opposite effect you're going for, though. He lifts his arm and sniffs. His nose wrinkles up, but he just shakes his head.
I don't know what you're talking about. I smell fine.
Trust me, you don't. He sighs and pulls his shirt over his head, tossing it on the floor.
Okay, you talked me into it, but just so you know, I am only agreeing to this so I can get laid. Otherwise, I would be totally against it.
My stomach does a flip, then a flop. But I just snort and head for the closet, hoping to find some clothes. Maybe being dressed will ease my discomfort. You're a man. Of course you're doing it to get laid. John laughs as he heads into the bathroom, and once he's gone, I relax a little. Clothes will help. I want to be intimate with John, but I think starting out dressed and working my way up to the nudity would be good. The closet is full of the typical clothes you'd find in a college dorm. T-shirts that are tight and short enough to show off a pierced navel, and strappy shirts that show more side boob than they should. Luckily, the long-sleeve shirts aren't as bad. I grab a gray one that boasts the name of some band who has long since turned into a group of mindless monsters, plus a pair of yoga pants. Might as well be comfortable. Once I'm dressed, I turn to brush my hair, then let out a laugh when I realize I don't have any. How weird. I'm curled up on the bed when John comes out of the bathroom, wearing nothing but a towel around his waist, leaving very little to the imagination. Even with as jumpy as I've been, I can appreciate him in all his muscled glory. He was fit the first time we had sex, but weeks of working hard on the road has made his muscles even more defined. Especially his arms and shoulders. They're broad and strong, like they could carry the weight of several people on them. I've always loved broad shoulders. John stops in front of me and grins.
No men's clothes in the room.
You have some we took from the house.
True, but I thought I'd just go au naturel for a bit, if that's okay with you.
When I don't object, he drops the towel to the floor. I swear my mouth waters. It's a nice and unexpected feeling. I wasn't sure if I'd ever be able to look at a man without fear creeping up on me. But John makes it easy. He lowers himself onto the bed next to me and leans down. His lips are just above mine when he says,
"Is now a good time to start our lives together?"
I suck in a deep breath and work on controlling my pounding heart. Typical man, always thinking about sex.
I didn't think I was the only one.
I laugh, but it's cut short when his hand brushes across my stomach, then up until it's resting just below my breasts. He touches his lips against mine gently, testing to see if I'm ready, and my insides quiver. His green eyes hold mine, searching, waiting to see what I'm going to do, and I love that he's waiting for my cues. Hesitantly, I put my hands on his bare stomach, then run them up his chest and over his shoulders. When my fingers move through his wet hair to the back of his head, I pull him closer to me. The second his mouth touches mine, flames burst through my body. He groans and pulls me against him, hugging my body to his, while his tongue sweeps into my mouth. He grabs the hem of my shirt and moves it up, but once again he pauses to see if it's okay. My heart thumps, and I close my eyes, kissing him back, waiting for my body to relax. It takes a few seconds of John's gentle kisses, but when heat sizzles through my insides, I give him the okay. He tugs on my shirt and I sit up, breaking the kiss long enough for John to lift it over my head. His bare skin is hot against mine, and his hands are gentle, patient and caring. My body gets hotter as we kiss, and soon I find myself reaching down to wiggle out of my yoga pants. I'm not wearing any underwear, and the second my pants are on the floor, John is there, on top of me, between my legs, moving against me as his mouth caresses mine. But he still waits. We kiss and touch one another, exploring, savoring this moment like it will be our last. My skin burns where his stubble scratches against it, but in a good way. It's a pleasant pain that tells me I'm alive, more alive than I ever thought I'd be again. And all I want is John. John, I whisper against his mouth.
Now?
The word comes out like a sigh. I nod as we kiss, as our tongues tangle and our bodies move against each other, moist with sweat and humming with desire. John eases between my legs, moving slowly, carefully. He pulls his lips away, and his green eyes search mine. I nod again, letting him know I'm ready. My eyes close on their own, and my nails dig into his back as Hadley Lucas fades away. This is John and Ginny. This is a new start for me, a new beginning that will have the happily ever after ending I always wanted. Chapter 22. Ginny. John and I lay tangled together on the tiny bed, his head resting on my stomach as I run my fingers through his hair. He turns his face so he's looking at me, his ear pressed against my belly button, like he's listening for our baby's heartbeat.
We should get you checked out. Richard said there were doctors.
He's right. I know he is. I can't be that far along, but with the way we've been eating and living, it would be smart to see a doctor, and sooner rather than later. But I'm still adjusting to the idea, and I'm afraid seeing a doctor may set me back. Like a recovering alcoholic taking a drink after years of sobriety. John lifts his head when I don't answer.
We can use it as an opportunity to check the place out.
Okay, I whisper, even though my body trembles just thinking about it. About acknowledging the truth to someone other than John. But I do want to see what they've done with the town. John and I get dressed, then head over to Gretchen's room to see if she wants to come. When she opens the door, she has a big grin on her face. She's wearing makeup and her hair is clean. It goes down her back in long red ringlets. She's wearing skinny jeans and a form-fitting shirt, along with a pair of black Ugg boots. Gretchen looks like she's ready to go to the mall. This room is a gold mine. Makeup and hair products and clothes? I feel like a real person again. Her eyes move over my face, and her smile falters a little. Don't you want to put some makeup on? I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, I say. But it isn't important to me. That's an understatement, really. The less like my old self I look, the better. This way maybe people won't recognize me, and I can live the rest of my life as Ginny. John puts his arm around my waist protectively.
Do you want to go with us to have a look around?
Gretchen smiles again, but it isn't as bright as the first one. Yeah, that sounds good. Guilt squeezes my insides. I shouldn't have made her feel bad about wanting to look pretty. She's just a kid, so I can't blame her for feeling that way. I probably would have wanted the same thing when I was her age. Gretchen grabs a fleece jacket and pulls it on before stepping out into the hall. I nudge her with my elbow as we walk, flashing her a smile. You look good. Thanks. She tugs on the jacket like it doesn't fit. It looks perfect on her, though. Am I being shallow? No, you're coping. It's normal. What about you? Gretchen asks, narrowing her blue eyes on my face. Don't you want to cope? I let out a deep breath and shove my hands into the pockets of my too big sweatshirt. I'm going to let you in on a little secret, Gretchen, I say, keeping my eyes straight ahead. John's hand tightens on my waist like he knows what I'm about to say. Before we met you, I went through something that should have destroyed me. It almost did, to be honest. Makeup and clean clothes may help some people feel like this world is returning to normal, but it isn't going to do it for me. I don't know what will, but I'm working on it. I glance toward John, and an involuntary smile curls up my lips. Maybe it's John. Okay. Gretchen doesn't look at me. She zips her jacket up and shoves her face down, hiding her mouth under the collar like it's freezing and she's trying to keep warm. I can just make out the pink of her cheeks. After that, we're silent as we head down the stairs, then out the front door. Outside, the sun reflects off the blanket of snow, making me squint. The chill in the air is magnified after being in a building with heat, and when a cold breeze hits me, a shiver shakes my body. There are a few people milling around, but not many. So far, we've only seen a handful of others, but it's the middle of the day, so most people are probably working, especially since they are trying to get as much of the city cleared out as possible before spring. I catch sight of the same guy who opened the gate when we got here, heading our way. His head is down, and he has a bow slung over his shoulder, as well as several knives clipped to his belt. Only one gun, though. He looks up when he's 5 feet from us, smiling when he sees Gretchen. His eyes move over her appreciatively, and even though the look isn't directed at me, and it's most likely innocent, it makes my whole body tense. The urge to protect her is so strong, I have to plant my feet firmly on the ground so I don't step in front of her. The guy jogs over, stopping in front of us with a huge grin on his face. "Hey there! Get all settled in?" "Yes," Gretchen says, her smile once again natural and bright. "Got a shower and clean clothes? It's a nice change." "Tell me about it. I've only been here for 2 weeks. When I first arrived, you probably could have confused me with Bigfoot." Gretchen giggles and John looks down at me, rolling his eyes. I smile and shrug, even though I still feel uneasy about this guy. I'm probably just being paranoid. The guy grins and holds his hand out to Gretchen. "I'm Mark." "Gretchen." They stare at each other without blinking for a few seconds, like this is a movie and a romantic theme song has started playing. This time, I'm the one rolling my eyes. "Not to interrupt," John says, clearing his throat, "but Richard told us there was a hospital set up somewhere." Mark rips his eyes away from Gretchen so he can focus on John. "Oh, yeah. I can show you where it is if you want. Give you a personal tour." He winks at Gretchen, and she giggles again. "Thanks," I say. "We'd appreciate that." "Sure thing. Follow me." Mark leads us through the snow-covered campus, pointing out things as we go. Gretchen is at his side the entire time, hanging on to every word like he's spouting off Shakespeare. The cafeteria is over there, and next to it in the old science building is the main headquarters, along with the armory. Just past that is a small administrative building they've modified to use as a hospital. We haven't cleared out the real hospital yet. It's on the other side of town and will probably be the last thing we'll get to, but we were able to get some medical supplies from other places in town to tide us over.
Wow!
Gretchen is on the verge of gushing. It sounds like you know pretty much everything about this place. Mark grins down at her and straightens his shoulders.
Not everything, but I've worked hard since getting here. We all have to pitch in if we want this to work.
He's still staring at her when he stops outside the administrative building and motions toward the door.
Delivered as promised. Thanks for your help,
John says, pushing his way between the lovebirds so he can open the door. I take a step forward, but stop when I notice Gretchen is still drooling over Mark. You coming, Gretchen? I was going to see if Mark wanted to show me around a little bit more. She doesn't even look our way. A more personal tour, maybe? I'm torn between the desire to roll my eyes and the urge to tell her to use protection. I'm not the girl's mom, but it isn't like she has anyone to tell her what to do anymore. If ever. I don't want her to make a mistake.
Gretchen, I say, drawing her name out so she'll know I'm serious.
The girl's eyes snap toward me and her mouth puckers up. Typical teenager. Be careful. I tilt my head toward the door of the makeshift hospital so she'll get my point, but won't be embarrassed. Gretchen's eyes get big, then she nods emphatically, her red curls bouncing around. Oh, I will. John chuckles and nudges me toward the door.
Come on. We'll see you later, Gretchen.
We step inside and find the lobby of the building set up like it's a waiting room. A few chairs line the walls, all currently empty, and there's a desk with a woman who looks to be in her 50s sitting behind it. She's reading a paperback book, and she's so engrossed in it she doesn't glance up until we stop in front of her. Even then, I swear she has one eye on the pages. Can I help you? I shoot John a glance while shuffling my feet. We were hoping to see a doctor. Not sure if you need an appointment or... Dan, she yells over her shoulder. Patient here to see you. She goes back to her book before waving her hand toward the door at the back. Go on. He's probably just napping. I look at John, but he just shrugs, and together we head on back without so much as a thank you. She doesn't even seem to remember we're standing here anyway. The doctor is not sleeping, as it turns out. He's chomping down on a granola bar when we walk in, and his mouth is so full he has to wave toward a door. He tries to smile, and I think he even apologizes, but it's hard to tell. The room he points to has a couple chairs in it, and a desk pushed off to the side. It's piled high with the type of medical supplies you'd see in a regular doctor's office. Cotton balls and Band-Aids, tongue depressors, that kind of stuff. There's also gauze and rubbing alcohol. The doctor walks in behind us and swallows, then gives us a real smile.
Sorry about that. You caught me on my break.
He's young, probably fresh out of medical school, if he even finished, and kind of nerdy looking. The glasses he's wearing have a wad of tape at the corner, but even then they keep sliding down his nose. He pushes them up with his middle finger as he looks us over.
I'm Dr. Murray. You can call me Dan. It's no big deal.
John and I stand in the middle of the room for a few seconds, unsure of where to sit or what to do. Finally, John grabs my arm and sits, pulling me into a chair at his side.
I'm John, and this is Ginny.
Dan takes the chair across from us, grinning.
Good to meet you. What can I do for you? You don't look sick or hurt or...
His eyes move over us both, then he shrugs. I'm pregnant, I blurt out, then blush. It's only the second time I've said the actual words out loud, and it hurts just as much as it did the first time. The doctor sits back and takes a deep breath.
Okay, since you don't look pregnant, I'm going to assume this is a post-apocalypse baby. Does that matter?
John asks.
We're not sure.
Dan crosses his arms and presses his lips together like he's trying to decide what to tell us. I assume he's waiting for an answer, so I say, "It happened after." The doctor relaxes, then looks at John.
You're the father?
Yes, John says firmly. It might not be true, but either way the father was immune. I know that's what the doctor is getting at. Right now, I have no interest in getting into the details of the last few weeks of my life. If we need to address it later, we will.
Then we suspect the baby should be okay,
Dan says, picking up an empty chart and a piece of paper. He plucks a pen out of his pocket, then frowns.
We're less certain about babies conceived before this started.
I can only think about Sophia. Wherever she is, she's carrying a baby that was conceived before all this. And I know her husband died from the virus. Do you have any reason to think babies conceived before might not be immune? I ask, leaning forward. Dan coughs like he wasn't expecting that question.
Well, yes. We had a baby born last week. A boy. He only lived a couple hours.
Shit, John mutters. The doctor nods solemnly.
Yes. It could be a coincidence, though. It's always possible other factors were in play. The mother had been under a lot of stress, and she was about a month early. It's hard to say for sure. We're just going to have to wait and see what happens. Luckily, you don't have to worry about that.
He taps the chart in his lap with his pen, looking me over.
Let's get some medical history, shall we? You said your first name was Jenny?
Ginny, I say. Ginny, short for Virginia. The doctor nods and writes it down.
Last name?
Shit. I hadn't thought about that. My last name has always been Lucas. Maybe this guy won't make the connection, but maybe he will. Doctor or not, I don't want him knowing who I am any more than anyone else. John grabs my hand and gives it a squeeze.
Our last name is Lewis.
The doctor looks up.
You're married? Officially, no.
John shrugs like it's nothing.
We consider ourselves married, though. I figure a piece of paper doesn't really matter anymore, right?
Dan shrugs as well, then goes back to writing.
Good point. Age?
For the next 30 minutes he asks me every question imaginable, and I answer all of them honestly, with the exception of one. Is there a chance I have an STD? There is. I don't know how many other women that bald prick raped before he got his hands on me, and I don't want to think about it. But I do know it's something I'm going to have to address with the doctor at some point. Specifically when John isn't around. Talking about it all will be hard enough, but talking about it in front of John is impossible. I do not want this thing hanging over us any more than it already does. When we finished going over all the details, Dan walks us out of the building.
We'll see you every 2 weeks just to make sure everything's okay. I'm hoping to have an ultrasound machine in a couple weeks, and that will help us get a better idea of what's going on. We're a couple blocks from clearing out the street with an OB-GYN on it, so fingers crossed.
He holds a bottle of pills out to me, and I find them in my hand without really knowing how they got there.
In the meantime, try to eat well and take these. You should be good.
I stare at the little pills like they're poison. They make this all feel so much more real, and for a few seconds I can't catch my breath. Right now, my stomach is more uneasy than ever. Still, there have been several times over the last few days when I thought about this baby and almost felt excited. I never thought I'd feel so torn when this moment came for me, that's for sure. Dinner takes us to the college dining hall, and we finally get to see the population of Hope Springs together. It's so overwhelming it makes me freeze in my tracks and takes my breath away, and it isn't even everyone. The people on guard duty aren't present, and I overhear one woman say there's a group out scavenging in the nearby town of Duncan, just like the group that picked us up. Even with them gone, the hum of voices is louder than anything I've been around in weeks. It makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Out of habit, I look over my shoulder, like the laughter and conversation will draw a horde of zombies our way. My body hasn't adjusted to the fact that we are in a relatively safe place. A building, surrounded by guns, with armed men guarding the gate. There aren't any hordes here. Still, I can't help the hitch in my pulse, or the way my eyes won't stop scanning the room. It just feels wrong. This is weird. Gretchen gnaws on her bottom lip and tugs her hair, looking as uncomfortable as I feel. John is like a statue next to me, his hand resting on my lower back.
Yeah, it seems so loud.
Culture shock, I mutter, mostly to myself.
Yeah.
John takes a deep breath and nods toward the line.
We should eat. Try to meet people. Try to get comfortable.
But not too comfortable, I say, allowing him to lead me toward the back of the line. Never too comfortable. He nods once.
No, never too comfortable.
Gretchen doesn't say anything, but she follows us. Like me, she's scanning the room. I have a strong suspicion she's looking for her new friend, though. Did you have a nice time with Mark? I ask, taking the tray John holds out to me. John chuckles, and the sound eases some of my tension. I like his laugh more than anything else in the world right now. Gretchen's cheeks turn pink, and she sticks her tongue out at John. Yes?
You behave yourself?
John asks in a deep voice, probably trying to sound like a father figure. Gretchen rolls her eyes, but she's still smiling. The world may have ended, but that doesn't mean I'm going to jump into bed with the first guy I meet. Jeez! Good to know. John chuckles again, and I find myself smiling as the line moves forward. Gretchen stands in front of me, muttering to herself as she slides her tray along the rack. The food comes into view, and my stomach does something halfway between a growl and a lurch. It's a feeling I've never experienced before, being hungry while simultaneously wanting to hurl. John glances my way, and the smile melts off his face.
You okay?
Yeah. I pause and swallow when foul-tasting saliva fills my mouth. My stomach's just a little uneasy. John pats my hand and gives me a sympathetic smile.
Even though I know it sucks, it's a good sign.
Of what? I ask, swallowing again. It doesn't really help that much, not with the steaming food only 2 feet away from me. Gretchen smiles when the worker slaps a spoonful of imitation mashed potatoes on her plate. I should be salivating after a week of almost no food, but I'm not sure I'll be able to get anything down. Still, I know I have to try, so I hold out my tray and allow the woman to drop a pile of the white mush onto it.
That the pregnancy is progressing okay,
John says. I can't remember the question, so I turn to him and arch an eyebrow.
The morning sickness.
Oh. I swallow again and scoot my tray forward. I'm not sure whether or not that news makes me happy. Once our trays are full, we make our way into the dining area. People watch our progress. Even though I know it's because we're new, it doesn't stop my scalp from tingling. Hopefully no one recognizes me. Someone waves from a table to my left, and I turned to find Richard, smiling. He's watching Gretchen, but the expression on his face is easy to read. Grandfatherly. Emotional. There must be something about the teen that reminds him of a lost loved one.
Sit here and I'll introduce you around.
He pats the chair next to him, the same easy smile on his face when he looks John and me over.
Thanks,
John says, taking a seat across from the older man. Gretchen and I follow, and Richard seems disappointed when she doesn't sit near him. Gretchen keeps her eyes on her tray and her back straight, like she's noticed the extra attention he's giving her, and it makes her uncomfortable. I don't distrust this man. After my time at the Monte Carlo, I feel like I can easily pick up on someone's bad intentions. Richard seems to genuinely want to get to know this girl. But it's bothering her. "Tell us about yourself," I say, smiling at Richard. "How long have you been here? Where are you from?" Richard nods as he presses his lips together, then leans back in his chair like he's getting settled in. Must be a long story. "Well, I'm from a smaller town not too far from here, and that's where I was when this whole mess started. I was a diesel mechanic, and my daughter was living with me, granddaughter too, until recently. Sarah, that's her name, is 20. She got married to her high school sweetheart right before the virus got real bad, and they were down in South Carolina on their honeymoon when travel got cut off. My daughter got sick and died real fast. But I'm not sure about Sarah and her new husband. King was his last name. Last I heard, they didn't get the virus. I'm still hoping they made it out of Charleston and show up here one day, but I know the odds aren't good." He pauses and presses his lips together, then looks at Gretchen. "You remind me of her. She has red hair, too." Gretchen visibly relaxes. She brushes the hair out of her face and twists it into a knot at the back of her head. "I'm sorry." "Yeah, well, we've all lost loved ones. It hurts. That's not something I can lie about. But I'm trying to be strong and work toward moving forward. That's what we all got to do." Richard nods once, then picks up his fork. The mood is noticeably more depressing when he starts eating, and I feel bad for bringing him down. Then again, it's hard avoiding the past, and there isn't a single one of us who doesn't have a severely depressing story. Even people like Moira, who managed to make it through the outbreak relatively unscathed, now have scars.
"I want to help clear the streets,"
John says, making Richard look up from his plate.
"I think you guys are right about the winter slowing the dead down, and I want to do everything I can to help fortify the city while we have the chance. We need all the help we can get."
The huge smile Richard tosses his way shows how grateful he is John volunteered. John's absolutely right. We need to get moving, and every person gets us that much closer to our goal, a zombie-free city. "I can help," I say, drawing the eyes of the two men toward me.
John shakes his head. "No, absolutely not."
"This is no time to be sexist," Richard says, smiling like he thinks John's behavior is cute. "We need all the help we can get."
"Sorry, but it isn't happening. This doesn't have anything to do with being sexist. Ginny is pregnant, and we need to protect her and any other woman who gets pregnant."
John points his spoon at my stomach.
"That baby is the hope for our future. If we ever want to rebuild, then we need to repopulate."
I bristle when he lets my secret slip, without even the slightest thought as to how I'd feel about it. I don't want everyone knowing right now. Richard shakes his head, and I'm sure he's going to be on my side, but he looks at me and frowns.
"He's right. Plus, they won't let you out there anyway. We have to think about the big picture."
I scowl into my potatoes as I push them around on my plate. They look even more unappetizing now than they did a few minutes ago. The Salisbury steak next to them reminds me of a mud pie, and the gravy has started to cool and congeal, giving it a lumpy look that turns my stomach inside out. I don't like being coddled, but I guess they have a point. I'm a valuable commodity, and I have to take care of myself and this baby. Like it or not, we are the future. Or some shit like that.
Chapter 23. Vivian. 100 people? Lila's eyebrows shoot up. looking like they were launched from a slingshot. That's what they told us, I say, leaning against the kitchen island. Brady presses his lips together as he stirs whatever he's cooking in that huge pot of his. Rice and some canned chicken and veggies, along with some spices. Some kind of soup, I'm assuming. Whatever it is, it smells amazing. Hope Springs isn't far, he says, staring at the broth as it swirls around in the pot. We could take a trip up there and stake it out. That's not a bad idea, Anne says from the table. Her eyes have dark rings around them, and she's as pale as someone getting over the flu, but she's trying. I'm not sure where Sophia and the kids are, but almost everyone else is outside unloading the Sam's truck after our trip to Duncan. I only came inside to bring some of the jackets and boots we found for the kids. Just like I thought, the thrift store was a jackpot. So it's just Brady, Anne, Lila, and me in the kitchen at the moment, but I'm okay with that. I want some people on my side before we talk about it as a group. Axl is adamantly against going to Hope Springs. Angus keeps accusing him of being jealous, but the more I think about it, the more I realize there's more to it. The looks Dax gave me didn't set off warning bells in my head, but I can see why they might for Axl after what happened in Vegas. If he had gotten to that hotel room a few minutes later, I don't even want to think about it. I shudder and cross my arms like I'm hugging myself. Staking out Hope Springs sounds like a good idea to me. There wasn't anything about the group we met in Duncan that had me worried, but that doesn't mean I want to rush over there without doing a little planning first. It pays to be cautious. Personally, I think it would benefit us to check it out, I say. Even if we decide it's safe, I'm not saying we need to pack up and move over there. But it would be good to know we have neighbors we could go to when we need help. I agree, Anne says. I'm with you all the way. Lila nods emphatically. I turn to face Brady, only to find him studying me with those sharp eyes of his. He's standing on a stool, so we're practically at eye level, and the look he's giving me makes the hair on my scalp prickle. Axl doesn't think so, he says calmly. I let out a deep sigh. No. Any particular reason? He's just being overly cautious. One of the men in this group looked at me a few times, and I think it made Axl uncomfortable. Remember how we told you about the shelter we had before, and how some men ran us out? Brady nods, and I squeeze myself tighter when my insides prickle from the memories. There's more to it than that. These same men had a place in Vegas. They kidnapped me and Hadley. There were other women there, too. I have to pause and swallow when a lump forms in my throat. Brady raises his hand. Say no more. There is no need to explain. Despite his biological connection to Angus, I don't see Axl as a particularly impulsive person. And he isn't stupid. If he has concerns, I think we should take them seriously. But I agree with you as well, and checking the place out wouldn't hurt. You'll be on my side when we get ready to talk about it as a group? Brady arches an eyebrow in my direction. Not that I think my opinion will hold much weight, but yes. You're wrong. This isn't a dictatorship. We make decisions as a group, I say, pushing myself off the island. I'm going to head outside and see if I can help get some work done. Lila bounces after me, her dark hair swishing behind her. I'll help too. She and Elle always look happy, but I'm not sure how they manage it. I love Axl, and being with him makes life worth living, but I wouldn't go so far as to say either one of us is happy. Things must be good with Al, I say, when we stop by the door to put our shoes on. They are, she smiles to herself. Is it weird? Before all this started, I thought I had it great. I mean, I had everything I wanted. But I realize now I didn't have any of the important stuff. I was an only child, and my parents were hardly ever around. Even when they were, they didn't act like they were the least bit interested in me. I had boyfriends, but they didn't care about getting to know me, and my friendships were mostly competition. Who had the newest clothes or the most expensive car? It was all dumb. I stand up and meet her gaze, and she flashes me a hesitant smile. Now, you have a family, I say, reading between the lines. I do, and it's great. She nods, but her mouth pulls down. I do wonder what happened to my parents, though. They were in Paris when travel was cut off. Do you think it's like this everywhere? Her bottom lip quivers, and for the first time in a long time, I see her for what she really is. A kid, just 17. I remember being that young and thinking I was so grown up and mature. Now, only a little over 3 years later, that person seems more like a toddler. I put my hand on Lila's arm and give her a smile I hope is comforting. I'm sorry, Lila. I'm sure it's hard not knowing what happened, but we all know this thing spread. Even before communication was cut off, there were stories of it hitting Europe. I don't think they were spared. She lets out a deep breath and nods. You're right. Even if you weren't, it's not like they're going to fly back here one day and start looking for me. I doubt they ever gave me a second thought. She looks down, and I feel like I just slapped the poor girl. It sucks, but I couldn't bring myself to lie. After a few seconds, Lila turns away and heads for the door. I follow her in silence. Outside, the sky is clogged with clouds, and the wind makes me feel like my body is one giant goosebump. I wish we could just pull up a weather app and figure out how much more snow to expect. I hug my jacket tighter against my body when an icy gust of wind howls between the houses. Thank God we got those kerosene heaters. It will make sleep a lot more comfortable tonight. Lila and I head toward the others, who are busy unloading the truck, stacking food in one garage and building supplies in another. We pass the one that now serves as our barn, and I can make out the sound of the chickens through the closed door. In the distance, I catch sight of Angus down by the fence, where he's already started attaching barbed wire. Parvati is with him. All this activity has me feeling hopeful again. We're making progress, and suddenly the future doesn't look quite so grim. I feel like we have a chance now, more than ever before. Even in the shelter, although I'm not sure why. Maybe because this is closer to being normal. Living underground would have kept us safe, but it wouldn't have felt anything like normal life. Gonna go out hunting in a bit, Axl calls when he sees me. His forehead is beaded with sweat, and his jacket is off, leaving him in nothing but a gray t-shirt. It makes me cold just looking at him. You and Angus? I ask, coming up beside him. Winston is in the truck, bringing flats of food to the back where he sets them down, so Axl can drag them to the garage. I grab a couple massive bags of rice and follow Axl, who's carrying what looks like 50 cans of soup. Or Parvati, he says with a grunt. Be nice to get a deer so we could feed the whole group. No kidding. Sounds good, I say. Tomorrow, we're going to head out to get them MREs finally. Need to start looking for lots of fuel, too. What we siphoned in town ain't going to last us long. He drops the cans on top of the others already stacked in the garage, then turns to head back. I throw my rice down and jog after him. It has to be close to 6 by the time we get the vehicles unloaded. By then, I'm sweating just as much as Axl was, and my stomach is growling so loudly, I'm seriously considering ripping into some of the food we have lined up in the garage. Brady made dinner, though. I head to the house with the majority of the group, while Axl goes to check on the progress Angus and Parvati have made. It's going to take days to get that barbed wire all the way around the neighborhood, though, if we have enough. Angus took every inch they had at both Lowe's and Home Depot, but I'm not convinced it's going to cover the area we need it to. I'm starving, Al says, rubbing his stomach as we step into the house. The soup smells even better than it did earlier, making my stomach growl even louder. But food isn't my first priority, even if my stomach hasn't accepted that. I want to broach the subject of Hope Springs with the group while Axl is still outside. We head to the kitchen, where Brady is already setting out bowls filled with steaming soup. He also has crackers out and a big fruit salad made from some of the canned fruit we brought back today. I know health food nuts complained about all the processed food in this country, but now that the apocalypse has hit, I'm so thankful we loaded our food with chemicals that will keep it from going bad so fast. We're going to need it while we work at getting back on our feet. The generator is off to conserve fuel, but one of the kerosene heaters is running, and Brady has candles lit all over the room. Their flames flicker across the faces of my friends as they settle in for dinner. The atmosphere is relaxed and content. Nice. I don't want to put a damper on things, but I think a discussion about Hope Springs is important. Once everyone has started to dig in, I clear my throat. I want to let everyone know what we learned today while we were out. A few people look my way, but most are too occupied eating. We did work up quite an appetite unloading that truck. We ran into a group who says they're from that college town, I say, continuing, even though only a couple sets of eyes are on me. They say they have some of the city cleared out, and they're working on taking the whole place back. Apparently, they have quite a big group, 100 people. More people look up with each word that leaves my mouth, and by the time I stop, all eyes are on me. Even the few people who already knew about it are looking my way. Angus, Axl, and Parvati are the only missing people, and the only ones who would most likely be opposed to checking the place out. They were friendly? Joshua asks. I nod and glance toward Winston. I thought so. Winston looks across the room, maybe to judge the reactions of everyone standing around him, and his eyes stop on Joshua.
They were. We felt it was something we needed to discuss, but the man we spoke to said it was an open invitation.
Invitation? Sophia says. They want us to come there, I reply. No one responds for about 10 seconds. Then Al says,
Did you ask about Hadley and John?
We did, I say with a sigh. No luck. Al nods and Lila pats him on the shoulder, but everyone else just stares at me.
You're not seriously considering going there, are you?
Joshua asks. Why not? Sophia says, scooting to the edge of her chair like she's considering heading out now. More people means more help. It means we could make it farther.
Or be more of a target,
Darla points out. Sophia runs her hand over her belly and frowns. I'm scared. We're in the middle of nowhere, and no one of us knows the first thing about roughing it. How are we going to do this on our own? We learn, I say firmly. Sophia shakes her head, and when I look around the room, others are frowning as well. I didn't realize everyone was so worried about the future. Sure, when we were on the road it made sense, but here we have walls and supplies and a plan. Here, we can make it. I think we should check it out, Anne says. Stake it out like Brady said.
Stake out what?
Axl says from behind me. I turn as he and Angus and Parvati step into the kitchen. The brothers don't look happy, so they obviously know what we're discussing already. Parvati's expression is as blank as always. Hope Springs, I say. Axl shakes his head, and Angus grunts. I don't like it, Axl says. There was something about that guy rubbed me wrong. What was wrong with him? Joshua asks. Angus chuckles, shaking his head as he takes the bowl Brady holds out to him.
He was checking Blondie out. Ain't that right, little brother?
Axl glares at Angus, but I shake my head. Axl is just being cautious, which is good. We should be cautious. That's why Brady suggested we stake the place out first. I think we should just swing by the town and see what it looks like, but keep our distance. Axl still doesn't relax.
She's got a point,
Angus says between slurps of his soup. No one is suggesting we walk up to the gate and hand our weapons over, I say, trying to soothe Axl. He shrugs and turns away, heading out of the kitchen. Whatever you decide, I'm gonna head out, try and find us a deer. You ain't gonna be able to see shit, Angus calls after him. It's dark. Parvati sets her bowl down and follows Axl. She pauses just as she's about to step out of the room and glances over her shoulder. I think we should check it out, too. Then she turns and follows Axl. I can't believe she actually has an opinion. People nod in agreement, then slowly go back to eating. But the mood isn't as light as it was at first. Maybe we're all just thinking about what could go wrong, about what might go right. It's hard to tell. Either way, I'm satisfied with the plan. Knowing there are other people out there working towards something is a good thing. In the morning, Axl, Angus, and I get ready to head out for the MREs. Axl still isn't happy. Last night, when he got back from hunting, I could tell he was pissed off, and I tried to talk to him about it, but he wouldn't say much. We slept in the same bed, but he was distant and moody, which just irritated me. He may not want to talk about what's going on, but I'm not giving up. Checking out Hope Springs is a good idea, and I'm not going to change my mind about it, no matter how much he pouts. Angus gets behind the wheel with Axl in the passenger seat, a map of the area sitting in his lap. I take the back. After my failed attempt at navigating back in Vegas, I wasn't going to even try to tell them where to go. Apparently, I'm no good at reading maps. County Line and Emmerich, Parvati says, standing just outside Angus's open door. Her bow slung over her shoulder and a stone expression on her face. You got it, Rambo, Angus says. He spits at her feet, but she doesn't blink. We ain't back in 2 hours. You know where to come looking. Parvati nods, and her brown eyes sweep across the inside of the SUV. Over Angus and Axl, then back to me. Something in her expression changes, but before I can figure out what it is, it's gone. Then she goes back to the same blank look she's had on her face for weeks. Angus reaches for the door, just as Brady comes up next to Parvati, and I swear the asshole considers shutting it anyway. He doesn't, though. Be careful out there, Brady says. Angus grunts, just as Axl says, Tomorrow, we're gonna need to go looking for some fuel. Maybe head back onto that town we was at. See what else we can find before them other folks pick it clean. Brady nods and steps back, and Angus pulls the door shut, swearing under his breath about who knows what. It's impossible to tell what is and isn't going to piss him off sometimes, and I'm not sure why Brady telling us to be careful is offensive to Angus. Hell, he probably doesn't even know. We drive down to the gate where Parvati meets us, riding a snowmobile Brady found in a neighbor's garage. Angus drums his fingers on the steering wheel while he waits for her to open it, and the second it's wide enough, he throws the SUV into drive. Here we go, Angus growls, hitting the gas. He sounds like he's dreading it as much as I am. We don't say a freaking word on the drive. All of us are tense with anticipation, knowing it's been days since we were last there. The area was clear of zombies when we left, but that means shit now. Even with all the snow, the dead could still sneak up on us, which is something we've learned firsthand. Getting too relaxed is never a good idea. When we reach County Line Road, Angus slows until he's driving less than 15 miles an hour. It feels like the car is barely moving, which makes me nervous, and I have a hard time sitting still. I scoot up until I'm leaning between the seats, craning my neck to see out the front window, looking for the tree Axl spray-painted. When it finally comes into view, Angus hits the brakes before I even have a chance to point it out. I lurch forward, my chest slamming into the center console so hard I'm surprised my implants don't burst. Shit, I say. glaring at Angus as I massage my boobs. "Why the hell did you slam on the brakes like that?" Angus glances toward me, and when he sees me rubbing my breasts, he practically turns all the way around in his seat so he can get a good look, gawking at me with a look on his face that makes me want to slap him upside the head. This asshole is screwing my mom. "Stop mentally undressing me, you pig," I mutter, crossing my arms. "What are we doing?" Axl shoots his brother a glare but doesn't say anything, which kind of pisses me off. I hug myself tighter and sit back. Angus has been giving me disgusting looks since he first laid eyes on me, and it's getting old, especially when Axl chooses to ignore it. Maybe he's used to his brother being a pig, but I'm not. "Just checking the place out, Blondie," Angus says, flashing me one of his monkey grins. "Keep your panties on." He wriggles his eyebrows, letting me know he'd be okay if I chose to ignore that piece of advice. I give him the finger, which only makes his grin widen. "Cut it out," Axl snaps. A moment of triumph shoots through me, but it's cut short when Axl looks my way, as if I'm the asshole here. Heat moves up my neck to my face, and I press my lips together. If I open my mouth right now, Axl and I are going to end up fighting, and this isn't the place. Doesn't mean I'm not pissed, though. Angus chuckles, and Axl turns back to face the front, pointing toward the opening in the trees. "Let's get on with this." We pull into the woods, just as silent as we were the rest of the ride, and when the house comes into view, a little of my anger melts away. We found it, and it's clear of the dead. Even better, the snow around the place is totally undisturbed, meaning no one else has been here, which is good. I need to focus on the positive right now and worry about Axl later. Angus pulls to a stop right in front of the rickety gate, and I'm out before we can even discuss a plan. The air is clear but cold, and it turns the tip of my nose to ice. I'm wearing warmer clothes, thanks to Brady's dead wife, but the same damn jacket Axl gave me back on Route 66. It felt nice and comfortable when I put it on this morning, but now seems way too thin. Goosebumps pop up on every inch of my skin, making me shiver. But I do my best to ignore them and focus on the surrounding area. Keeping my eyes and ears open, checking the place out. The MREs should still be where we left them. Now all we have to do is load the SUV and get the hell out of here. The brothers step out of the car, but when Axl glances toward me, I turn away. Maybe I'm being childish, but I'm tired of him not standing up to his brother. I'd never sit by quietly while someone said shit that made Axl uncomfortable, and he shouldn't do it either. Especially not when the asshole making the comments is Angus. "Where are you going, Blondie?" Angus calls when I head toward the house. "Let's get this over with. We have other stuff to do, and there's no point in hanging out longer than we have to." Footsteps head my way as I push the gate open. It creaks even louder than it did the first time we were here, echoing through the silent forest. Above us, a bird takes off, and near the back of the house, something scurries away. Even though the sounds are too small and fast to be a zombie, they make my heart jump with fear. I reach the backyard and find the pile of junk right where Axl left it. Before the brothers have even made it back, I start unloading the stuff, tossing it aside without bothering to be quiet. Metal slams against metal, and glass shatters, echoing through the silence, but I keep hauling the stuff away. "What the hell you doing?" Axl asks from behind me. I don't even bother looking his way. "Clearing this off so we can get this shit and get out of here." "Vivian!" He grabs my arm and pulls me back, but I jerk free and glare at him. Axl purses his lips, and his stormy eyes search mine, but I don't blink. "You pissed?" Behind him, Angus is grinning like he's watching his favorite soap. Asshole. "Just forget it," I say, turning back to the pile of trash blocking our way. "I want to get this over with and get back." The average man would argue with me, maybe even call me out on my bullshit by pointing out what a baby I'm being, which I'm well aware of, but not Axl. He just comes over and starts hauling shit away like it's nothing. Like me being pissed is nothing. For some reason, it makes me angrier. By the time the door is clear and Axl has thrown it open, I'm so angry I've started to sweat. The back of my neck is moist, and my hair is plastered to it. The jacket I thought was too thin only a few minutes ago now feels like it's made of the thickest wool ever created. I rip the padded flannel shirt off and toss it to the ground before heading down the stairs. The cellar is dark, but I'm too irritated to really care. I move forward from memory, my hands out in front of me since my eyes haven't adjusted to the darkness. When my fingers brush against spiderwebs, I jerk back, but I take a deep breath and force myself forward until I reach the boxes lining the walls. I pull one off to get a feel for how heavy it is. Thankfully, it's light. I should be able to carry 2, at least. By the time Axl and Angus reach the bottom of the stairs, I have 3 boxes in my arms, and I'm heading back up. Angus doesn't even look my way, but Axl tries to stop me by grabbing my arm. I jerk away. "Vivian, you gotta wait. I don't want you up there by yourself. It ain't safe." "It's fine," I say, not even looking at him as I head back up. He'll be right behind me. I have the urge to throw in some shitty comment about how Axl always has my back, but I don't. I'm irritated enough, and there's no point adding to it. Plus, I know I'm being a bit irrational. Maybe it's stress, or maybe I'm about to get my period. I don't know for sure. I just know I have the almost overwhelming urge to slap Axl, which is something I haven't felt since the first few days we traveled together. Brings back memories. I have to squint against the bright sun when I step out of the cellar. The boxes in my arms are stacked on top of each other, blocking my view partially, but I don't let it stop me as I hurry through the yard to the SUV. One of the men has already opened the back door, and all I have to do is slide my boxes in before heading back for more. I pass Angus and Axl on the way, and none of us says a word. It irks me how calm Axl looks. Figures. We get into a routine, up and down the stairs, passing each other wordlessly as we slowly empty the cellar. My shirt sticks to my moist skin, and on my 4th trip to the car, I take my sweater off and toss it into the back seat. Underneath, all I have on is a short-sleeve shirt. The air cools my sticky skin, but it's nice after exerting myself so much. "No slacking off now, Blondie," Angus says when he and Axl come through the gate with their arms full. "Almost got them boxes cleaned out." I don't respond, mostly because I'm feeling less and less pissed as the minutes pass, and I'm afraid if I start talking to Angus right now, I'm going to get mad all over again. Instead, I head toward the back of the house, leaving the brothers to load their boxes. When I jog down the stairs, I notice Angus wasn't lying. There are only about 15 boxes left, which means we only have a couple more trips each. Then we can get the hell out of here. My arms are once again full when the brothers come pounding down the stairs. I pass them without a word, heading out into the winter sunshine. My feet stumble over the junk littered across the yard, but I do my best to make it through without falling down. Just like every time I came up, the boxes are partially blocking my view, making it tough. I've just made it to the front gate when a hand clamps down on my arm. My heart stutters to a stop, and a scream rips its way out of me. I yank my arm back. The fingers slide across my skin, losing their grip on me. The boxes fall from my hands and drop to the ground. My heel catches on something behind me, and I stumble back, finding myself falling just as the putrid face of the zombie comes into view. My body slams into the cold ground, and the zombie in front of me growls. I scramble back, kicking my feet up as the creature moves closer, chomping at air as he tries to get to me. Another snarl comes from behind him, and I scream even louder when more of the dead advance. My hands fumble for my knife as I kick harder, trying to get away and knock the bastard back at the same time. The black goo I'm so used to seeing is frozen on his skin, creating dark crystals that sparkle in the sun. Thankfully, his movements are slower than usual because he's right on top of me, and more have moved in at his back. Their lack of speed gives me the chance to pull my knife free.
"Vivian!"
Just as Axl's voice cuts through the moaning zombies, I raise my knife, bringing it forward so the blade sinks into the zombie's skull. The knife is ripped out of my hand, and the now motionless zombie drops right on top of me with such a sharp thud it forces all the air out of my lungs. I gasp for breath, only to get a mouthful of rotten air. Footsteps crunch against the snow, getting closer as the moans of the approaching dead increase. A gunshot cuts through the air, and Angus rushes past me. Axl screeches to a halt at my side, shoving the dead man off me. He barely gives me a chance to catch my breath before he's pulling me to my feet, dragging me back. Angus stands in front of the dead, hacking at them with his knife as they converge on him. There are so many. It's like the horde that swarmed Millersville decided to follow us here. They moan and growl and bite at Angus, trying to get at him. I'm still gasping when Axl shoves me behind him, screaming at his brother, "Angus, we gotta go! Back to the cellar, now!" I don't even glance behind me to make sure Angus is listening before I run back through the yard, jumping over trash and piles of crap now barely covered by the snow. At my back, Axl is still yelling for his brother to move his ass. When I reach the corner of the house, I look back so I can see what's going on. It's that exact instant that Angus gets overrun. He growls when two zombies grab him at once, pulling him in opposite directions. A third gets in on it, sinking his claws into Angus's shoulder, trying to pull him back. "Angus!" Axl yells, firing as he runs for his brother. My heart jumps, then falls to the ground, and before I can even think about it, I'm running back the way I came. My knife got lost when that bastard fell on me, so I pull out my gun as I charge back through the snow. Angus disappears from sight, but I can still hear him cursing up a storm. Axl is firing like crazy, taking out the zombies that get close to his brother. But there are at least 3 on top of him, and no matter how much I try to ignore the sinking feeling in my gut, it's impossible. Angus is going to die, and I hate how much that hurts. When I'm closer, I start firing as Axl charges into the mass of walking corpses. My pounding heart thumps in my ears, and it takes everything in me to keep my eyes focused on shooting the dead charging Axl and his brother. Angus pulls himself from the mass of zombies, letting out a roar loud enough to shake the planet. Axl is next to him, slamming his blade into rotting skulls over and over again until he and his brother are free. Then they're charging toward me, running from the horde at their backs. "Go, go, go!" Axl yells, waving for me to move. He doesn't have to tell me twice. I pull the trigger one more time, and my gun clicks. Then I spin around, charging toward the back of the house. The cellar is our only escape, and even that is going to suck big time. My feet hit the steps literally 5 seconds before Axl's. He pauses to shove his brother into the cellar ahead of him, then turns and grabs the door. Outside, the moans and pounding footsteps of the dead echo through my brain like a stampede of buffalo. I reach the bottom and spin to face the stairs, catching sight of the horde just as Axl pulls the door down. The ray of light shining into the room gets smaller until there's nothing left but a narrow beam. It shines down on Angus like a spotlight, illuminating the rip in his shirt and the crescent-shaped bite on his shoulder. Then the door shuts, and the room goes black. Chapter 24. Vivian. I stare into the darkness, frozen in place. Above us, zombies growl and bang on the cellar door, trying to get in. Axl grunts and footsteps scrape against the wood steps. The heavy rattle of Angus's breathing echoes against the cement walls. No one says a word. Was that real? Or was my mind playing tricks on me? No, there's no way I imagined that shit. Angus grunts, and it sounds like he drops to the floor. Damn it, turn on a fucking flashlight. I'm on it, Axl says, his voice way too calm. He doesn't know. The flashlight clicks, and the beam cuts through the darkness. Axl has it aimed at the door, but it gives off enough light to illuminate Angus leaning against the wall, his hand covering the wound on his shoulder. My stomach twists, and for a second, I'm sure I'm going to throw up. Axl is still on the stairs, looking at the cellar door, his back to Angus and me. I don't know what he's doing, but I do know in a second he's going to forget all about it. Angus meets my gaze and frowns. Don't look so sad, Blondie, he says, his voice echoing through the little room and making me jump. You ain't even gonna notice when I'm gone. It ain't like we was close or nothing. Axl's body jerks and he spins around, looking toward his brother. His eyes grow big and wide. Angus's hand is still covering the bite, but there's blood everywhere. Not the black shit these assholes have inside them. Real blood. Red blood. It's smeared all over Angus's shoulder, dripping down where it soaks into the fabric of his shirt. There's a lot of it, way more than I would have thought possible from a bite made by human teeth. Angus? Axl's voice trembles as he stumbles down the steps. He falls to his knees next to his brother and jerks Angus's hand away. When the bite mark is finally visible, it knocks the wind out of me. Axl just stares at it, not moving or saying a word, his mouth hanging open like he can't register what he's seeing. I force myself to move forward until I'm next to them, then kneel down at Axl's side, putting my hand on his leg. Axl. His head whips my way, and he shoves my hand off his leg. His gray eyes are wide and full of rage, so much more rage than I've ever seen on his face. He doesn't look like my Axl. Get your hand off me. This is your fault. You had to run off all pissed, not sticking with us like you was supposed to, never learning your lesson. My whole body jerks as anger builds inside me. I try to control it, try to swallow it down, but fire flashes in Axl's eyes, and it makes everything in me build until I feel like I'm going to explode. My fault? I didn't make this virus, and I'm not the one who gets off on killing these things. Your brother is reckless. He has been since he picked me up on the side of the road, and it's only gotten worse. You can't blame me for his stupidity. Axl's mouth scrunches up, and for a second, I'm afraid he's going to spit in my face. You gonna sit here and call my brother stupid? To my face? He's gonna die, and that's what you got to say to me? Axl shakes his head, and his gray eyes narrow. You've been trying to pull us apart since the day we picked you up. Angus said it, but I didn't believe him. Too busy thinking with my dick. Again. I squeeze my hand into a tight fist as anger and pain war against each other inside me. It feels like they're trying to rip me in half. Nothing has ever hurt as much as Axl's words just did. All the I love yous and intimate moments we've shared are gone in the blink of an eye, erased by the implication that I'm no more than a piece of ass to him. You're an ass. Will you two shut the fuck up? Angus growls, cutting through my words. Dumb as shit. I'm the one sitting here bleeding to death. Axl tears his eyes from me and moves closer to his brother, and some of my anger melts away. He's just mad. Axl didn't mean what he said. He's hurting, and the thought of losing his brother has him saying things he doesn't mean. Shit, Angus. Axl says, shaking his head. "What the hell were you thinking?"
"I was thinking you and that blonde bimbo got something I ain't never seen before, and I didn't want her dying."
Angus shakes his head, and just like that, the anger inside me evaporates. Tears fill my eyes, and I move closer to Axl. "You're such an asshole, Angus," I say, sniffing through the tears. "Why the hell did you have to go and show your human side now? It would have been easier to say goodbye if I still hated you." Angus snorts.
"Never could do nothing the easy way."
Axl stares at the bite on his brother's shoulder, not saying a word. Above us, the zombies are still banging on the door, but the silence in the cellar makes it feel like death is already here. Then the full force of what's about to happen hits me, and I suddenly think I'm going to collapse. We're trapped, and Angus isn't just dying, he's going to turn. Axl and I will be in this cellar with him when he turns, unless the others show up very soon, which means one of us is going to have to put him down. How the hell will Axl ever be able to handle it?
"You gotta do it now,"
Angus says, almost like he's reading my mind. Axl slumps back, leaning against the wall next to his brother.
"I ain't gonna kill you." "Dumb shit, you don't got a choice. You let me come back, and I'm gonna rip the two of you to shreds. You take care of it now, before I turn into one of them."
Axl shakes his head, and Angus swears. But before he can tell his brother what an idiot he's being, Axl says,
"Gun's out of bullets, and I ain't gonna stab you, so you can just forget it." "Shit. Lost my gun when I got bit,"
Angus says, turning to look at me.
"You got any bullets, Blondie?"
"No," I whisper. My extra clip was in my jacket, the one I threw on the ground. We lapse into silence. Angus holds his hand over his wound, wincing with each move he makes. Too bad we can't clean it. Then again, what would be the point? It's not like an infection is going to kill him. Not that kind, anyway. Soon he'll lapse into a lethargic state. Then he'll die. When he comes back, he won't be Angus anymore. He'll be a monster who wants nothing more than to rip us to shreds. Hopefully the others come looking for us before that happens. How long before the others get worried? I say out loud, not even sure who I'm asking.
"Hell, Rambo ain't gonna be worried, but she'll come looking for the bodies in a bit."
I want to be pissed, but I know Angus is right. Parvati won't worry when we don't come back. She'll just see it as proof she was right. We're all just biding our time. "This is bullshit," Axl mutters. He still hasn't looked at me, and he still hasn't apologized, but all the anger I felt is gone now. All that's left is pity. Axl loves Angus. Despite his brother being an asshole and a racist and giving Axl so much shit that Angus probably made life miserable for him at times. And he took care of Axl when their mom was too drunk to do it, then after she died. They've depended on each other for so long, I'm not sure Axl is going to know what to do with himself when Angus is gone. Even if he doesn't take his brother's advice the way he used to, Axl is still going to feel like a part of him has been ripped away.
"Well, this is about how I expected things to go down,"
Angus says. He pulls out a pack of cigarettes I didn't even know he had and pops one in his mouth. The little matchbook he produces only has 2 sticks left. Luckily, the first one catches. He holds it to the end of the cigarette, sucking in until it catches, then tosses the lit match to the floor. It hits the dirt and the flame is smothered out. Angus lets out a big puff of smoke, filling the tiny room with the toxic aroma of tobacco. I'd complain if I didn't think he deserved to smoke a cigarette or two before he died. We sit in silence for a while, nothing but the banging above to distract us from the reality of what's about to happen. I can't stop staring at the bite, thinking about all the friends we've lost over the past few weeks. Too many. Soon, there won't be any of us left, and this whole world will disappear. Can you feel it? I ask.
Feel what?
Angus says, staring at the ceiling. Axl keeps his eyes on the dirt floor. The infection. Remember when Nathan got bit leaving the Monte Carlo? He said he could feel it, that it was like falling asleep or something. Do you feel anything like that? Angus shakes his head and takes a long drag.
Don't feel shit,
he says, smoke coming out with the words. It shouldn't be long, I mutter. We all know the position of the bite determines how long it takes for the infection to spread. The closer it is to the brain, the faster it moves through your body. The sooner it kills you, the sooner you turn.
Shut up,
Axl hisses.
Don't even say it. Don't get mad at Blondie, little brother. She ain't saying nothing we don't already know.
Axl shakes his head and gets to his feet, crossing to the other side of the room. It's such a small space that he doesn't get far, though. He stands with his back to us, leaning against a shelf. His shoulders heave as he takes in a deep breath, then lets it out. Over and over again, until I'm afraid he's going to hyperventilate. I want to go to him, to wrap my arms around him and pull him against me and let him cry until he doesn't hurt anymore. But I'm afraid. Afraid he'll yell at me again. Terrified he really does blame me for this, that he won't be able to love me anymore once his brother is gone. Angus pats my knee, and I turn to find him staring at me, the cigarette hanging out of his mouth.
He'll be okay. Just gotta give him some space.
I let out a deep breath and nod, then scoot over next to Angus so I can lean against the wall. It's dirty, and cobwebs tickle my nose, but I can't make myself care about spiders after Angus's bite. He pats my knee again, then takes a long drag off his cigarette, tilting his head up so he can blow the smoke toward the ceiling. I watch it float off, just visible in the dim light. I'm sorry, Angus, I say.
Ain't nothing to be sorry about. We all knew this could happen. Don't mean we stopped trying. I've been doing the same thing my whole life, trying to live, even though everything round me was shit. Ain't nothing new, really.
He shakes his head again.
Just sorry you all gotta see me like this. I hate looking weak.
A snort and a sob break their way out of my throat at the exact same moment, and more tears fill my eyes. No shit. Angus chuckles.
Guess you know me about as well as anybody could after all we've been through.
I don't know, I say, my eyes on Axl's back. He gets more rigid by the second. I like to think there's more to you.
Sorry to disappoint, but there ain't. Was born a bastard, and I'll die a bastard, and there ain't nothing nobody could have done to change that.
More tears fill my eyes, and I don't know why, but I lean my head against his shoulder. I don't believe you, Angus.
Well, people are gonna believe what they want, I guess.
He takes another drag off his cigarette, then snuffs it out in the dirt.
You ain't gonna like me saying this, but I gotta. So, just do a dying man a favor and listen. Got it?
I nod as I swipe my hand across my eyes. Okay.
Your mama feels real bad how things went down, and she wants to fix it. Kinda sees this whole thing as a second chance for her. I know I'm a hard ass, and most people probably think I was just screwing her so I could get laid before I bit it, but that ain't it. I like her. More than I ever liked anybody I dated before all this shit, that's for sure. Wanted to take care of her. Now, I ain't gonna be around, and I want to make sure you do it for me. She acts all tough, but she's soft, like you.
He chuckles.
You do remind me of each other.
Don't say things that will make me hate you right now, Angus. Angus lets out a laugh that echoes through the cellar, and Axl finally turns. His eyes move over us, but his expression is empty. No pain, or anger, or anything else. He looks like the Axl I met weeks ago on Route 66, the one who did everything his brother said without a word, who deferred to his every opinion, who followed orders. It's like a stranger staring back at me. "Don't talk like this is the end," Axl says when his eyes land on Angus. "Oh, it's the end, little brother. Sooner you accept that, the sooner we can get down to business. You and me both know we can't let this go too far. Soon as I start acting like nothing matters, you gotta put a blade through my skull. You gotta end it." Axl shakes his head. "Can't. Don't got a choice," Angus says. Axl's mouth scrunches up, and some of the storm comes back to his eyes. He doesn't look away from his brother as he crosses the room. "That what you do? Stab me in the head, then just walk away? Like I was nothing." Axl balls his hands into fists, and the last word echoes through the room. Nothing. That one word gives such an intimate glimpse inside Axl's head that it makes goosebumps pop up on every inch of my skin. Angus shifts at my side, and I move over. He hauls himself to his feet and crosses the room, stopping in front of his brother. I feel like I'm intruding. They're going through something they'd never share with other people normally, and I know they'd rather be alone. But there's nowhere for me to go. "You listen here, and you listen good," Angus says, his voice low and firm. "This whole life's been shit. Grew up without a dad and with a mom that thought I was a good-for-nothing, just like the bastard that ran out on her. Didn't have much food and none of the stuff the other kids had. It made me mean and mad, made me hate the world. The only thing in this whole goddamn world I ever cared about was you. When you was born, I promised myself I'd take care of you. Didn't matter what that bitch did, I was gonna make sure you was okay. I sat up nights with you when you was a baby, took care of you when you was sick, changed your fucking diapers. You ain't nothing to me, and you ain't nothing to them people back at the house. You're the only thing that's gonna get them through all this, 'cause you got the best of me in you. But more than that, too. You know how to care about people, and that's what they need." Angus stops talking, and silence covers the room. My throat has tightened until I can barely breathe, and my shoulders shake with sobs that refuse to stay hidden. I knew there was more to Angus, knew he loved Axl more than anything else in this whole shitty world put together. But this? Nothing could have prepared me for this. And it looks like Axl feels the same way. His face crumples as he squeezes his hands into fists. His shoulders shake with silent sobs, and before I know it, his forehead is leaning against his brother's chest while Angus pats his back. "Damn you, Angus," Axl says, his voice muffled from tears and pain. Angus just nods, standing there with his brother's face pressed against his chest, patting his back while Axl's sobs echo through the room. "This doesn't make any sense," I say, shaking my head. "Nothing makes sense," Angus replies, which is what has my head spinning. He's still talking, still alert, and still able to complain about how much the damn bite hurts. By now, he should be feeling something. When Nathan was bitten in Vegas, he was feeling the effects 5 minutes later. James was lethargic within 30 minutes just from a couple scratches on his neck. But it's been an hour, at least, and still nothing. "You're not feeling anything?" I ask for the 100th time. "Will you shut up?" Axl snaps. Angus sits between us, and Axl still hasn't cooled toward me yet. I know he's pissed and hurting, and he needs to blame somebody, but the more time that goes by, the more nervous I get. "Stop fighting," Angus mutters, getting to his feet. He goes over to the boxes left on the shelves and rips one open. "What are you doing?" I ask, watching him sift through the box. This is so unreal. He should be turning by now, but he's eating.
Getting something to eat. Probably ought to leave all this for you folks since I'm gonna bite it, but I'm starving.
He comes back with 3 meals, tossing one to each of us before sitting down on the floor and tearing into his. The label on mine says beef stew, but just thinking about it makes my stomach flip. I'm too stressed to eat. Axl follows his brother's lead, but I'm not sure if he's really hungry or just going through the motions. He keeps his eyes down, focused on the contents of the package when he dumps it on the floor. More packets fall out, all labeled. Mixed fruit, salt, plastic utensils, instant coffee, a powdered grape drink, even matches. Pretty much anything a person could need. Handy. The brothers eat in silence. Above us, the noise from the zombies has settled down, turning from a constant pounding on the door to a few dull thumps every now and then. I strain my ears, trying to hear any noise over the sounds of the dead. Parvati should be on her way to find us soon, and I want to be ready when she gets here. Time passes, and the men finish eating. The sounds from above become less and less frequent. My stomach growls, and I eventually tear into my own MRE, eating the food without really thinking about it, not even tasting it. The only flashlight we have grows dimmer, but Parvati still doesn't come. And nothing happens to Angus. "You feel worse?" Axl says, after what feels like hours of silence. Angus shakes his head.
Nope. This bite hurts like a son of a bitch and I gotta pee, but that's about all.
"Maybe he's immune," I say, echoing the words Hadley screamed back at the shelter when James was bitten. Even as I say it, I feel stupid. Axl sits forward, narrowing his gray eyes on me. "You think?" I shrug, even though I don't really believe it's possible. That would be too much to hope for.
Don't get your hopes up.
Angus drags himself to his feet and walks to the other side of the room, just past the stairs, stopping in the corner.
"Gotta take a piss. Don't let me catch you peeking, Blondie,"
he says as he pulls his zipper down. I groan and roll my eyes. Axl is still staring at me, but he doesn't relax. "You think he could be immune?" "I don't know, Axl. It's been hours, and nothing has happened. He should feel something, right?" The sound of Angus's urine hitting the cement wall echoes through the room.
"Let's not get all crazy,"
he says, looking over his shoulder.
"It's gonna happen, and we all know it."
"You could get lucky," I say, as hope swirls around inside me. He snorts.
"No such thing as luck."
Angus should be feeling some kind of change by now. First, it's a lethargic state and a drop in body temperature. No fever with this virus. Then the person bounces back. I remember how Emily seemed to snap out of it in a matter of minutes, going from lying around doing nothing to wanting to play with little Ava. It's always possible Angus missed the first 2 steps for some crazy reason. We really know nothing about how this virus works. But he ate. Emily said she was hungry, but when I tried to get her to eat, she wouldn't. She said it tasted funny. Angus not only ate his MRE, but half of mine. No, he doesn't fit the pattern at all. Angus zips up his fly and heads back our way, throwing himself on the floor next to me. I pick the flashlight up and scoot closer. "I want to take a look at your bite." He shrugs.
"Don't matter, but if it makes you feel better."
Axl moves closer as I hold the light over the wound. The teeth marks look like double crescents of jagged puncture marks. The skin is torn and red, with dried blood caked all over it. There's no denying it was a set of sharp human teeth that did this. Not that I expected to see something different. I lower the flashlight and sit back.
"You find what you're looking for?"
Angus asks. I don't know what I was looking for.
"Makes 2 of us,"
he says with a grunt.
"All you're gonna end up doing is getting your hopes up. And this ain't just about me. You start thinking people can live through a bite, then you're gonna start believing there's an end to all this somewhere. That's dangerous, Blondie.
Stop calling me Blondie, Angus. He shrugs, but of course doesn't promise to stop.
We gotta get out of here, Axl mutters. Get back to see the doc. See what he says. He don't know shit. The doc's good, but this might as well be a leprechaun bite. Ain't nothing he can do about it.
I let out a deep breath and lean against the wall, staring up at the ceiling. I don't know why, but I think Angus is wrong, and I'm just about to tell him as much when the distant sound of a horn breaks through the silence in the cellar. I sit up and look toward the brothers, who are staring at the cellar door. The horn blares again, this time longer. Axl jumps to his feet and immediately grabs my hand so he can pull me up as well. It must be instinct, because he's still pissed and I know it. Angus jumps up behind us, but before he heads to the stairs, he runs over and sweeps up 3 more boxes of MREs. Good thinking.
Rambo's here,
Angus says, heading toward the stairs. About time. Axl looks down at me, and his eyebrows pull together. My hand is still in his, but he doesn't let it go. If anything, his grip tightens on it.
They're probably using the horn to draw 'em away, but not all of 'em are gonna go. We gotta be careful.
That's why he's suddenly decided to give me the time of day. He's afraid I'm going to get bitten too. We'll be all right, I say, pulling my hand out of his. Axl's eyes move to my hand, but he just nods and starts up the steps. Before I can follow, Angus pushes past me.
Back up. You ain't the one bit, so you ain't going first. I am. No way in hell I'm letting you charge out of there ahead of me.
He shoves the boxes into Axl's hands, then takes a deep breath. I square my shoulders, preparing myself for what's about to come. The horn is still honking, but it seems quieter than it was at first, and I know Axl is right. Someone is leading the zombies off so we can get out. Thank God these things are dumb. Angus whips out his knife, then shoves the door open. It slams against the ground above us as light pours into the cellar, temporarily blinding me. My hands go to my eyes, and it hits me for the first time that I'm not armed. My knife got lost in the fight, and I ran out of bullets. If only I hadn't taken my jacket off. Before I've even had a chance to adjust to the bright light, Angus is yelling for me to move. I do my best, squinting and shielding my eyes as I charge up the stairs behind Angus. The horn is still blaring in the distance, and Angus is cursing up a storm, as usual, but the moaning of the dead is minimal. Icy air whips across my skin when I step out. I pry my eyes open, only to find snow swirling around us. It's coming down in fat flakes, and already another inch must have fallen while we were stuffed into that cellar. It makes the junk littering the yard impossible to see as I rush forward. My toes bang against hidden hubcaps, and I stumble over buried bags of trash as I try to keep up with the brothers. Then my feet get tangled in something soft, and my whole body lurches forward. I throw my hands out to cushion the blow, landing in the snow with a thud that vibrates up my arms. My thin t-shirt is soaked the second I hit the ground, and shivers have started moving through my body.
Vivian!
Axl yells as I roll onto my back. He's only a few feet in front of me, but he's stopped running. Angus is in front of him, his knife drawn as he runs for the few bodies still lumbering through the backyard. Whatever it was that tripped me up is still tangled around my feet. I kick at it until it's loose enough to get off, then start to scramble up. That's when I notice the brown plaid pattern peeking through the snow. It's Axl's jacket. I scoop it up off the ground as I jump to my feet, running after Axl and Angus. The horn has gotten farther away, and it looks like most of the zombies followed it, totally clearing our way to the car. Even more wonderful is the fact that the SUV's engine is running and Parvati is sitting behind the wheel. We reach the car, and Angus jumps into the passenger seat. Axl pulls open the back door, tossing the boxes into the back before pulling me forward, shoving me inside ahead of him. Then he slides in after me and shuts the door, slamming it just as Parvati throws the car into gear. She doesn't say anything as she turns the car around and speeds out of the woods, making a sharp turn onto County Line Road. Once we're on our way, though, she looks back. Her eyes sweep over me, then turn to Axl. When she moves on to study Angus, her brows pull together. "You out of bullets?" she asks, her voice as even as it would be if she were asking someone to pass the salt at dinner. Angus nods, his hand automatically going to his injury. "Yup." She nods once, then turns to focus on the road. "We'll take care of it when we get back. Maybe the ground is still soft enough for us to dig a hole." "No!" Axl shouts, his words vibrating off the walls of the kitchen. "You ain't shooting him. It's been hours and nothing's changed. He ain't turning." "But he will," Winston says calmly. Angus sits at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee in front of him and Darla at his side, while the rest of us stand near the island. It's like we're afraid to get too close. The generator is on, and the lights are bright enough that I can see how bad the bite on Angus's shoulder really is. Even if he doesn't turn, he may get an infection. It's already red and swollen. "We need to give it some more time," I say. Winston shakes his head, and Joshua swipes his hand through his hair. Lila looks like she's ready to cry, which doesn't make a lot of sense because she and Angus hate each other. Al's frowning, while Brady drums his fingers on the counter. Parvati doesn't even blink. "What do you think we'll gain by waiting?" Brady asks calmly. Axl glares at him, but the other man doesn't even acknowledge it. "I don't know," I admit. "I haven't been around this yet, so I'm not sure what to expect," Brady begins slowly. "But I'll be honest. Based on what you've said, I tend to agree with Vivian. It sounds like this doesn't fit the normal pattern, which could end up being a good thing." "What then?" Parvati asks, her voice low. "You think he's immune?" Everyone's eyes move toward me, then over to where Angus sits. "I don't know," I reply. "I'm just saying, this is different. You all know it is." "People aren't immune to viruses, not the way you're implying," Winston says calmly. I turn to face Joshua, trying to ignore the way Axl won't stop pacing or how Darla won't stop sobbing. "What do you think? Is it possible?" Joshua puts his hands on his head and squeezes his skull. I'm not sure if he's trying to hurt himself or if he has a headache he's trying to massage away. "It's hard to say. I'm not a virologist, and we don't really know much about this virus. One thing we do know, this thing is man-made. There was never any doubt about that." "So it's possible?" Axl says. I turn to find him standing in the middle of the room, staring at Joshua like he holds the key to life and death. "I just don't know." "What do you suggest?" Winston asks. He finally trimmed his beard, but now that he has, I can see how thin his face has become. He looks older, too. The skin around his eyes droops, and his shoulders are slumped like it's too much effort to keep them up. "We wait," I say calmly. "We have to," Sophia says, speaking up for the first time. "We can't kill him if there's a chance." Winston looks around, and I follow his gaze to find everyone nodding. The only people who seem to be unconcerned are Parvati and Angus. "All right," Winston says. "We wait. But if he reaches the point where he starts to act catatonic, we have to end it. And I want someone watching him constantly while he's sleeping." His eyes move to Axl, and he frowns. "Someone who will be able to put a bullet in his head without hesitation." I'd laugh if things weren't so screwed up. Most of the people standing here have probably thought about putting a bullet in Angus's head on more than one occasion. Axl heads over to join Angus and Darla at the table, while almost everyone else files out of the kitchen. I think about following Axl, but decide not to. He doesn't really act like he's pissed at me anymore, but he's preoccupied with his brother, and I don't want to get in his way. Brady starts washing mugs, and Parvati hasn't moved from where she's leaning against the refrigerator. Everyone else disappears in a matter of seconds. It's getting late, and the sun has started to set, and I know people are anxious to shower while we have electricity. But I still hate that they all ran off. Without Axl next to me, I feel alone. "I miss Hadley," I say. Parvati turns to me, her brown eyes holding mine for a few seconds before she says, "Hadley is gone, and soon Angus will join her." Anger shoots through me until my face is hot, and I feel like I'm going to burst. "Can't you feel anything?" "I don't want to feel," she says, pushing herself away from the fridge. "Where did your compassion go? You weren't like this when we met. I know you lost Trey, and I'm sorry, but we have it so much better than we could. This is all temporary. Enjoy it while you can." Parvati turns and heads out of the kitchen, and I clamp my mouth shut so I don't make it worse. With the way my blood is boiling, I'm liable to say something I really regret, like telling her to just go ahead and end it if she's so sure there's no future. Brady stops in the middle of scrubbing a mug. "Not everyone can deal. Just give her some time." "I've given her time," I say. "If anything, she's gotten colder, more detached." He goes back to his mug, not looking up at me when he says, "Then maybe this isn't the world for her." "Maybe," I mutter, leaving the kitchen with my blood still on fire. Joshua is just coming back into the house when I reach the front door, carrying a bag full of medical supplies. He puts it down so he can remove his shoes while I shove my feet into mine. "You going to clean the bite?" I ask, nodding toward the bag. "Figured I should. Not sure if he's going to make it, but if he does, he may need antibiotics. That bite looks pretty nasty." When his shoes are off, Joshua scoops the bag up and heads toward the kitchen. I pause for just a second and say a silent prayer. Asking God to save Angus seems more off than any of the other requests I've thrown his way since this whole thing started, but that doesn't mean God won't hear me. Once I'm done, I head out into the icy night, cutting through the thick snow to the house Axl and I have been sleeping in. I'm tired, and I don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, but I have a feeling it's going to be a long night. By tomorrow, we should know for sure what this bite means for Angus. I'm shivering when I wake up. The house is quieter than the world outside and colder than the Arctic. Rays of light shine in through the window, hitting the bed and magnifying the fact that I'm alone. Axl never came to bed last night. I knew he wouldn't leave Angus, but for some reason it still hurts. Maybe I should have stayed, but I felt like they needed privacy after everything they had said in the cellar. Angus's admission couldn't have been easy, and I know he only said what he did because he thought he was dying. If he doesn't die, he's going to have to face that he admitted he has feelings. It isn't going to be an easy thing for him. The question is, did Angus make it through the night? There's a part of me that dreads heading over to Brady's house, but another part can't stand the thought of going another second living in suspense. I crawl out of bed and dress as quickly as I can before hurrying downstairs. Outside, the world is calm and white, and cold as fuck. It would be pretty if I wasn't so scared that my legs threaten to collapse with every step I take. Footprints cut through the snow, leading from the couple houses we've occupied to Brady's place. It's hard to tell if they're from last night or this morning, though, and I don't have a clue what time it is. Late morning, judging by the sun. When I shove the front door open at Brady's, I'm hit with voices and laughter, as well as the orgasmic scent of coffee and something baking. It's hard to say what it is, but it makes my stomach growl. The atmosphere is way too cheery. There's no way Angus had to be put down. I kick my boots off as fast as I can and hurry to the kitchen, where everyone seems to be crowded around the small table. Extra chairs have been pulled up, and the thing is so loaded down with coffee mugs, I'm surprised it doesn't collapse under the weight. Sophia and the kids are here, and Winston and Joshua, even Anne, who still looks heartbroken but stronger. Al and Lila share a chair, her tiny butt perched on his leg and his handless arm wrapped around her waist. Parvati is leaning up against the wall, standing away from the group, and Brady is next to her. When my eyes land on Angus, I let out a deep sigh of relief. Darla is glued to his side, cooing over him like a mother does a baby. It's gross, but I'm so happy to see him sitting in the kitchen smiling and getting along with everyone. I don't think I'd care even if I walked in and found them doing it in the middle of the floor. Axl seems to be the only person missing from the group. Angus looks up and motions for me to come over.
Don't be shy, Blondie. It ain't your style.
You're okay? I say, crossing the room to stand in front of him. My cheeks ache from my wide smile.
Sure am. My shoulder still hurts like hell, but I ain't gonna take a bite out of nobody anytime soon.
His eyes move to my mom and he grins.
Except maybe you.
Darla giggles and I roll my eyes, even though my disgust is only half-hearted. I'm so glad. Angus throws his head back and laughs.
Thought you might be. In fact, I was just telling everybody how you blubbered all over yourself when you thought I was dying, crying like crazy, hugging me, showing your real feelings for a change.
I snort and roll my eyes again, but I can't stop smiling. You really love to push people's buttons, don't you? Angus laughs again, and almost everyone joins in. The mood is lighter than it was our first day back in the shelter, and I can't blame anyone. Angus was bitten by a zombie, and he lived. We didn't think it was possible, and it suddenly feels like the clouds have opened up and the sun is shining down on us after weeks of darkness. It doesn't feel real.
Guess you were right,
Winston says, smiling.
Have to be honest, I never thought I'd be happy to see Angus sitting across from me, but I am.
I feel cheated, Al says, his mouth turning down into a mock frown.
I thought for sure I was going to get to shoot him in the head. It's like the Grinch showed up and stole Christmas.
Lila shoves him, and he pulls her closer, and everyone starts laughing and talking at once until I can't make out any words. I'm so relieved. I feel like doing a dance. Angus is immune. Where's Axl? I ask, looking around like he'll suddenly materialize. Angus tilts his head toward the ceiling.
Shower. Was up all night. I told him to get some sleep, but of course he won't. That boy never could take orders.
I snort as I turn away. Right. When I first met them, Axl jumped before Angus even told him to. I head upstairs, a smile still on my face. Now that Angus is okay, Axl and I are going to have to deal with our fight, but I'm not going to let the tension spoil the light mood. The bathroom door is shut, and steam seeps out from under it. Inside, the water is still running, so I let myself in. It's big, with an oval tub and a separate shower totally encased in glass. Everything is covered in a layer of condensation, but I can still see Axl when he turns my way. I consider stripping down so I can climb in with him, but I don't like the idea of us turning to sex to work out our problems, so I stay where I am, crossing my arms over my chest and leaning against the counter, waiting for him to finish. It takes less than 30 seconds for him to turn the shower off. He opens the door, and more steam rushes out, making the air in the room thicken, reminding me of the sauna in the shelter, when we first fooled around. Or tried to, anyway. Angus is all right, Axl says, stepping out. I just saw him. Everyone seems to be better now. He nods and grabs a towel, and I watch silently as he runs it over his head and face, then down his body, soaking up the little beads of water clinging to his skin. He's leaner than he was when we met, but not any less muscular. Hard work will do that. Axl wraps the towel around his waist, then just stands there, like he's waiting for me to say something. I'm sorry I didn't stay with you yesterday when we were out. I let my anger get the best of me and put us all in danger. He still doesn't say anything, and tension builds in my stomach, squeezing my insides until I almost throw up. I wasn't thinking, and I was being stupid, moody, and childish. I was mad that you took Angus's side over mine. The longer he doesn't say anything, the more words tumble from my mouth until I feel like nothing I'm saying makes sense. Finally, I spout out, "Will you say something? Please?" "Them things I said." He clears his throat and shakes his head. "I didn't mean 'em." You were mad. I get it. I hug myself tighter when my heart starts to hurt. I may get it, but thinking about it still makes me feel like I'm being stabbed. Axl crosses the room and pulls me against him. I was pissed and hurt, and I let it turn me into something I ain't. Been fighting it my whole life. It's like this thing living inside me, a wild animal threatening to rip me in two. I try to ignore it, 'cause I don't want to be a hothead like Angus, but sometimes it gets the better of me. Makes me say and do dumb shit I hate myself for later. But what I said, that was wrong. You're the best thing to ever happen to me. We're all controlled by our emotions at times, I say, rubbing my face against his moist skin. It's okay. Axl pulls back and looks down at me, his hands still on my shoulders. No, it ain't. I'm sorry. More sorry than I ever been in my whole damn life. I forgive you, I say, standing on the tips of my toes, kissing him, wrapping my hands around him and pulling him as close as I can. As he kisses me back, more hope blooms in my chest than ever before. What we have here is something new and fresh, and it makes the future look brighter. Makes me feel, more than ever before, like life can start over. Sure, we've lost, but that doesn't mean we can't have a life again one day. It doesn't mean that humanity won't continue. Maybe we're facing a new world, but it doesn't have to be all bad. We can find the good in it.